Is a bear? Yes, I was looking for you, and he attacked me. Uncle shook her head. It was never a dull day with a blonde. Blonde, redhead, who can tell the difference? Naruto had met her by accident. When the old woman that he came to see as one of his protectors had died, so he kind of went crazy looking for somewhere to vent his anger on something big. So he entered here. Uncle had found him and he was nearly eaten by a gigantic scorpion. However, she came in and rescued him. She told him that he shouldn't be in here when he attacked her and stabbed her with a branch. So she threw him in the water trying to drown him for what he did, but he kept on stabbing her. They fought for a while until she slammed him down into the ground, pinning him down. After that they started talking. Well, here we are, they're best of friends. Granted, he was just 6 years old. He had a wise mind, not in certain areas, but he was pretty grown up for a 6-year-old. Not to mention he was surprisingly strong, which made no sense because she's never seen him train before. When she told him how to unlock his chakra, she told him that was the first time he ever did anything like that. Yet he was strong even without it. So when she heard that the Hokage was going to test him for something, she figured it was because of this unknown strength and strange fire affinity that just appeared out of nowhere, without him even weaving hand sign. She was curious. She would like to tag along as well, as Naruto did not see the problem of her coming with him. Time skip. Hiruzen wanted Naruto to make friends, but Uncle Midarashi and Naruto Uzumaki were two duo that he never wanted to meet. But the world seemed to be against him, as they sat in the hospital waiting for the doctor to return. As he didn't really see the problem, seeing that Uncle had went out of her way to actually teach Naruto. However, she did not teach Naruto anything else because she didn't want him to do anything that would cause damage to him or people around him. Not to mention, Hiruzen would be upset if she went and started teaching things that he was not ready for. However, unlocking his chakra was not anything too difficult, and not to mention not too bad. But the thing was, Naruto had fire. One of the most destructive elements. He could literally burn down the entire forest. So that was a problem. And it was weird because he didn't seem to be using chakra. Or if he was using so little that it was impossible to even notice. The doctor came in, as he looked quite frazzled. "What's wrong?" Uncle said, looking towards the man. He was rather a calm, subdued man. You have some people in this village that hate the both of them for something that they didn't have any control over. However, you have some that didn't really care about that. I don't know what you're saying on the comment. This is the first I've ever seen something like this, the doctor said. Mishimoto was saying. "What are you saying, Mishimoto?" Mishimoto walked over and poked Naruto in his stomach. As Naruto looked down toward his hand, "What are you doing to me?" he asked. "Just testing something." As I was saying, his body insides are like molten lava. Huh? "What are you talking about?" Uncle said. Confused, he looked over towards Naruto. "He seemed fine." "I'm confused as well, Mishimoto." "What do you mean?" asked Hiruzen. As I said, this is the first time I'm seeing anything like this. It is like there's a pit of flames inside his stomach, all throughout him, inside of his chest, everywhere. I'm not sure how exactly those flames are remaining inside. And also, it does use chakra, however. It's like a second nature to him, so it is barely noticeable. Unlike other elemental natures, who will take at least a lot of chakra to perform an ERS rank, I doubt those will even scratch him. Not to mention his raw chakra reserves. However, the temperature in his body is getting higher. Higher, Hiruzen said, as he had nearly into the clouds. That was an hour ago, and that was 5 minutes ago. Wait, if this is correct, that's the thing. His body is so perfectly self-cooling that the flames will not affect him one bit. It's almost like someone made it. I'm not sure what to say because I've never, in my entire years of working, seen something like this. It's not even a bloodline. It seems like his body was forged in the sun. Uncle looked towards me with shock. She never expect that. Does that explain his strange, ridiculous strength? Seeing that he's just 6 years old, Uncle asked. Yes, that as well. The flames have hardened his muscles. In any other case, he would have melted them down to ash, but in this case, they hardened them. And they're getting stronger as the time goes on. I'm not sure if there will be any limit, but I doubt there will be any kind of a fight. As he turned towards me, how will you feel? Fine, said Yuta. So there's things inside him, but he just opened his mouth. As he started to blow, I'm afraid it's not like that, said Nishimoto. I'm not even sure how it is actually is, but it's like a second layer under your skin. I'm so docile and calm that it isn't affecting you or any other but show me what you did earlier. You held in his finger this time, the entire thing, hot and burning. Is one point your finger was burning hot. As the flames start to flicker into a reddish amber. That is what I mean, said Nishimoto. His body is so protected that the things are not physically harming him, but if another were to ouch, so pulling my hands and touch it will burn them. Ah, so I'm the god of flames, said Naruto. Unrivaled by any. Akiko Kakato, said Naruto. They all snapped their heads towards him. As the flame on his finger went out. What was that, Uncle Ash? I'm not sure, said Naruto. It just came out. You said it's a Yerzen. Yes. I'm confused as well, said Naruto. Maybe I'm sick. He said please stand his forehead. I'll have a check on your head. Time skip. As Naruto stepped into the blockade, as people were calling out to him, they all knew him very well. Granted, it was really uncommon to see a 6-year-old in here, however. Naruto walked past and moved towards him as he made his way towards the manager's office. Ah, Kimiko, said Naruto. And how's my favorite blonde redhead doing, he asked. I am doing just fine, said Naruto. I had a meeting with Hokage about the restoration. Ah yes, he came to pay me out to visit. He did? When, said Naruto. Yesterday, he said. And what did he say? Oh, he was just taking it on me. It's alright, she said. After all, given my previous profession, I'm not the Naruto. That you're a 6-year-old kid. You can understand. Understand what, said Naruto. You know, sometimes you can be so good, sometimes so tired. It's waiting for you. And everything around me. I don't know what you mean. It's alright, she said. However, we just had a little talk, and I showed him the book. And he realized that, well, I'm not ripping you off. So he did not trust me even though I gave him my word. I should pay him a visit. You know what she said? Beat him up for me. Of course, the real beautiful worker. Kimiko had dark hair. That reached down to her shoulder, she had green eyes, a full lip, and she had a body that moved to die for. She was really attractive. However, maybe Naruto was just a young man that or he did not care because, well, he spoke to her normally. Well, he wasn't a kid, so she doesn't think about those things. I'm afraid that fighting with that will not solve anything, she said. So calm down. I would be having a check on myself as well if I know about the restoration. Let me think once again. You're 6. Yes, I know, said Naruto. When I'm older, those comments will stop being made. Well, in a couple of years, he said roughly is young. Thanks, kid. As Naruto looked up towards the giant building, yesterday was the first day they had me. However, they were just talking and talking and talking. However, Naruto promised the old man that he did his best to be his soul. He listened and listened. He did fall asleep though, but he woke up during the end. He had noticed people giving him weird looks, not to mention they were always whispering behind his back. As long as they didn't try to attack him or anything, because if they did, they would pulverize him into the ground. Who would look a folder and he looked 30? 3-8, he thought to himself. That was the room that he was assigned to. Starting at the folder. Oh wait, he made his way, walking down the halls. And he walked, and he walked, and he walked. Naruto was confused and he stepped back to the cave. That was kind of a problem with him. He got lost and misery. Looking around, Naruto could not find him to eat, although he was on the third floor. As Naruto saw someone, "Hey you there," he said. The person I like was here. Dark eyes wearing standard in uniform. His name was Mizuki. Mizuki turned as he saw the last person he expected to see. This wasn't his first time seeing him. Naruto blonde hair was tied up into a ponytail that went down into his back. However, his jacket was over, so he could not see. As for what he was wearing, this time he was wearing an orange jacket with no sleeve and nothing underneath it. He was told that his clothing was a bit inappropriate for some of the days. However, he would not change it. And now he was wearing orange pants, dark orange jacket, and black sandals as well. As there was a pouch on his waist where he stored things inside. Maybe this could work for him in the future, so for now, he would pretend like he's, well, good to him. How can I help you? He said, take me to this room, said Naruto, and showed me the folder. And he said he had to suppress his smile. If Naruto performed well and kept on going through this class, Aruka and him was going to be his co-teacher coming up. That brought a smile to Naruto promoted to me. Hey, you hear me, said Naruto. Seeing that the man must smile and not paying attention. Oh yes, I did. Come with me, he said. As Naruto made his way after him. It didn't take too long as he told her to the room and left, wishing luck. Naruto flung open the door and stepped inside. I am here now, he felt it. As everyone turned their gaze towards him. It was like that for around 5 seconds until they turned away and started to talk once again. Naruto was confused, as they did not see him here or something. The thoughts of Naruto's words popped into his mind. He gained recognition and also fear by being of the other kids in the park and when he was in the village. However, he promised the woman that he would not otherwise. He would pull him from his school. That is when he noticed several girls looking over to a guy. They had red marks on their faces as they were looking over towards him. They seemed to like him. As Naruto reached the elbow on the deck, Sasuke Uchiha was just minding his own business. Younger brother of Itachi Uchiha, also son of Fukaku and Itachi Uchiha, the 6-year-old, was not so pleased at being the academy. Sasuke wanted to be special trained. His brother Itachi was already 4 levels above him, and his father always made it known that he was not like Itachi at all, and Sasuke could only take so much. However, he was going to try his best to get stronger so his father would recognize his strength and see him for the man that he was, and not a child. However, what Sasuke didn't expect was for someone to climb on top of his decks. All the chatter ceased. Surprisingly enough, the teacher was not here yet. However, everyone stopped talking to girls that were looking at Sasuke eyes wide as Naruto stood on top of his desk in front of him. Sasuke glanced up, wondering who the hell was this. He then remembered back yesterday. He had caught a glimpse of this individual. He was sleeping through the whole thing. Sasuke looked up at him and said anything, as Naruto spoke. He then glanced towards the girls who seemed pretty angry with him, but he did not mind that. They seem to like you. Tell me, what have you done, said Naruto. I don't know what you're talking about. Now get out my decks before I meet you, said Sasuke. That Uchiha's superiority arrogance probably into his nose. As Naruto raised the arrow on decks, looking towards him rather confused. What do you mean, he said. I said get out my decks before I meet you, Sasuke said. What in that don't you understand? Are you retarded, he asked. Sasuke already had enough problem at home with his father, comparing to Itachi. And yet this new guy felt like he could just stand on his decks and give him this look. Sasuke didn't like it one bit. And when he didn't like something, the Uchiha arrogance came out. A lot of it. However, he was surprised when the blonde started to chuckle. Or was he a redhead? Sasuke did not know. What's going on? The girls started back together as they wondered who was this guy on Sasuke's desk. Shikamaru Nara propped open one eye as he looked at the blonde. Shoba-san. Shikamaru, you know him? He asked. Shikamaru and Ino and Choji has been friends for the longest time now. They were kids growing up. Yeah, I've met him a few times at the park. We're not really friends, but... well, he's really strong. What does that have to do with it? Well, you asked me if I know. I'm telling you what I saw. Shikamaru looking towards Ino. Show me some woman, he muttered. What was that? Nothing, he said. He couldn't handle it in the day. It's him, Choji said, no such a You know him as well? Yeah, I saw him beat up some guys. At least 5 of them by himself, with only his fists. When you say guys, who are you talking about, Ino asks. Well, they're bigger than us, Toto said. Bigger than you, Ino said. I'm surprised. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing, she said. But why is he standing on Sasuke's desk like that? Another voice spoke up, as Ino looked towards her friend with the pink hair. Sakura Haruno. Yeah, what's his deal, another one said. He should get off Sasuke decks now. Does he think that he's better than Sasuke? The girls had really taken a liking to Sasuke. From their meeting a famous game, they all saw him as this irresistible cool guy. Despite not even knowing him yet. As Naruto was laughing, as he wondered what was going on. Sasuke wondered if this guy was truly crazy, as he just started to laugh, and he said that he was forceful to make him move. Sasuke didn't realize he was laughing because he thought that he could not make him move. He was laughing at him saying that he was weak. That brought an image in his head as he saw his father, looking at his technique and scoff and walk away. Sasuke got up and punched Naruto, his body acting on its own. The fist hit Naruto right in the face, knocking him off the deck because he was not even balanced. As Naruto dropped down to the ground, the children in the class, most of the girls started to laugh. That's what he gets for thinking that he can stand up Sasuke-kun. The pink hair said. However, Ino noticed the redhead slash blonde on the ground. His face was twisted with this strange emotion. As he then picked himself up, Sasuke was out of his seat by then. Ino then saw it as grin spread on his face. Meanwhile, the teacher, who was running late as he gathered some papers, was making his way. He was going to be teaching them for the first year. He was a random chunin, nothing really special. Although he was above the younger ones like Aruka and also Mizuki. Making his way to the class when he heard BAM! Turning his gaze, he looked towards the window that was broken. Lying in piled shattered glass was none other than Sasuke Uchiha with a bruised cheek. As he groaned in pain, the teacher rushed over towards him. What happened to you? He asked. Sasuke looked up as Naruto jumped right through. The kid actually twirling mid-air, surprising the teacher at his movement first to show age. However, he realized what Naruto was going to do. He dragged Sasuke out of the way as Naruto feet made contact with the ground, smashing the broken glass into more pieces. He then thrust forward, stop it! The teacher yelled at Naruto. However, Naruto disregarded what he said and rushed after Sasuke. Sasuke jumped away as he wondered what the hell was this guy. It was strange. Sasuke thought that he was strong, but he was physically able to hold back any his age. However, this guy had grabbed him with one arm and thrust him through the window, and pain shoot up in his back. It was a good thing that more teachers came out and saw what happened. Fanskin. Several of them did not like Naruto because of what he had been. After all, he wasn't invented to deal with. But the problem was, if they gave Naruto detention, they have to give it to Sasuke as well because he was the one that first punched him. And some guys in the class saw that. The guys that did not like Sasuke, while Sasuke was the girl's favorite. Well, a lot of the guys did not really like him because yes, he was a girl's favorite, and they wanted the girls. So the kids would ask how Sasuke is not punished, if Naruto is. And despite them not liking Naruto, that would cause a lot of problems. And if Hokage hear about this, will not be happy for them. So they decided to punish the both of them, but because Sasuke was being punished as well, they lightened the punishment. All they had to do was clean up the class. And if they fight again, it was going to be a lot worse. They made sure to tell them that to make sure they did not go fighting again. As they didn't want to leave him in the same room, but they had no other option. So Sasuke and Naruto was left there. As the teacher had told them that they had 5 minutes left to clean the place up, while the other kids made their way off. Their mothers and fathers come to pick them up. Sasuke wiped the board as he glared at the blonde across from him. Surprised that he was able to catch him so off guard and thrust him through the window like it was nothing. That is when Naruto turned his gaze towards the door, as Sasuke wondered what was it. The door slid open as someone stepped in, a rather beautiful woman. She had dark hair and dark eyes. She had an eye smile as she looked towards Sasuke. Mom? Naruto turned as he glanced towards Sasuke. Mikado Uchiha stepped inside. She noticed Naruto. She knew who he was, of course, seeing his features. However, she never expected to pick Sasuke up like this on his second date. What have you gotten yourself into? It's not my fault. It's his, Sasuke said, glaring at Naruto. You're his mother, said Naruto. Mikado nodded her head. The one that gave birth to him, correct? She nodded her head once again, surprised that he would ask that. She felt bad that she couldn't adopt him. However, because of certain laws, they wouldn't make the Uchihas adopt him or anyone else. That angered her, seeing that she was such close friends to Kushina. I see. So you'd be upset if I punch him in the face, said Naruto. Yes, I would, she said. And please, don't fight, she said. You two can get along and be... No, Mom, Sasuke said. We're not gonna be friends. I hate this guy. As Naruto was just looking at Mikado. Are you okay, she asked, seeing him staring at her. Yes, I am. But you're quite beautiful, said Naruto. And I've seen many beautiful girls before, down in the brothels. Wait, what? What do you mean, she said. I said I've seen many beautiful girls before, down in the brothels. What are you doing in a place like that? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. It's close to where I live, said Naruto. And I hang out there a lot. Wait, by yourself? Yes. Sasuke wondered why his mother was getting so worked up. What is a brothel? Nothing, honey, she said. I will have to speak to the Hokage about this. As a child like you shouldn't be in a place like that. Are you upset? Yes, I am. A child like you should not be in a place like that. Why, Naruto asked. You're too young, she said. There are things in there that you should not see. Sasuke was no angry that Naruto has been in a brothel and he has not. As Naruto was confused as he didn't know what he was talking about, he wondered if it was when a man and a woman spent time together. Yes, that must be it. Ah, you mean when the couple spent time together, he said. Her eyes went wide at that. It was as she feared. Time skip. Hiruzen sighed. Mikado was ardently displeased that she could not adopt Naruto, as she wasn't so happy about that in the long run. To find out that he's been spending time in the brothels, well, she was pretty pissed off. The last 30 minutes was not really that pleasant. She was angry. An angry Uchiha was not a happy one, especially not for him, but he was able to calm her down. He had to lie a bit as well because he knew that Naruto would not stop, because he can't own it. So he made Naruto lie to her instead, saying that he would not go back there. Naruto did not see the reason for lying, not like she can tell him what to do, she's not his mother. However, Hiruzen had told him that it would be in his best interest just to go with it. So Naruto did. Just like that, more days passed. The more days passed, the more hectic things became in the academy. Naruto's nature did not blend with many of the kids in the class. That ended up causing a lot of fights. However, fights that were not privy to even Naruto. As Naruto secured himself as a hierarchy in the class, Sasuke and the other boys like Kiba and Shikamaru, even Choji, they didn't fight him. It was the other guys. A lot of them believed that Naruto was a nobody, and most of their parents did not like him, so they were disliked to dislike him as well. However, the thing they did not expect was that Naruto did not care, and also he is not calm at all, doing something that pissed him off, causing to lash out. Many of them had been on the receiving end of his fist. However, as a year went by, Naruto was getting more and more angry. Naruto did not really focus on the kids in class or care about them that much. What he did focus about was getting stronger, and yet he was not prevailing in his strength. In fact, he was the same level he was at as when he first joined the academy. All he talked about was talk, pass, history. It was nothing but utter garbage. However, something big did happen in the village. However, Naruto was unaware of that. Naruto was not really focused on things that much. Uncle knew, but seeing that he did not know, he did not tell him. It's good to save the young mind away from challenges like this. He would find out, but maybe it would be good to find out when he's older. However, given Naruto's state of self and the way he acts, maybe it wouldn't be that bad. Making his way, Naruto came across something surprising. He had not really paid attention, but he did notice that the Uchiha seems rather different. That was his name, Sasuke Uchiha. As Naruto saw Sasuke by a river sitting down, on his way home, making his way over there, Uchiha. Sasuke turned slowly, looking towards him. What do you want? He said. Are you sick? Said Naruto. You seem different. Sasuke gave him a glare. Just leave me alone, he said. What? I'm asking about your well-being and you ask me to leave you alone? I should really punch you right now, said Naruto. Why don't you try, said Sasuke. It will be the worst thing you've ever done, and you will regret it. I will? The last time I did not, though. Me then and me now is two different people, said Sasuke. So why don't you go ahead and try something? Naruto noticed something about him. His eyes. You've been crying, he said. A lot of the girls that before he had bought the brothel had been through a lot, and he always saw those marks on their cheeks because they were crying. Of course not, Sasuke said. The hell are you talking about? If you're sad, why don't you go talk to your mother? Sasuke got up quickly. Is that supposed to be a joke, he said? I'll kill you. As Naruto was about to say something, but Sasuke swung after him, causing Naruto to duck. Naruto backpedaled and Sasuke swing once again. As Sasuke threw a punch right to his face, but Naruto caught it. With little to no effort. Is what supposed to be a thing to ask? You think making jokes about my dead mother is funny, he asked. Naruto was confused. Granted, that woman was a bit controlling, seeing that she was telling him things to do and not to do. However, she was nice. Her name was Mikoto. What are you talking about? Sasuke faced moved his strength as he looked towards the ground and realized, you don't know, he said. Know what? Sasuke turned his back and walked away. However, Naruto gripped him by the shoulder. Sasuke punched and threw a fist. But Naruto ducked underneath and grabbed his arm before he pulled it and tied it behind Sasuke's back. He grabbed his other arm and he slammed Sasuke into the ground. He then sat on his back. Tell me, what is going on, Naruto asked. Get off me, Sasuke said. Not until you tell me. Sasuke whined and cursed for about a good 45 minutes until he gave up. Fine. My entire clan was wiped out. You're really stupid to not know that. Almost everyone does, he said. I did hear something about a mass battle. I guess it was a mass genocide. Sasuke gripped his teeth. Who did this? Said Naruto. Sasuke's teeth seemed to grind even harder. Answer me, said Naruto. My brother, Itachi Uchiha. I see, said Naruto as he got up. He started to walk away. Where are you going, Sasuke asked, surprised that he just walked off like that. I'm going to find Itachi and kill him, Naruto said. As he walked away, Sasuke rushed after him. Stop! What the hell are you talking about? It's quite simple. I do not like you that much, because you're annoying. You seem spoiled as well. And I also want to punch you multiple times in your face. However, your mother, she was nice. I like nice people. So I'm gonna find this brother first and kill him for what he did. After all, he killed your mother. That would make it his mother as well. Such evil will not prevail. I'll burn him up, so Naruto started to walk away. Sasuke pushed Naruto back. As Naruto stepped back one step, you don't even know what you're talking about. He would kill you in a heartbeat. You don't stand a chance. He's powerful. Not even I can beat him, Sasuke said, looking down. I'm not strong enough. Whack! Naruto whacked him across the face, causing Sasuke to drop to the ground. What the hell, he said as he grabbed his cheek. Are you a coward, said Naruto. This person take away your mother, and all you have to say is that you're not strong enough. If I had parents, I would have fight and kill for them any single day. And yet you speak like this weakling. You know, there's one thing I hate most in this world, and that is people that are weak. And right now you seem like nothing but a weakling that I want to crush under my boots. So you better start changing, Uchiha, before I pummel you into the ground. If you're not strong enough, then get stronger, said Naruto. Because I'm gonna hunt your brother down myself. So if you want to tag along, then tag along. How can you even dream of defeating Itachi? You're weak, Sasuke said. You are not strong enough, he rushed forward, trying to show Naruto that he was not strong enough by stopping him. However, Naruto caught his fist and slammed the fist into his guts. Spit came from Sasuke's mouth as Naruto jumped and slammed both hands on his back, causing him to hit the ground face first. Naruto then picked him up and threw him into the lake. Sasuke spattered as he started to drown, as he was in so much pain as he was sinking. He flapped around as he tried to reach. However, a part of him just told him to let go. A part of him just told him to give up. I mean, what's the point? He's lost everything. There is no way that he would ever be strong enough to kill Itachi. He would just be a failure. Someone that would never get revenge for his clan. So he should just give up. However, Naruto Ward struck him deep. No, he told himself he will get stronger. He will survive this, and he will get revenge for his clan, one way or another, as he struggled to remain on top, but still grabbed. His hand was grabbed as he was thrown back toward the surface. Sasuke was panting as he looked over. You saved me. Yes. You know, if you did not get back that second against Earth, I would have let you die. But you now would have been mad, so maybe not for Naruto. However, you were behaving like a coward, ready to give up. But then I saw it. You will get stronger and you will prevail. Isn't that right, Naruto? Sasuke forced himself up his feet. You may be a brain-dead idiot, but you're also right. I'll get stronger. Stronger than I've ever been before. And I'll get revenge. I'll make you pay. As Naruto started to laugh. Not by yourself. I'll help you hunt him down. While I don't like what I said, I'm doing this for your nice mother. And anyone that has the guts to kill your own family, especially your mother, in my eyes deserves to burn with the hottest flame in existence. And thus, it will be coming from me, Naruto said, as he held his head to the sky and roared. Sasuke stepped back in shock as hot, golden flames was released from Naruto's mouth. The water behind him started to bubble. Sasuke had to step back. What the hell, he said, as a geyser of flame shot into the sky. It then proceeded to die down. As Naruto coughed, a bit black smoke came from his mouth. How did you do that, Sasuke said. I don't know, said Naruto. You're kidding, right? Of course not. Why would I joke? Just know that I'm really powerful. So if you intend to get powerful as well, you better train hard, said Naruto to start to walk away. Wait. Naruto, stop. What is it now? You're the same age as me, and you're stronger, Sasuke said. He hated to admit that. Tell me how you did it. You said you were going to help hunt down Itachi, but it's my right to kill him. You will not take it away from me, but you can help hunt him down if you want. Said Naruto. Maybe. As for getting stronger, I'm really strong. As you can see, said Naruto, he found his test. And besides, I was thinking about taking your academy, but if I do that, then I won't become a ninja. Why would you want to take the academy? Because it's worthless, said Naruto. Tell me, what have you learned since you started the academy? Mostly history. Yes, and that's a waste of time. Is there anyone going to ask you who was the second Hokage? No, they're going to try and kill you. That is why I'm going to get some special training. Wait, from who? Sasuke asks. A special friend of mine. He told me that once I was able to grasp the concept of being a ninja, he would help me out. And that I don't do anything stupid. And with you here, I think it will help a lot. After all, she would see that I can make friends without beating them up. Although I don't want to be your friend here, we can make a deal to get stronger together. If you play along by my rules. What? Your rules? Yeah, you heard me, said Naruto. I will be in charge. So take it or leave it. I'll leave it, Sasuke said. As Naruto started to walk away, find him. Wait! Sasuke said. How strong are we talking about? Well, she is a special Jonin, so really strong. Special Jonin, huh? And she will help us. She's my friend, said Naruto. Sasuke walked forward fine. Naruto held his hand out and spit in it as he held it out. I'm not doing that, Sasuke said. Take it or leave it. I'm not going to spit in my hand and shake your hand. I said, take it or leave it. No! Or leave it. No, Sasuke said. As he didn't want to do that. It's going down, said Naruto as he started to lower his hand. And down and down and down. Fine! Sasuke is shaking his hand. As the both of them shook hands. I think this will be the start of a wonderful fake friendship. First rule of getting stronger. Never trust anyone. Naruto headbutted Sasuke. Sasuke fell down to the ground and held onto his nose. What the hell did he yell? Surprise attacks every now and then. Seeing her sense is sharp. That is what she told me. So that's your first lesson, said Naruto. And another. Naruto grabbed Sasuke and tossed him back into the water. Learn how to swim, said Naruto as he walked away. Unlike the other time, Sasuke was not in pain, so he was able to pull himself out. But he was not that much in pain. When he came back to the shore, Naruto was already long gone. Damn bastard, Sasuke said, as he took several deep breaths. But guys, if you enjoyed, like, subscribe, comment down below, turn on that bell notification. But I'm hoping to see you guys soon. Peace. Hey, what's up guys, and welcome back to Animation 3, and today I'm going to be giving you part 2 of what if Naruto was regained by a fire god. Remember to give this one to 100 likes as usual, share this to all your friends and show me on the like form, and also don't forget to go ahead and check out the other channels. Yes guys, I have 4 for Animation 2, Animation 3, and Anime Prince, which I post on every single day so that you enjoy. I also post a brand new series over in UK of what if Naruto had his father in Belgium and his mother here guys, so go ahead, check it out and enjoy. And don't forget to turn on the bell notification exactly when I post guys. And if you're new, comment down below so I can personally welcome myself to this channel. So yeah, without further ado, this will be time for us to this new episode begin. Now guys. So the last part we left off, Hiruzen. The art of his head throbbing as Naruto Uzumaki came in his office. Naruto had burned orange hair. It looked red and golden and reached down to his neck. Hiruzen sighed. He looked over the table for a second. Have a seat. As Naruto was Strange was putting it mildly. As Naruto kicked everyone out of the apartment, what he lived in. However, it turns out that the opening had died, and Naruto found hers in a fever. She didn't have any habit, and she loved me like her son. As Naruto was nice to her, and she was one of the few sisters that did not feel like a monster, so she left the apartment complex to him. Soon as she didn't want just to meet anything like that, and she knew how people are unkind to him even the right. So she left it to him. As Naruto evicted every person, he literally threw their stuff out and told them to get out. It was there that Hiruzen found out that he had to maintain much attention to Naruto's life, because Naruto had shown her actions of taking care of himself. After all, when Anbu found him, Naruto was on top of a pile of bodies. They were just patient unconscious, but still, they were twice his size as Naruto was able to knock them out. He was ridiculously strong, strangely too strong for his age. And Hiruzen wonders what an inherent Uzumaki thing. Granted, this hero is looking more than burnt orange side than red, but still. It turns out that Naruto had a prostitute working for him, as he had her dealing with his finances. as Naruto had bought the whole place and made her a mansion. Despite Naruto trusting her, Hiruzen decided to have a look into it to make sure that no one was taking advantage of him because Naruto was 6 years old. Naruto quickly made his way to the forest of death as he was attacked by a bear. When Uncle arrived, she saw Naruto eating bear meat over the flames. The both of them became friends after she tried to join him and him had tried to, well, stab her with a branch. As he told her that he would be joining the academy, she had told him to unlock his chakra, but other than that, he didn't teach him anything else, as she didn't want him to become too destructive in his young age. Hiruzen came to the room and came for a visit, as after seeing that everything was in order, he decided to leave it be as this woman was not doing anything to take advantage of Naruto. It did look that way because he was sick once again. When Naruto first arrived at the academy, he put on quite the show, as Naruto's goal was to become a dictator. He did not say in those words because he did not understand what that word meant. However, Naruto wanted to rule the entire place with an iron fist. Hiruzen kind of dreaded the actions that Naruto were taking, but he didn't seem to understand exactly what it meant, so Hiruzen decided to just allow it be for now until he understands the will of fire, so he needed to get him into the academy ASAP. As Naruto found the academy rather boring. The first day though, the girls were gushing over Sasuke, causing Naruto to step up in his face as Sasuke got angry and punched him. After some comments from Naruto, that ended up with Naruto thrown into the window. It is that day that Naruto met Mikoto, a rather nice woman. She was rather upset when she heard the things that he spoke about, especially when he spoke about the Bronco and him being there. She had a little word with the Hokage, who told Naruto to keep this information on a down low. Mikoto was friends with Naruto's mother, Kushina, before she died. Granted, they could not tell him many things about his past, but still, she watched over him. But because of the Uchihas being suspects of many things, and with what Naruto contained, she couldn't get too close. However, she wants to make sure that he is alright and told him to eat proper things, and not just eat stupid food, as Naruto rather enjoys stupid food. And just like that some time passed, as Naruto found Sasuke by himself, the Uchiha was moaning and Naruto wondered what was going on with him. As Naruto spoke about his mother, Sasuke lost it. Naruto did not know what he was doing until Sasuke attacked him. However, Naruto was not one to take an attack like that, as he threw Sasuke in the river after beating the crap out of him. As Naruto then told him that he was going to kill Itachi after he found out, Sasuke told him that he was going to get revenge. Well, Naruto was going to get stronger than him because he wasn't strong. Itachi was going to kill him instead because, well, he did kill all the Uchihas. So from there, the boys decided to train together. It was also there that Hiruzen found out about Nature Fire. The doctors were in their test on him, Uncle being here as well. It turns out that Nature Fire was not a fainted per se. It seems like his body was made up of high temperature, but the thing was his body was made in a way so the temperatures would not affect him right. However, the heat was far beyond what the doctors ever expected. As Naruto might have a fire bloodline or something, but not seeing one of these in the entire history of Bloodline, they did not know what exactly it was, so they will have to find out more about it. However, it was finally time for them to start learning things in the academy, as Naruto was excited, unaware that it was all going to be rather boring. However, given his attitude, things were not going to stay too calm for too long, and Naruto knew that the storm was coming. This child was quite the problem causer. So you guys, please subscribe to the guys game, switch across the places for yourself, and also, don't forget to go ahead and check out the brand new episodes of our other channels. Yes, I need a 4th and guys that will be fun every single day. Links will be on description. Remember to turn on the notification to exactly that post. And also guys, don't forget to comment down below so I can talk to you myself. I quite enjoy the interactions between me and you guys, so let me welcome you personally, so tell me if you're new. So without further ado, we jump right into this new episode again. Now guys, it was a rather beautiful day within the Hidden Leaf. However, our story begins at the Forest of Death, the place where most humans are told not to enter unless they had proper supervision. That is how dangerous the place was. Even some Jonin were aware of the place. Next, a boy was falling from tree branch to tree branch. On a closer inspection though, you could see that he was afraid of something. The way he threw himself from tree branch to tree branch, as he glanced behind him, his face being revealed. It was none other than Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke was now 13 years old. He has grown a lot since. He has kept his spear on the shorter side, However, the most thing that stand out in his face right now was the 5 marks on his face. It's like I was surrounded with 5 marks. They seem like a scar, like someone had poked him with something rather hot. 5 times around his eye, from his cheek, going around to his forehead, coming around. The 5 dots had scarred right there. As Sasuke jumped from tree branch to tree branch, making his way. Looking behind him, he saw something coming after him. Finally arriving where he wanted to arrive, Sasuke jumped down, within the clearing of the Forest of Death. A small open clearing. The moment he did, someone else landed behind him. A wicked grin on their face. It was none other than Naruto Uzumaki himself, standing there tall and proud. The both of them had grown over the years, however Naruto was at least 2 foot taller than Sasuke. Sasuke being 5'4", almost 5'5", as Naruto was 5'6". Yes, he was not taller. As Naruto here was tied up into a ponytail that went down into his back. His eyes burned here, still looking like a mixture between red and golden. As Naruto was in a loose shirt and usual that showed off his chest, no sleeves. Sasuke was dead clothes in his black shorts and his white Uchiha shirt that was scuffed up with dirt and also dry blood on it. It seems that they had been doing that for some time now. Sasuke looked towards Naruto, who shot towards him. Immediately, Sasuke's eyes changed into a two-folding Sharingan. Yes, the same eyes of the Uchiha. Two-folding in both eyes. Naruto came screaming at Sasuke like a wild animal. However, Sasuke predicted that as he turned his might to the left, upon doing so, Naruto swung around and kicked, causing Sasuke to duck underneath, and now he was right on Naruto's guard. Sasuke's fist came up with tremendous force and snapped on the Naruto's chin. Naruto's head was thrown back violently as everything seemed to slow down. As a grin spread across Naruto's face before, he brought his head down and smashed it right into Sasuke's head. The force causing Sasuke to drop down hard as Naruto raised a leg. Before he brought it down, Sasuke rolled his blade and jumped. He then proceeded to kick Naruto in the back of the head as Naruto's face slammed into the earth. Sasuke then kicked off as he came to Turtle. He then launched it towards the trap that he had set up. The Sharingan cut and Naruto went over the side, causing a hail of kunais to rain down upon the redhead down below. However, all Sasuke could hear was a chuckle. It was then that a gigantic stream of flame erupted in the air, melting all the weapons. Sasuke thoughts. As Naruto glanced back up this time, his eyes were burning with flames. He took off as Sasuke ran for his life, jumping from tree branch to tree branch, knowing that in this case it became much more harder to fight him. Sasuke had his gun on the next. He knew that this was a state that he had to calm down. That is why he was moving towards the nearby water source. Granting all these sessions always helped him improve his speed and strength because he knew getting hit by Naruto was just too brutal. And he tried to hone his research and skills, but the pain afterwards was unbearable. Sasuke had the same eyes of his time because of Naruto. Well, it was Sasuke's name, but Naruto was at least. Upon reading about the Uchiha and finding out that he had something known as Sharingan, Naruto knew Sasuke reached the awakening. Sasuke told him that it wasn't like that. However, Naruto refused to listen, and when the week was finally over, Naruto threatened to gouge out his eyes. Sasuke thought that he was bluffing, but knowing Naruto, he should have expected to do something that crazy. They fought, and Naruto had first. His 5 fingers in Sasuke's face, permanently scarring him. That is only a those finger marks in his face, yes, it is a finger. Naruto had then come close upon his eyes until Sasuke, out of desperation, had knocked him back somehow. When he got back up, maybe it was fear, maybe it was the adrenaline in his eyes, had actually been awakened. He was so much clearer than this. He was able to move, not as fast as he shot out, while his eyes were up, his body could not, and he suffered tremendously because of that thinking left. He could keep up with the movements of his eyes, which was something bad to think in that situation. He'd end up with 3 broken bones that day. When Naruto had dropped him off at the hospital for them to heal him. Yes, rather brutal age to remember. As he realized that even though his eyes could keep up, his body had to get a whole lot faster in order to keep up. But the more he grew, it seemed that Luther was just shattering all his limits, time and time again. Most of the time, Sasuke wondered if he made a huge mistake agreeing. He trained and held by Luther Uncle. Uncle was a sadistic person. Yes, he enjoyed causing others pain. However, Luther was not sadistic, he was just crazy. The past few years had been terrible on Sasuke. This time had been. His body had been broken so much times. Even though it helped him get stronger, he couldn't tell the last time when he came out of one of these training sessions at full 100%. He knew that he was getting stronger because there was no one around his age other than his crazy maniac behind him that could stand up during a fight. And he was sure of that. He wiped all the floor with the Kitsune Academy. That is why he was the best here. Granted, his moves are teaching better and powerful, and he is starting to being the best here. However, Sasuke found something about Naruto rather quickly. He did not care about most things. Yes, he just really did not. Most things bore him easily, and the academy was rather boring to him, so he did not show up. Iruka had brought this up to the Hokage on several occasions. However, Naruto refused to show up. And whenever he did, he only caused problems, so Iruka just gave up, as there was no chance of him forcefully dragging Naruto here. Sasuke was seen to start when the tree that he was about to land on met its explosive and that the entire thing was blown apart. Sasuke ducked and rolled on the ground as he came to a stop, kunai flipping out of his pouch as Naruto landed right in front of him. Before the two of them shot forward, Time-skip, she was dressed in a white t-shirt and her underwear, as she was currently at the stove, singing to herself and dancing. There was some egg in the pot, there was steak on the table, and a whole lot of different ingredients. Uncle Midarashi was happy with herself as she tried out her newest recipe. That is when she heard someone clear their throats. She turned. "Ah," she said, "what took you so long?" As Naruto walked over and dropped Sasuke on the couch. Sasuke, who was unconscious, bruises here and there, but nothing was broken. He had just been through a lot of pain, but he was fine, he would heal. Naruto believed that healing by himself would make him stronger. Anko did not seem ashamed in front of Naruto. Granted, she was at his place. She had moved in some time ago, as she had came over a lot of time helping Naruto with chakra studies, and she had slept here a lot of time, so he proposed the idea of her staying here. After all, he owned this entire place, this gigantic place. And she agreed after a while. Anko was not liked by everyone because of what her master did some time ago. However, unlike her, Naruto did not care. Yes, that was the thing about him. You could change him all you want, but he just did not care. And that took the power away from the villagers. They might glare at him or this and that, but he just didn't care about them. However, he was not that stupid though, and it did not take him too long to find out what he possessed. After training and lifting up his shirt several occasions, well, his shirt was always showing off his stomach, so the seal light popped up. He had went to the office. Hiruzen knew that he had to tell Naruto otherwise. He was gonna drive him crazy. And since he found out about the fox, Naruto's reaction was one of excitement. Most would think that people would be angry or upset that the fox was inside of them, but the thing was, the villagers never bothered Naruto. The people at the orphanage never really tried anything against him because Naruto was a fighter, and he would not go down. Not to mention he was physically stronger for his age than almost every civilian, without even ninja training. And the other thing was, Naruto was excited to know that a beast that could level mountains was inside of him. If he could harness that beast's power, he would be truly unstoppable. Hiruzen warned him not to do anything stupid, but Naruto did not know anything about Fuinjutsu, so he could confidently say that Naruto would not do anything stupid. At least he hoped. Naruto found out about the fox a year ago, and he's been trying to find out how to contact it, but so far he's been getting absolutely nothing. And he didn't know what to do. Anko had no other ideas what to do either. Granted, she did not want to get involved with that and just told him to leave it alone, but still, Naruto did not like to list the people. However, her choice of clothing in his house right now was one of occurrence. Usually she would be naked at her own place, So this was a far better substitute, and Naruto had gotten used to it. However, Sasuke tried to hide his little blush here and there because Uncle was a person that loved to tease you, and Sasuke was kind of antisocial, so it was always fun teasing him. Uncle rushed over with spoon in hand as she stuffed the food in his mouth. Taste that, she said. Granted, the food was incredibly hot, but Uncle had come to realize that heat did not bother Naruto one bit. In fact, he relished it. As Naruto swallowed before nodding his head. Wait, you like it? She said. Uncle knew that he was not the best cook. However, it seems like hell no, said Naruto, interrupting her thoughts. That was the most disgusting, horrible thing I ever tasted. If I could, I would cut my tongue off right now, so I can get rid of that taste out of my mouth. Uncle's sweat dropped. If he was one thing, he was always blunt. You're a really horrible cook. I've told you this many times, said Naruto. As he then reached down towards the bag that he had, pulling out a book. That is why I brought you this. Uncle's eyes started to twitch as she read the title, Cooking for Dummy 101. She glared at him. You act like you're a better cook, she said. I didn't say that. I suck at cooking, but you don't see me trying to prove something. Just admit that you're horrible, said Naruto. Uncle glared at him, but she took the book with her and walked away. As Naruto simply went to where the sleeping Sasuke was. Whack! Sasuke was woken up by a hard slap to the face. He got up rather angrily as he glared right back at Naruto. What the hell was that for, he said. One must endure pain to get stronger. So you can understand next time you should not get hit or make your body tougher. We're all not tough as you to endure pain, Sasuke said. Yes, but you'll have to get as tough as me if you want to succeed, said Naruto. So endure the pain. Sasuke wanted to sleep right now, but he was sure that if he tried to rest his head even in his own damn place, the blonde would come after him. Sasuke did not live here, but he spent a lot of time here. However, he's been attacked so much time in his own home by Naruto's secret sneak attacks to get him ready for the world that has become so annoying, but it doesn't matter how much time he tried, he could not stop it. The blonde was crazy and everyone knew that, but there was a measure to his craziness. At least, Sasuke found himself getting stronger, and he had his Sharingan now. However, the beatings over the years had taken quite a toll on him. It made him not too arrogant. If he hadn't suffered so many losses, so much broken nose, broken hands and legs, well, he would have probably been an arrogant asshole right now, but the beatings had shown him that he was not the strongest. Far from it to be exact. If Naruto was so strong, you could only imagine how other people were. Jonins, Kage the ninjas, Itachi. So Naruto beatings had helped quite a lot. A frustrated grunt could be heard come from the other room, when footsteps could be heard as Naruto jumped. The book that he gave Uncle slammed right on the ground, rather roughly missing his head. I'm not an idiot, he yelled. The way the book described, Cooking for Dummies, the readers seemed really like an idiot. And it pissed her off, not to mention, Naruto went out of his way to jump down with the notes, which further infuriated her. She didn't know if he was doing these things to piss her off, or sometimes this is just overall his way of acting. Over the past few years, she could not crack that secret. I would say that you're wrong about that, said Naruto. I even jot down little notes inside for you, to learn how to properly cook, and yet, you still find the book that hard you have to throw to my head. Naruto turned, hearing a hissing sound. As a giant snake rushed towards him, Sasuke had to jump off the couch. As Naruto was viciously slammed right into the wall, Uncle pulled Lakuna and he slowly stepped towards him. Sasuke decided to leave. These two were crazy enough, and most of the time he ended up getting caught up in these little skirmishes. So he decided to secretly sneak out. Hey! Sasuke froze. Do you think I'm an idiot as well, Uncle said, looking towards him. Sasuke didn't know what to say. If he said no, she would bring up something else and then he might get entrapped. If he said yes, she would attack him. He never got out of these things safely. Sometimes he really regrets becoming friends with these people. So he did what he felt was best. He ran away. Yes, he did. The moment he did, though, the door exploded. The other two were cursing him on the inside. Sasuke just left. People seemed to just walk about their business. They were used to the antics of those two. As Kimiko arrived, Kimiko sighed as she had to duck to the ground as a gigantic snake passed over her head. A couch then was thrown as she jumped away. Kimiko not being a ninja, however, through years of being able to dodge these things from these people that went insane and just doing so much damage. The amount of time that we carpenter, the fixer had to come to Naruto's house. Naruto was keeping that man in basement with the amount of money he paid, almost on a daily basis for wrecking things. Maybe she should stop by tomorrow and talk to him about finances. Yeah, tomorroow's a good idea, she thought, but she simply left. Time skip. The Academy. They've been going to the Academy for a couple years now. Well, Sasuke's been a good student, and that allowed him to become the #1 student of the Academy. Naruto, on the other hand, he was the worst student he could ever ask for. Dismissive, rude, did not listen to orders. He was gonna be a real trouble for whoever got him as a student. Yes, a real big trouble. Naruto knew that. However, the few times that Naruto did go to the Academy, he made it rather clear that he was someone not to mess with. One of those incidents being the time when he tried to cook Akamaru. Yes, and look on his face. Sasuke doubted that he was joking. He had saw Naruto fry a rabbit with his bare hands before, and a puppy was not too far out of the equation. As Sasuke said at least a million times he was crazy, Kiba got pissed off by that though, and that ended up with him taking Naruto on a battle that was not permitted. Well, Kiba woke up in the hospital next day with several broken bones. And since then, Naruto had proven to be one of the top dogs of the class. But he wasn't there most times. Granted, most people were afraid of him, especially the students. The girls could not understand how him and Sasuke were friends. His bad boy meat attitude was just angering to them. However, some of them actually found it rather strangely attractive. Naruto was the person that their parents told them to stay away from. It doesn't matter what, just stay away from him. He was the one that did not listen, he was the one that rebelled. And that caused several girls in the class to, well, look his way. One of those being Ino Yamanaka, while one of her friends, Sakura Haruno, was deadly terrified of Naruto. Sakura loved to talk, and she talked a lot. And Naruto was not a person that kept up with people annoying him. So he had threatened to burn all of her hair off. She had laughed it off, saying that he was a fool, that he could not do something like that. As Naruto really hated the color pink on her head. Granted, he did not hate the color anywhere else but on her head. It seemed to just piss him off even more. When he went through with his threat and burned some of her hair off, her parents had came to the Hokage and made a claim there was a lot of problem there. However, Naruto just got some punishment by cleaning up the class this and that. Since then, Sakura had stayed away from him, afraid that he was going to do it again or this and go even further. When the students saw him rebelling against Hokage, Ino being one of them because she had stayed behind, that made her just like him even more, but she would never say this out loud because everyone stayed away from him, so she didn't want to be the weird one. None of the girls wanted to be stayed away. Kept her secret feelings for the original week from the public eye. However, today was a special day, and Naruto had to be here. However, he was late. Sasuke sat in the class as usual. Over the years, he had come to not mind the girls' attitude. Strangely enough, to how bad Naruto was, it made him realize that these kids were not that bad. So he even spoke a few times to them, which got them even more happier. As Ino looked around, you think that whole Naruto teacher had a gun. Sakura looked around kind of fearful, as he was worried that he might hear Ino. However, he was really not here. He'll be here soon, Sasuke said. The girls all cool and heard Sasuke speak. It was always a delightful moment of their day. Some did not really show him that interested anymore. Some of them looked a lot and preferred the bad boy thing now, which was Naruto. Sasuke was cool, but he wasn't a rebellious person. Yes, he did not do anything that might dazzle them a bit. As for one person in the back, Hinata Hyuga, she sat by herself, just calmly looking through the window. Hinata saw Naruto as a strong person, and she wished that she could have at least some of this confidence to do certain things. but he was a really unpleasant person sometimes. And it shows as Naruto kicked open the door and walked inside. He never wore a shirt that did not expose his chest. Even if he bought a shirt that did, he literally cut it. He then proceeded to cut off the sleeves. And some crazy way it kind of fit him, as most of them turned their gaze towards him. A lot of them looking at it, as there was a guy with blue hair shooting Sasuke. Sakura was on the other side as she wanted. However, Ino did not put much into the chase this time, as she was still keeping up the facade. Naruto looked down towards the guy. Move. Sasuke gave Naruto a look, however Naruto ignored him. The guy quickly moved as he went to another seat, not wanting to get into a little problem with the bully, if you might say. Naruto has a philosophy: if you can't beat him, you can't, well, order him around, or not do what he says, because if he's stronger, he's better. That was his ideology. A rather flawed one, but still, that was what he go by. Granted, he could not beat certain people like the Hokage or certain Jonins, so he was not the strongest yet, but he was gonna work until he was. It did not take long for Aruka to enter the class. Ah, I see you're all here. Even you, Naruto, Aruka said. Well, it had to be, said Naruto. Today is the day that I graduate. Given your scores, you graduating should not even be a thing, Aruka said. You've chosen time and time again to purposely remove yourself from the class and not partake in the tests. Yet I'm still here, said Naruto as he placed both hands behind his head. I wonder if your teaching 30 years was just a big waste of time. Aruka's eyes started to twitch. I mean, I did not do your test and yet I'm still here. Many of the kids start to realize that was indeed real. However, the Hokage had made sure that Naruto participated in the test. Naruto was going to be a ninja no matter what. He was special. Most people did not know that. Aruka was one of them though. Most of the adults, all of them, knew what Naruto contained, so he wasn't surprised. Just be quiet, he said. As I was saying, once your name is called, you will go to the examination area. You have all taken your test yesterday. We have collaborated all of your tests and sessions across all the years. And the top finalist of the year is Sakura Haruno. Sakura beamed with joy. She had the best record when it comes to the, well, mental part, as her tests were impeccable. However, Taijutsu, there wasn't much girls in the class that were that physically able. Hinata could beat all of them, with her eyes closed. However, she did not fight that much, and she always made herself lose by just being too timid, and that was her biggest problem. However, Sakura had won a few fights here and there. Ino was her main person that she matched up with. However, she beat all the other girls, because they were also civilian, and they were much weaker. And for the boys, Sasuke Uchiha, as majority of the people already know that. And the dead last of the class is Naruto Uzumaki. Aruka said, making sure to get his point across. However, Naruto seemed to be enjoying that as he was smiling, which further infuriated the teacher, as he quickly started to pass out and follow their names, as it was going by their last name. Sasuke went before him, his Uchiha name, although Naruto's name was Uzumaki, the second letter, as Naruto was dead, so yeah. Sasuke came back in a short amount of time with headband in tow. Of course he would pass, as Naruto was called. Making his way around there, Naruto saw that there was two teachers there, one of them being Mizuki. I'm surprised you're even here, said Mizuki. Given your grades, and how much you have not participated, I'm surprised you're even taking a part in this test. You know, I don't really like you, said Naruto. Mizuki wanted to say that he did not like him either, however, he kept his mouth shut as Aruka was there. Enough of that, shall we? Just let's get on with the practical, shall we? The first is to create a clone of yourself. That should be pretty easy, said Naruto as he brought his hand together. Upon doing so, he moved his talking. There was a flash of flame, as the teachers felt the heat. Standing there was a complete clone of Naruto. However, the skin of the clone looked more on the reddish side. Aruka walked over towards it, as he wondered if the clone was a feeling. However, he felt the unnatural heat coming from the clone. What is this? Alka asked. This is my fire zone. Wait. Are you saying that you mix elemental manipulation and producing? Yes, said Naruto. But when did you... As I told you before, said Naruto, the academy is a waste of time. Haruka had never seen Naruto for his speak or really show what he can do. However, he never expected to reach this far. And he was rather surprised.
And so it goes.
The clone then
Sorry,
puffed away,
little friend.
releasing a wave of heat as he did so,
That
causing the
is
teachers to sweat a bit.
But we should
What's
try
next?
again.
The substitution. Mizuki found himself where Naruto was standing, as he glared towards Red Head. Now for the transformation technique, Haruka said, as Naruto turned into Mizuki. However, Naruto made Mizuki look like a real buffoon, as Haruka noticed that he did it on purpose, causing Mizuki to clench his fist rather hard. Well, beyond all of my expectations, you did everything that you were told. And I have to say, congratulations, Haruka said, as Naruto snapped the headband. He looked at it. As he looked around, yeah, he thought as he tied on his head, placing right there to keep some of the red bands to the side, as he tucked them in the side of the headband. He then walked out, arriving back to the room. That was rather boring, he said. Upon saying that, he just left the class, not really hearing what anyone else said. Sasuke just sat down, always thinking that he's above the rules. Someone's gonna put him in his place one day, Kiba said. Huh, is it gonna be you, Ino asked. Kiba clenched his fist. He might not be stronger right now, but once they got their Jonin Sensei and truly started to train, he will be stronger. Don't even think about it, said Shikamaru. You do realize that as you're growing stronger as well, you will get stronger as well. How the hell do you know what I'm thinking? I saw that look on your face, Shikamaru said, as he leaned back, already holding on to his headband. It was too troublesome tiny hair on his head, or his arm. He just held on to it. You watch, I'm gonna get stronger, and become the strongest in his class. You wish, Sasuke said. I'm gonna surpass you as well as Kiba. When Naruto got back, what are you doing here so early, Uncle said? The last time I checked, this is my place, said Naruto. Or perhaps I've walked into a completely different location. That's not what I mean. I was planning on showing you a party for your graduation. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Why, he said. Well, you did pass your Genin now, a ninja of Konoha. The title doesn't really mean much to me, said Naruto. I've seen a lot of people, these so-called chonins, who are actually weaker than me, so don't get too much about it. You know, you can at least be happy for your promotion, she said. I'll be happy when I finally become a Jonin. I think special Jonin's a lot better. Nah, it really isn't, she said. Well, it is to me. It has special in the name. If it was up to me, I'll become a special Genin. You know what? Naruto caught his headband. What are you doing, Uncle said? As she saw the heat coming from his finger. Once he was done, Uncle stood there. You know that the face in Konoha property, especially the headband, is a punishable offense. What? It makes it look a whole lot better than Naruto as he draw. Our S beside the Konoha symbol. It was not big to overtake the symbol, but big enough so it can be seen. And there it is, a special Genin, said Naruto. He then tore the blue cloth off. He came back with a red cloth. Where did you get this, Uncle said? As she rubbed it against her face. It's quite soft. I bought it from Mercury, said Naruto. As he tied it on his head. See? Much better. Still feels a bit weird, he said. Granted, this hair always came on his face, but he kind of liked it, so he took it off. He then wrapped it on his waist. Yes, he thought himself. If you really want to go and celebrate, let's go to Naruto. You're not cooking. Let's go somewhere else. Fine, but you're cool, he said. Haven't I always said Naruto, we need a week? Time skip. They had picked up Sasuke along the way, and they made a way to get something. The next day, alright, settle down, Naruto said. I am proud of all of you that have made it so far. But no, from this point on, this is no game. We've been trained them to fear you. You're the scoff at that. As arrogant as people with us, we've been trained them to fear you to the outside world. And it's time that you fire and vote. And defend your village as a pro to know what shoulders you are. Today will be the team listing. You will find out which team you're placed and who will be your team executive. Who will pick you up after lunch. Alright, so from team 1 to 6, Newton name was my call coach. He was not that interested until he heard. Naruto was a mocker. Soccer Haruno. Soccer felt her heart drop. The last thing she wanted was to be in a team with him up for a person. However, Sasuke Uchiha, that brought a smile to her face hearing that name. At least she felt like a friend of her favorite. At least someone that she wanted was him. Ino was pissed off. It made something that it was not Sasuke, however. Ino was not pissed for that reason. While she was still liking Sasuke a bit, her interest mostly focused on Lute at the moment. However, she had not made it obvious as she didn't want anyone to notice. But now Sasuke was on his team with Sakura for people. And she got Shikamaru and Choji, which pissed her off.
Reach the location. Clear out.
I wrote her then gave him another team as A few minutes passed over. Ruby the anchor, followed by more and more and more. Until the Jonin Quincy of tea ate her eyes. Kiba saw the woman that came in. As a drink came to his face, he knew that the sense would be inexplicable he felt himself. As Naruto focused on her eyes, he liked her eyes. Pure pupilless red, he liked it. The next one was a smoky man. However, came then. A smoker. How much more work to go against? And just like that, Team 7 was really unlocked. 5 minutes then, 10 minutes then, 15. As Naruto got up, when he goes just because whoever this person is, it's obvious that they're not interested in showing up on an early time, or when you're supposed to be young. And I'm not gonna allow them to waste my time either, said Naruto. Besides, I'm hungry. Didn't you have enough to eat last night, Sasuke asked. I'm still hungry. As Naruto walked out, sometimes Sasuke really wonder where the food goes. As Naruto eats for at least 10 people, Sakura was truly curious. How are you and him friends, she asked. She just couldn't understand it. I don't know myself, Sasuke said. As he was talking to her, and that made her feel happy. He is complicated, crazy, and sometimes I think a bit psychotic. But he's my friend, Sasuke said. Yeah, he's my friend. Sakura hated this, no, she don't like this fighting. If she was never going to be with her Sasuke, would that mean she had to be friends with you as well? She didn't want that, anything but that to free. However, they did not leave the class. Around a couple hours later, someone fired her name. As Sakura lost her patience, "You're late," she yelled. Sorry about that, he said. I got caught up in the road of life, and it took me a while to get here. Confused by his statement, continued later on. As he noticed one person was missing. Where's your other team? He said that he was wasting his time, so he left Sakura said, trying to get Naruto into some trouble as well. It was payback for him, burn your gear. Well, as you're doing something, your first mission is to go and find the protector. As he then left, why is that our responsibility, Dr. said? It's not like we're the ones that were weak. Sasuke size he got up. Come on, he said. I know where it is. Weak? Yeah. As Sasuke walked off, Sakura walking behind him. Sometime later they arrived towards Ikkoban installed. It always amused me just how much he can actually do, said Ayama, who stood in front of Naruto, as he was working on his 38 old. As he showed no signs of stopping. What can I say? This thing is amazing, said Naruto, as he kept on eating. At his 40th old, what is the hell? Excuse me, said Naruto. I see my training of commander is paying off, I am said. Well, I need this for your benefit, said Naruto. You know, you seem to tell me that, right? Because now I'm going to think that you are using on the solutions. Oh, Most people can't stand me in fact. They say I'm rude, irresponsible, and sometimes crazy. I twitch at that. She sighed. You really need to do better than what you said. You're just gonna make it worse for yourself. Well, if they don't like me, they can go and screw themselves. Naruto, she said, you shouldn't be saying things like that to a child. Huh. You should hear what they're saying on their own, said Naruto. I have a really positive emotion, said Yuki was smart. He loved to joke with Ayon. He was nice, not to mention. She was always trying to fix him. His behavior, to be exact. She always said that he was too rude for a child, and the things that he was doing was unbecoming of someone his age. And for some reason that made me like her. Hey, Ayon, how about you taking me to the computer? That's it. But maybe if you were a bit older. Come on, you look at the future as strongest ninja in the entire world. This ain't really matter. It does when you are a baby because you open a close. I'm not a baby, said Nico. I'm a grown man. If you don't look like a grown man to me, you take a laugh. No worry. You're gonna find someone special one day for you. Someone that is going to you. Someone that can keep up with your antics. Because calling you I can't, she said to him. Fine, said Nico. But remember I asked you first. Don't come here when you finally realize you need to clean up thinking, okay? I understand, she said to make it better. Well, I guess I better Naruto. Huh? Naruto glanced towards Sasuke. I see you finally rise up and you try to come along with me to get something to eat. Realizing that, no, our sense is back. And we have to lose our time coming to find you. Our? Naruto glanced behind Sasuke. Sasuke cared that he was trying to do, not looking at him.
The drone had a complete imprint.
So what does he want?
I know what to look
He wants you back here. He's gonna wait, said Naruto. After all, he didn't make us wait. Naruto was late. You're a ninja now, and you have to listen to your Jonin sensei. So go back to the class. And be respectful, I must say. You know you can't be the boss on your own, right? Said Naruto. I mean, you said you won't date me. She reached for the leader. Fine, said Naruto. It's not like it would hurt. However, I am almost the only person that could do this to him. His uncle as well. As Naruto made his way, well, uncle was more like verbally taking an attack to him because she knew that he could take it. Either slamming him into the wall with tremendous force or using her teeth to wrap her so tight, it seems like he would burst. As Naruto made his way followed by the others, he saw her making sure he had this as between them. Ever since the event, she's been scared of him, and he seems like that wouldn't change. I know she's not felt either because every time he looked at her, he always knew their hands to it. It did not take him too long to arrive to the roof, where the other two did. As Kakashi looked towards the door again, he didn't find him. Oh, he did. Took Sasuke's head out. Where is he? Kakashi stopped himself at that. As Naruto jumped up behind the railing, sending up holding on Naruto's face. However, Kakashi simply sidestepped Naruto. When Naruto touched the ground, there was a burst of flames as he shoot, back off, screaming his legs. Kakashi realized if he moved up the way, the kid would throw himself off the railing and drop down his paws hard into the roof. So he reached out to grab Naruto's leg. However, he saw that it was a tree, as Naruto twist and latched down towards him. Kakashi was not going for nothing though, as he simply slapped Naruto down the ground. Naruto landed on all fours before he flipped upwards, bringing his feet up. Kakashi caught him, however the force, actually rubbing him a bit. Shocked by that, he pushed Naruto off. As Naruto came up and down, Naruto asked what was that for. Well, seemed so weak, I thought you were just a waste of time, but I can see that you can hold your own. So, I'm not gonna complain. Not like I was even here waiting for you to later. After all this contract, and I'm gonna wait yours. Good ideology, but... Well, before I say anything else, see what has done himself. Let us begin with a bit of introduction. Little fire tanks, why don't you go first, kid? The name is Naruto Uzumaki. What do you want to know? Well, likes, dislikes, hobbies, goals, dreams. That. Why do you want to know that?
We're in.
So we can better get to know our teammates. Oh, well Sasuke knows me, but that little frightened creature over there, she's afraid of me. I'm not, Sakura said. Speaking up, trying to save face.
It appears
Oh, you're
he's
not?
trying to get it.
Why do you keep on flinching when I look at you?
Capture him and the road.
Because I hate you. Oh, why? You burned my ear, she said to him.
Officer is nearby.
I
Track
burned
them
your
down.
ear?
There's the officer.
Don't you remember?
Capture them.
Sakura said looking at him confused. Luka scratched off his head. Well, my brain can only hold so much. Or maybe my brain just doesn't care about useless information, you see? When things are unnecessary and pointless, I kind of can't forget them. And you're one of that.
Sunrise near.
Hey, she yelled at
Sentient
him.
retreats.
Are you saying I'm useless and
Strike now,
pointless?
for in moments the
Yeah,
future
said
decides
Naruto.
itself.
Sakura felt like punching him, but she knew that wasn't a good idea, so she kept her anger. Alright, that's enough of that, so Kakashi. Now why don't you explain yourself? Why don't you explain yourself, said Naruto. Well, if that will make you more easy to explain yourself, then yes. My name is Kakashi Hatsuki. I like a couple of things, I dislike a couple of things. I have a couple of dreams, couple goals, hobbies. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Huh, so it's like that, said Naruto. Well, you know my name. I have dreams, goals, hobbies. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Kakashi eyed quick as that being turned back against him. Well, I see you're gonna be hard to cooperate. Well, you haven't proven yourself to me just yet, said Naruto. Wait, I have to prove myself to you? Of course you do. If you're going to teach someone as great as me, you need to prove yourself that you're great enough to teach me. That little thing that we just had, you do not enough. So we're gonna fight, said Naruto. Not here though, this place is too small. So tomorrow, come to training ground 7, said Naruto. Team that we're Team 7. And I'll fight you there to see if you're worthy enough. With that, Naruto jumped off. Do you think Kakashi and others there? Kakashi stood there. He's always like that, Sasuke said. Yes, you two are friends, are you not? Said Kakashi. Yeah, we're friends, said Sasuke. Sounding like it was a heavy burden saying that. He makes it really hard to. Why don't you two explain yourself? That is what they did. Sakura stumbling with Sasuke here. Well, I was gonna suggest that tomorrow you come for a test. At Training Ground 7. Wait, that's real? Yes. A test tomorrow. So be prepared. Oh, and I would advise that you don't eat. Why, said Sakura. You might throw up. With that, he vanished. As Naruto was already gone some time ago, Naruto was walking, hands in his pockets when he smelled something. Stopping towards the shop, Naruto smelled the fragrance. As he walked towards and opened the door and stepped inside. The squad meeting for the others had already done because Kakashi was extremely late. Oh hello there, Ino froze. The last thing she expected to see today was him. Tomorrow her team and her will be doing a test. And she came home to tell her parents everything, and her mother was going to go out, so she told to watch up until she get back. However, she see him
You pay me
here.
in red. I pay
However, she
you
still
in
herself.
silver.
How can I help you? Naruto looked up towards her. What's that smell? He said to her. What do you mean? Naruto sniffed. The whole place reeked of it. Is it these things, the flowers? Said Naruto. Well, a lot of flowers have different smell.
You choose to pursue other
Do you like them? She
see
asked.
and are seen.
Well, they don't smell bad. I want some. For my house. I like the aroma, said Naruto. As he started to sniff. Well, what scent do you like in particular? This one, said Naruto. Well, it seems you have a good nose on you, she said. Those are quite the flowers, she said to him. Eletian, Rue Lily, that's the name.
Because you're a friend.
They will indeed
I'm going to
bright
offer
up your
you something
house,
special.
wherever you live.
Just remember.
I just want them for the smell. Is there some way I can extract the smell from them? Well, not really, she said. Okay, I'll just take the flowers then, said Naruto. I'll take 2 of these pots here. Okay, she said. Why don't you bring them up so I can ring them up? As Naruto brought them up, he looked at her. She looked up as he was just staring at her.
Advancement imminent.
What's wrong?
Require more data.
Do I know you? You look kind of familiar. Ino's sweat
Advancement
dropped.
imminent.
Are you
Require
serious?
more data.
What? Said Naruto. You're joking, right? Are you crazy? Said Naruto. Why do you keep on asking me if I'm serious or I'm joking? We've been going to the same academy for the past couple of years. How can you not know me? She said to him. We have? Huh. Guess I never noticed. Well, I've noticed you, she said, and she covered her mouth quickly. Oh, so you have, said Naruto. As Naruto walked around the counter. What are you doing? She said. You can't just... He looked her up and down. You're my age. You're pretty cute as well. Maybe you're the one. What are you talking about? Ayam told me that I'll find someone who can keep up with my craziness and... Well, I wonder if you're the one. Wait, are you talking about someone to be with? Ino said. Yeah, I suppose, said Naruto. Her face turned immensely red. Not to mention you do control this flower shop, so I can smell these flowers a lot. He then walked towards her. He sniffed her. You also smell like flowers as well. As Ino was blushing by this point. You're also pretty as well, said Naruto. That made her blush even more red. He then reached and pulled out his money as he paid. As he then started to walk away. Hey! She shouted at him. Naruto glanced towards her. What was all of that? I don't think you're ready, he said to her. Ready for what? For someone like me, said Naruto. You seem too... nice. I'm too nice? Yep, said Naruto as he walked away. Leaving Ino there. She's too nice? What? She shouted. Her mother came in a moment later. Tool bag in hand. Ino, honey, what's wrong? She said. I could hear you shouting from outside. Oh, it's nothing, Mom. Ino was wondering if that was an hallucination or something. If she was thinking about him after she saw him. Did you sold something? She asked. Ino looked to make sure that she did. Yeah, she said. The next morning, Sasuke had stopped by and told Naruto about the not to eat thing. However, the next morning when Naruto arrived, an hour and a half late, his stomach was full while the other two seemed to be hungry. As Naruto looked at them, eating a sandwich to make things worse, the both of their stomach grumbled. Sensei told you not to eat, Sakura said, looking at Naruto. Well, I don't give a damn what he says. I'm hungry. And if you're hungry, you should eat as well, said Naruto. Let me guess, you follow the rules, he said, looking towards Sasuke. Sasuke just looked away, his belly grumbling. As Naruto looked around, you're all so late. Where have you been? Sakura said. Naruto looked down towards her. Is our teacher here? Well, no. So, how am I late? He told us 8. And it's 9 right now, she said to him. Naruto looked towards her. You're annoying me, he said. So be quiet. As he walked away, he went and lied down under a tree. As he ended up falling asleep, snoring rather loudly. I don't understand how you can be friends with someone like that, Sakura said. He just gets under my nerve. You're not the only one, Sasuke said. He surely knows how to piss people off in the worst way possible. Then why are you friends with him? Once again, I don't know, Sasuke said. He really had no idea. But they were friends, and there was no denying that. Another 30 minutes went by as Kakashi finally arrived. Yo, he said. Sensei, you're late. Oh, sorry about that. A few black cats crossed my path, so to avoid not getting bad luck, I walked the other way around. Really? That's your excuse? Well, let's get on with it, shall we? He pulled out 2 bells. Would someone mind waking up Naruto? Sasuke smirked as he walked over and raised his hand. Whack! He whacked Naruto across the face, only for Naruto to get up and punch him right in the stomach, causing him to stagger back. See? Now that's a fast reaction, said Naruto. Sasuke glared at him as Naruto picked himself up. Ah, you're finally here, Cyclops. How astute of you, said Kakashi. Now as I was saying, your goal is to get these bells by noon. If you don't get a bell, you'll have to watch as we eat our lunch in front of you while you're tied to a post. And you will be sent back to the academy if you fail the second time. Wait, sent back? Said Sakura. Oh yes, I failed to mention, correct? Those who does not get a bell will be sent back. But there's only two. Naruto start to laugh. And what's so funny? Well, she know that she's worthless, so she's gonna get sent back. As Sakura looked down in shame, realizing that these two were stronger than her. She's seen it several times before. Naruto was able to defeat Sasuke by himself. And Sasuke was the strongest in the class. Now, you shouldn't be saying such a thing about your teammates, said Kakashi. Otherwise, it might not do you so good. Sasuke eyes narrowed as he heard that. The way Kakashi spoke about teammates, something then popped into his mind as he wondered. Alright. As Kakashi placed on the bell, begin! Sakura and Sasuke vanish. Did you hear me? Oh, I heard you, said Naruto, as he cracked his knuckles. As he cracked his neck and bounced the ball of his heel. I told you this before. I'm gonna be the one that's gonna be testing you, to see if you're fit to teach me. After all, I can't have a weak teacher representing me. I need someone strong. Although, I was told that you were one of the strongest. And who told you that? Uncle. Ah, yes. You are friends with Uncle. You seem like you already know that, said Naruto. Well, you're not the only one that did a background check. Ah, I see, said Naruto. What do you mean? You're a pedophile. Oh, what? Checking up on kids. Wearing that whole mask covering your identity, so no one will know what you look like when you run away. Not to mention you give off these creepy vibes. I'm not a creep, said Kakashi. Well, you are to me, said Naruto. So how about the pedo? Said Naruto as flames ignited on his hand. Kakashi narrowed his gaze. He did hear about this, but seeing it up close without hand signs was rather surprising. Let's go, as Naruto shot forward. Kakashi really wanted to see what he can do. With all of his big talk, he hoped that he wasn't a disappointment. However, the test was not starting off good with Naruto's attitude. He wouldn't tell if this was going to be good or bad. Well, it was probably going to be bad. But guys, be and subscribe right here. If you want to see next part and do, like, subscribe, comment down below. Turn on that bell notification to post it, but I'm hoping to see you guys soon. Peace, guys. Hey, what's up guys, and welcome to part 3 of What If Naruto Was a Demigod of Fire. Remember to get this one to 100 likes as usual. Share this to all of your friends in your social media platform. And also guys, don't forget to go ahead and check out the brand new episode of What If Godlike Naruto Was Sent to the Marvel Universe, and enjoy that. And also, stay tuned for the rest of what is coming your way over an Anime King and Anime Prince. Yes, that's right, I indeed have 4 channels that I post what if on every single day for you guys to enjoy. So go ahead and destroy that red subscribe button and become a part of the Anime King family. And thank you for all your help and your support. And yeah, without further ado or wasting any more time, what do you say we jump right into this brand new episode? Don't forget to turn on the bell notifications to exactly when I post. So let's begin now, guys. So the last spot we left off, we started with Sasuke running through one of the most dangerous places within Konoha, that being the Forest of Death, as he was running from someone. Sasuke turned as he saw his pursuer. Immediately he was attacked. However, Sasuke was able to bypass his pursuer and send a brutal fist into his chin. But the person simply grinned as he was none other than Naruto. It has been a couple of years now. Both boys have turned 13. And they were about to graduate out of the academy. Sasuke had 5 dots around one of his eyes. The reason being Naruto had threatened to rip out his eyes if he did not awaken the Sharingan. When Naruto found out that Sasuke clan had another level, that being their Sharingan, which made them stronger, he told Sasuke to awaken it, but that is not how it worked. But Naruto was a bit crazy, so Sasuke did not intend, or maybe he did, think that Naruto would try going through this threat. However, the action actually pushed Sasuke to reawaken his eyes. Unknown to Sasuke's eyes activate when Itachi had slaughtered everyone. But since then it had not came back up, but Naruto action to report his eyes and actually burn him in his face, caused him to do that. However, the scars just make him look kind of cooler. But it seems like Naruto's craziness caused Sasuke to be more open and talk more. Not to mention, Naruto had humbled him at least 100 times. Sasuke usually be arrogant and, well, thinking that he's better than everyone, but he soon come to realize that was so far from the case, it was just incredible. Naruto had made sure to humble him at least 10 times throughout the entire week already, and they've been trained like this for years now. Sasuke's eyes had 2 Sharingan inside of them, as Naruto was able to get things that normal children their age could not get, that being ninja scrolls. Arriving back to the apartment, Naruto drops Sasuke on the couch. Anko had moved into Naruto's place, figuring that she had become his, well, sensei, till he graduated the academy, and Naruto told her to stay here while she trained him because she was always going back and front. Not to mention she didn't have to pay any rent here, so she stayed here as she trained the kid. Kimiko stopped by every now and then, as she was still Naruto's financial assistance. Not to mention she was finding better ways for him to invest his money into other buildings and areas around Konoha. Kimiko was making a lot of money off of this, not to mention Naruto trusts her as well. She's known him since he was a small child, and he's smart for his age, despite sometimes he act, well, Looney Tune crazy. However, the time had finally come. It wasn't hard to pass the test. In fact, it was pretty easy. Naruto created clones, not in normal clones though. He created elemental clones, which should be rather shocking for someone his age. However, Naruto was still the bottom of the class, the reason being, Naruto never came to class. He really been there, except for when it comes to fighting, Naruto was not there. Time and time again he's shown that he didn't really care about that, so he purposely missed out on class, but Sasuke still go. And out of everyone else, no one could beat Sasuke. Well, except for Naruto, but Naruto was not there, so Sasuke was top dog of the class. Kiba had learned how to get humble as well, as Naruto had threatened to cook Akamaru, and they could not tell if he was joking or not. Hinata was trying to get as strong and be like Naruto because he did not care what anyone say or think of him. In fact, when Naruto found out that he was a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, Naruto did not even process that people disliked him that much, because he just did not care. As for some of the girls really liked him because of his attitude. Naruto was the bad boy of the class, as Ino was starting to fall for him a bit. However, she tried not to make it look too obvious, knowing that he was the bad boy, the dangerous one. And not to mention, a lot of bad comments had been sent around him, around the entire school, and not to mention some adults saying how rude he was and he loved to misbehave. So yeah, she tried not to let it show. As Naruto met their sensei, after he had left though, Kakashi was the one that sent Sakura and Sasuke to find him. Sakura on the other hand was a bit afraid of Naruto. She tried not to let it show, but she was, because he burned her hair when they were younger, and he threatened to roast her alive. Her mother had complained to the Hokage about him. However, things were said and done, and they threatened him with the punishment of cleaning the class. However, Naruto makes sure they didn't do that again, by punishing them back with his fire. They met Kakashi as Naruto was not too nice towards him, seeing that the man had shown up late. However, when he arrived there, Kakashi told him about tomorrow. Well, Naruto was the one that said it. Naruto said that he will be testing Kakashi to see if he's worthy enough to be sensei. On his way home, he smelled something as he realized it was flowers. He has never really paid attention to that before, but they smelled nice. As he made his way inside the flower shop, Ino was shocked as Naruto looked her over. He said that she was too soft. Ino was confused by that. He bought 2 flowers and left. As her mother came in wondering what just happened to her, she and her daughter all frazzled as Naruto made his way back home. The next day everyone arrived, as Kakashi took hours to arrive once again, waking up Naruto, who almost burned him once he woke up. However, Kakashi brought out the bells and told them what they had to do. So with that, they got to work while the other 2 flashed away. However, Naruto was challenging Kakashi out in the open, as he wanted to see if Kakashi was worthy enough to be his sensei. He was the one testing Kakashi, he told him, not the other way around. Kakashi had heard about his attitude, not to mention, with him being around uncle all the time, well, he should not be surprised. However, it was then and there that the match began, as the both of them looked at each other as Naruto rushed forward. So yeah guys, basically let's left off, you guys can switch across the playcheck to yourself, and what do you say we jump into this brand new episode. Begin now guys. Sasuke stood in his hiding spot watching Kakashi and Naruto down below. The fight was about to begin. However, Sasuke's mind was on something else. It was something Kakashi said before the fight began, about one of them going back or less. They can work. However, he never finished his sentence. He then remembered what he heard from Uncle. Sasuke did his research before coming here. Maybe it was the years of going through Naruto unpredictability. It caused Sasuke to wise up in certain areas, and this was one of them. He spoke to Uncle about who this Kakashi fellow was. The most shocking aspect was he had a Sharingan. Sasuke never thought that he would see another with a Sharingan unless he faced him, but this guy had one as well. Supposedly he got it from his dead Uchiha friend. It turns out that Sasuke clan had allowed it to happen because they wanted to allow the memory of the dead Uchiha to go on through Kakashi. Sasuke did not know who that was, Uncle neither. However, Kakashi was someone that lost both of his teammates. Wouldn't someone like that want his team to stick together, especially this new one? He has never heard of a two-man cell before with a sensei. As Sasuke racked his brain until it hit him, it felt like Naruto had punched him over the head. As he finally understood, that brought a smirk to his face. He had to find Sakura first, but first thing first, he wanted to see what Naruto can actually do against a Jonin. Up until this day, he has never actually seen Naruto go all out. They'd never fight to that degree, so he would like to see what Naruto can actually do. Down below, Kakashi's eyes smiled down towards the redhead or blonde. His hair was a mixture between them both, so Kakashi was just gonna refer to him as a blonde. So you think you can defeat me all by yourself, huh? He said, looking down towards Naruto, who hadn't said a word since he had jumped down here, which was rather strange seeing how talkative he was. A smile crept up on Naruto's face, causing Kakashi to quirk an eyebrow as he looked towards him. As Naruto then started to stretch, Kakashi watched as he stretched every muscle before he slowly removed the jacket that he was wearing. His jacket was already cut at the middle so he could see his chest, so there wasn't much difference. As Naruto tossed it over to the side, the moment the jacket touched the ground, Kakashi brought his hand up as Naruto blurred towards him. A brutal kick blocked by Kakashi. The elite Jonin, Sharingan Kakashi, was shocked when he felt the amount of force behind the attack. He had heard that Naruto possessed unnatural strength for his age. However, he just thought that he had remnants of training like Guy Prodigy, a student that was turned into a miniature clone of him, but this strength was baffling. Kakashi felt his arm vibrate as he could feel the tingles run through him from the pinpoint area. However, Kakashi had subconsciously braced himself enough to pull his arm back. That was the only reason why he was not suffering more pain. However, this kid was immensely strong, far stronger than he thought. Naruto lashed out with a brutal punch. Kakashi redirected toward the side, not gonna tank his hits if he didn't have to. As Naruto was able to spin himself in mid-air, surprising Kakashi as he lashed out kicks and punches. However, Kakashi diverted and pushed them away. Naruto landed on both hands before he shot out his legs. Kakashi grabbed his left leg before twirling and throwing him. Naruto slammed right into a tree. However, he stomped his foot in the tree so hard it left indentations before he shot off. Kakashi pulled 3 kunais before he tossed them. The first 2 went through the legs of Naruto's pants as it stabbed into the ground, pinning him there as Kakashi flashed in front of him as he brought his hand up to knock Naruto down to the ground. However, the blonde looked up and opened his mouth. Years of reflex kicked in as Kakashi ducked and flipped away as he watched a stream of fire shot in the sky. Kakashi then sniffed as he smelled something. He then patted his head repeatedly out in the flames that was dosing the end of his hair. A few strands of the spiky white hair had caught on flames. Glancing back up, he saw Naruto smirking at him. Good, good, said Naruto. His smirk widened even more. Seems you're not as worthless as I thought. Maybe you do indeed have the calls to be my sensei. Kakashi blinked. You do know that I'm supposed to be giving the test, right? I've told you this before, said Naruto. I'm the one testing you here to see if you're fit to be my teacher. I can't afford to have any weak, lazy, unmotivated, worthless person as my sensei. But it seems like you're stronger than I thought. So now it's time, said Naruto. Time for what, said Kakashi. To see what you're truly made of, Naruto shouted. Kakashi felt that immense pressure, heat, as it felt like the entire place had just kicked it up a notch, like he was stuck in some kind of oven, to the point that he started to sweat. However, looking back up, all he saw was the indentation in the ground. Naruto's feet had actually burned the ground. Wait, wasn't he wearing sandals, Kakashi thought? Naruto appeared in front of the one-eyed Jonin. Kakashi's one visible eye widened at that. The last evaluation on Naruto's strength was when he was 9 years old, when he had faced off against Proctor Mizuki. When Kakashi had read the reports, it said that Mizuki had ended up with 3 broken bones and a trip to the hospital. The rest of the information was not there. He had spoken to the third about that, who told him that was not a pretty day for Mizuki. Kakashi felt like Mizuki had pulled
I'll
back
stop the
tremendously.
Grenier.
In order to
Kira
not hurt
too.
Naruto had done something drastic and destructive. And Mizuki ended up taking damage, but
Caballero can show
maybe
you how
the
to use
kid
the
was
old
just that
deployable
strong
defenses.
and that fast.
You'll need them.
However, comparing himself to Mizuki was like comparing an ant to a bull. Kakashi was far out of his league, ducking under Naruto he reached. As Naruto flew over him, he reached and grabbed the back of his arm before yanking him backwards. The move caused Naruto to spin around as Kakashi slammed an elbow right in his guts, knocking him out of mid-air. Usually, that would have taken someone out of the fight, especially someone his age. But the pain seemed to delight Naruto as he grinned. He brought his head forward to headbutt Kakashi. However, Kakashi moved aside before he kicked Naruto out of the air, causing him to roll. However, Naruto stamped both hands on the ground, stopping himself before he rocked forward. Kakashi blocked and diverted all the blows that came his way as Naruto kept up the attack.
promise.
Once
Don't worry,
again, Kakashi
Quinn.
attacked, but this time he put a
I
bit more
won't let you
strength.
suffer.
Bam! A brutal punch in Naruto's guts, followed up by an uppercut right under his chin, before he raised his leg and stomped it in Naruto's chest,
The Orc
throwing
only
him
wanted
back as Naruto
ceremonial
crashed on the ground
weapons on
hard.
the Zeraman. For
Making
something as
Kakashi
important
wonder
as
if
the
he did go a
reliquary
bit too
drive,
hard.
they built
Well,
in
the
2
kid
little
was showing
security
incredible durability,
guarantees.
so he decided to test it.
Auto-fabricating armaments
However,
and
Naruto started to get back
exodampers.
up.
Exodampers
Seems like
suppress
you don't
enemy
know when to
combat
give up, said
ability.
Kakashi.
We need to defend our
Naruto scoffed.
exodampers and our
That's the most
reliquary with
idiotic word I
armaments.
ever
Got
heard.
that?
Give up? Kakashi asks. Yes.
We use Argosy
Why
to
would I
build the
ever give
armaments.
up on something
I
I'm
marked
doing?
an Argosy drop on
You
your
should know this
radar.
about me if you're gonna be my sensei, said
Managed to
Naruto.
find it.
I never quit, and I never give up no matter the odds, no matter the situation. The temperature started to increase, and now it's time, said Naruto. For you to... They were cut off though, as explosive tags. A Tachikona is hit down, and boom, blocking Kakashi's vision. Kakashi then heard Naruto shouting, "What the hell are you doing?" Before he went silent as he heard some whispering. When the smoke cleared, Naruto was gone. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at that. Well, this is a surprising move, he thought. Given the way Naruto acted, he would have never expected them to actually work together. However, seems he was wrong. A distance away from where he stood. This better be good, Sasuke. It was just about to get fun. Listen, Sasuke said. You think that he's a worthy sensei, right? Yes, what of it? Well, if you continue doing what you were doing, we were all gonna fail. What are you talking about? I found out the real reason behind this test, and what we should do. Oh, and what is that? Well, first, we have to find Soccer. Naruto gave him a look like he was crazy. You want to bring the most useless one of us in to join in. No, I'm confused. What exactly is going on? I'll tell you on the way, come on, let's go. Fine, but if this is a waste of my time, I'll pulverize you, said Naruto, as he jumped off. Moments later, Kakashi had his book out, when he saw Naruto walking out of the forest. Seems he's back. And also alone, said Kakashi. As Naruto stopped, around 10 feet away from him before, he held both hands to his side, as he extended them. Kakashi watched as the air started to ripple around his body. Steam started to currently whip off him. Kakashi was amazed every time he saw it. People they weren't normally able to manipulate Such fire in this degree, without even hand signs or even slowing down together the proper excess amount of chakra or figuring out how much it takes. His body was seen to be made naturally for the use of fire. Kakashi watched as ears started to get hot.
Hey, Yanta.
He glanced down
How
as
many
he
of those
noticed
big finger
a leaf in
relics
front
are
of
out
Naruto
there,
started to
do you think?
crinkle. All
Well,
the
fewer
moisture
than
was
there
being
used to be.
sucked out of it,
So
save
long
for
as the
all the
originals
leaves
are
beneath
still
his feet.
safely sealed away,
That
of
is when
course.
Kakashi noticed something strange about Naruto's fire ability. It wasn't just hot. His heat was not physically burning the things beneath him, but it was siphoning off the moisture out of him. Kakashi didn't realize it was getting harder and harder to breathe. As he realized what Naruto was doing, he was actually burning the oxygen out of the air. He had to stop him as Kakashi
natural.
moved in.
Now,
However,
sure
before he
you wanna
could
go
do
crazy
fire
with
style
elements
fireball
all over,
jutsu,
but you cannot
shocked by
do
this turn of
that.
events,
You
Kakashi
need to
saw
use
a
sockets.
roaring fireball
Go find
aiming
the
toward
socket
Naruto's
that
back.
appeals to you most. Your
Kakashi
socket.
wondered if they were
The socket
crazy,
that was meant
as he wondered if
for you.
Sasuke was trying to kill
And build
Naruto.
something dangerous.
However, Naruto simply smiled. Kakashi thought there was some kind of plan, but he did not move. Get out of the way, he shouted. Kakashi was not close enough to save Naruto even if he moved at full speed. Sasuke dropped down right behind Naruto, with enough space to launch a jutsu. Kakashi watched as the fire enveloped the blonde, his one eye widening in shock. Granted, Naruto could produce extreme heat, but that was a point-blank attack. Producing heat was one thing, but taking it was... Kakashi had to jump away, as he saw kunais coming towards him as he landed back. However, the kunai exploded, causing the man to jump once again. The force blowing him back a bit as he turned to see it was the kunoichi. That is when Kakashi felt it. Looking down, Naruto was coming in hard. Shocked by this, Kakashi watched as Naruto blew right through the smoke off the fireball that slammed right into him. Like it was nothing, he was unharmed. At first, Kakashi was shocked. There was only a handful of people within his village that could be able to avoid something like this. My God, Asuma,
Oh,
Mina,
mercy me.
the
I
Hokage,
do believe
Jiraiya,
got the hang of
some
this
of the
rubber.
elite Anvus,
One more thing.
anyone below that
Enemies
stature.
coming through Aura
Well,
Works
Kakashi was one of
are
them as
always
well.
helping
Anyone below that
themselves to our
would have gotten
Argosy.
caught by this
So
attack,
feel free to
but
take
Kakashi
it
turned
from
just in
their
time.
cold, dead hands.
But the heat that came off Naruto was nothing normal. Kakashi turned Shin away out of the spot, but when he reappeared, the whole left side of his clothing was burnt. A few hairs on his skin completely incinerated. His glove burned off. Kakashi was panting in the tree, as he didn't realize that the oxygen in the air was started being sucked out as well. Looking down below, Kakashi saw Sasuke on the ground. Standing next to Naruto burning out the oxygen, even taking a small bit out of it. It was just for a few seconds. That was risky and dangerous. Something like that should not be done on comrades. However, these kids would do whatever it takes to win, and Sasuke got back up. It seems it wasn't that bad. Sasuke glanced over as he motioned for her to come out. Sakura came running out of the trees, making her way over as Naruto came back. His pants were still intact. Kakashi jumped down as he looked towards all three of them. Before Naruto raised his hand, "You're missing something," he said. Kakashi tapped his boots. That is when he noticed the bells were gone. As he realized what Naruto did when he zoomed past him, he wanted to touch him. He was impressed. He walked towards them. As he looked at the group, all of you decided to work together even though you're probably one of the most arrogant person I ever met, he said, looking towards Naruto. And you, being one of the last Uchihas within the village, that status comes with a lot of work despite the disadvantages. And despite the both of you having leaps above strength against Sakura, no offense, you decide to include her in your planning, even though there was a chance that one of you would still go back to the academy. As Sakura looked towards her sensei, for a second there she almost forgot about that, when Sasuke told her that she was gonna join in on the plan. He had gave her the explosive notes and told her all she had to do was aim towards her sensei, the closer the better, and she thinks she got pretty close. Well then, I just have one more thing to say. They all looked at him. You all pass. What? Said Sakura. Just as I thought, Sasuke said. What's going on? Sakura said. It worked? How did we... teamwork, isn't it? Say Kakashi. Yes, you're quite right about that. Seems you have a sharp idea. Was it because of a small detail I left in? It and several more things, said Sasuke. After all, I did my research. I'm impressed, I must say. I'm not disappointed in this team like the others. Kakashi noticed Naruto was far too quiet. Glanced over towards the gun. What are you doing? Kakashi looked towards Naruto as he saw the two bells floating in Naruto's palm. The both of them were surrounded by flames. But despite that the bells were not being burnt, the bells fell back in Naruto's hand as he grabbed them. As he smirked. Well, I didn't know that you were resistant to fire. Well, we cast things can't hurt you, said Naruto. Whose flames are you calling these ass off your head? Yours, said Naruto. As you can see, said Naruto, he's probably impressed. I am flames itself, so those flames can't hurt me. Naruto did not know how long he was. Did the Hokage speak to you about this? Is it some kind of bloodline, he said? A bloodline, said Sasuke. Those are unique features and snooded, right? Yes, but I've never seen someone able to withstand fire or use it to be density and temperature that Naruto used to act without performing hand signs or properly molding their chakra. It's like you can summon them at will, which I can, said Naruto. As he held out his hand and a ball of fire appeared. Whoa, said Sakura. You never saw him did this before, said Kakashi, seeing that the both of them went to the same academy. And Naruto was not one for hiding things from what he could see. You should see his attending records, and then you wouldn't ask that, said Sasuke. School is a waste of time, said Naruto. All they teach is a bunch of crap. As he looked Kakashi up and down, fine, you can be my sensei, but don't slack off, because if you do, I'll burn you. With that, Naruto walked away. He knows that this is a test for me testing him, right? Yes, he does. But he just doesn't care, said Sasuke. He walked away as well. Wake up, Sasuke, comes Sasuke said. One hell of a team, he thought to himself. Before he died, as the two bells slammed right into the tree,
She's here.
burning a hole into it.
Kira.
As he looked back towards Naruto with grin.
You
before
have
he
to
rushed
stop
off.
her. You have to try.
Yeah. One hell of a team, Kakashi thought. Time skip. White Falcon in position. Kakashi said into the earpiece. Black Dragon, do you have eyes on the target? The voice of Sasuke came over the earpiece. No, target is not in sight. Cherry Flash, do you have eyes on the target? No, no target here, Sensei. Kakashi was about to open his mouth
Don't
until
bother
they all
trying to hurt
heard.
Kira's angel
Die, you
form
monster,
now.
die!
Just blow the essence
Shit,
back
said
into the
Kakashi as he
point.
rushed off
Gonna
toward the
have to
scene.
follow her in there.
When he arrived, there was a gigantic blaze, burning the entire place down. A scream could be heard as Kakashi's sweat dropped. Moments later, Sakura and the others entered the office. Sakura, at the front, with a cat in her hand. Sasuke and Kakashi were between her and Naruto. As Naruto wanted to kill the poor creature, Tora the cat usually had a feisty attitude, but now, Tora was trembling in fear. The moment the cat saw the rise of the daimyo, the king
real
leaped
Kira.
and jumped
You
right
don't
into her
take her
bosom,
out
hiding.
here. She'll heal.
Tora, baby, you're back. The woman is confused.
Those
as she could
orbs will
feel the
redirect
cat
any
trembling.
damage you can do.
What's wrong,
Try
Tora?
throwing yourself
But the
through
cat
them.
was just trembling, holding on to her tight. It's alright, mommy's gonna take you home. As she paid to go out and left. This was the final day of Tora, deciphering away, something that he will never ever do again. After the encounter with that demon clown, who threatened to fry
Kira's
him.
almost recovered.
It was a good
You
thing
need to
that
put her
Kakashi
down.
prevented Naruto from doing that. It's been 3 weeks. Yes, 3 weeks since Team 7 became an official team. In the past 3 weeks, there has been several incidents when Naruto found out what demon season was. Things became problematic. He had a problem with the demons of the well, he threatened to light all the puppets of the demons of the tennis. And finally result came out and they started to fight. Kakashi only arrived a second later when he saw the both of them already trading blows. As he had to break this thing up.
And remember who we
The
once
ears of
were.
the attitudes were rather,
We shall not fear to take the
feral.
leap.
And Naruto was not from either, so yeah.
Quinn!
It caused a big problem.
Quinn!
It was a literal
Anybody?
fight, the both of them ready to throw attacks at one another. However, things were sorted out.
Tenno,
The next incident was
song
Naruto
has
lighting
quieted.
an entire backyard on flames.
I am no
They were
longer
called to
reading
pick
void
weeds.
distortion.
So instead of picking the weeds,
What have
Naruto
you
light the
found
entire
out
place,
there?
saying that it did faster. Well, it did burn faster, but the weeds no longer grew. That was a good thing and a bad thing because the person here wanted to grow some flowers, and now the soil was completely dead. That just goes to show how destructive Naruto fire truly was. As Hiruzen and Kakashi determined that it was no normal fire, this was beyond the normal realms of fire abilities. It was something special as they did not know what it was. Naruto marched his way over, pushing Sakura out of the way, and watched what she said, but he ignored her as he slammed his hand down on the table that Hiruzen was behind. Enough, said Naruto. Hiruzen raised the eyebrow. And what do you mean, Naruto, he said. Hiruzen has been watching Naruto for the past 2 weeks. He was surprised that it took him this long to finally explode in this rage. I thought we were going to become ninjas, to do something better than these chores. I've had enough. No more chores, said Naruto as he crossed his arms. Now Naruto, Aruka said, as him and another Chunin was over to the side. The duty of a genin is to Aruka to duck as Naruto spat a fireball out of his mouth towards him. The thing slammed into the wall. Naruto, what have I told you about attacking your superiors? Hiruzen yelled at him. Not to, said Naruto. Then why did you just do that? Because he talked too much. Aruka opened his mouth to say something, but Naruto turned his head back towards him as smoke started to leave his mouth. Aruka stepped back a bit. Naruto, Hiruzen said, catching the attention, that is enough. There will be no more attacking of your superiors, understood? Fine. So give me a better mission. As Aruka was about to inform you, being a genin, I don't care, said Naruto, slammed his hand down once again. Kakashi came over and bopped Naruto in the head. That is no way to speak to your Hokage, he said. Naruto's 5 fingers started to release steam.
You have noticed
As Kakashi gave him a challenging look, as Naruto glared at him.
Yes?
So what was the point of this, he said, as he pointed towards his headband. What do you mean, Hiruzen? If you're gonna make me do chores, what was the point of me actually becoming a ninja? I've done better bodyguard missions than this, without actually being a genin of this village. So if you don't want to give us a better ninja, fine then. Team 7 is going on strike. Hiruzen raised the eyebrow.
There was a
What
place
do you
in
mean
this
by
park
that?
where she used to.
It's exactly what it
Love
sounds
the
like. Team 7 will be going on
think
strike.
perhaps it would
Come on,
suit a
Sasuke.
memorial.
You too, Sakura. Sakura raised the eyebrow. And who said that we agreed with this? I did, said Naruto. As the official leader of this group. And who said you were the leader, she asked. I made myself a leader, now be quiet. As the official leader of this group, Team 7 is going on strike, said Naruto as he crossed his arms. As the Chunin over to the side turned towards the Hokage thinking that he would be upset, however, the Hokage simply found this amusing as he looked towards the blonde, who was giving him a glare. Kakashi, he said, do you think they're ready for something possibly higher? But Hokage-sama, Aruka said, but the Hiruzen simply waved off his concern. As Kakashi stroked his chin, as Kakashi felt the heat in the office intensify, as in the glare that Naruto was giving him, for him to say yes. Well, so far, they were able to exceed and surpass all of the training that his team could handle it. Hiruzen went over towards the C rank, as this was going to be the first time a team gets C rank so early. As he looked through it, Hiruzen knew that Naruto was immensely powerful. Yes, and Sasuke, already awakened in the Sharingan with 2 totem in both eyes. So Hiruzen did not doubt their power, but he wanted to see when Naruto was gonna snap. Despite the concern in the way that Naruto speak to someone like him, given that he was Hokage, Hiruzen did not find it threatening one bit. Over the years he had come to see that Naruto loyalty was soundproof. Hiruzen didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse, but the villagers' glares and talking behind his back, Naruto did not realize what was going on, because he just did not care about them, so he had no reason to see this village as a threat, which is a good thing because Hiruzen knew that in due time Naruto will become a very powerful
Keep
person,
you alive.
and their ninjas need to be
These
strong and powerful.
Used to be museum.
Recently one of their
ceremonial
instructors
and
had
all that golden
tried to
pistol.
steal a forbidden scroll of
Now,
sealing, however he was
real
captured.
Weapons.
It showed that
Wood
some of
touch,
Konoha loyalists
not
were
fashion accessories,
not that loyal as they
not
thought.
conversation
So that is why
pieces. They
Hiruzen was
are
not too
for
bothered by the way
killing.
Naruto acted.
We good.
Fine then. Team 7 will be receiving a C-rank mission today, he said. Finally, said Naruto. Something better than those
Take a
chores.
closer look if you
With
need
all
to.
that big talk, I hope you can keep up, Hiruzen said to him. Said Naruto. Give me your worst. A few hours later, Naruto was grumbling to himself, his hands in his pockets. And what's wrong with him? Said Tazuna. As he was the person that they were going to be delivering to Land of Wave and protecting. Well, he wanted a higher rank mission. Something more dangerous. So you deliberately want to get into danger, Tazuna said, looking towards the kid. Just be quiet and walk, said Naruto. Why, you rude little punk, said Tazuna. Shut up, old man. Tazuna turned back towards Naruto and gave him a glare. However, Naruto ignored him. He was pretty pissed off. Sasuke was simply walking as calmly as ever, looking around his surroundings, checking out everything that was going on. Since they became a team, Kakashi has been working on their speed and strength, and their overall teamwork. He said that he will train them soon on different areas of their, strengths and weaknesses. However, it has been 3 weeks, and they have just been working on routine strength, speed, and D-rank missions. Sasuke was getting pretty angry. While he had been built up great to this point, he needed something better. Kakashi had the Sharingan that meant he knew how to train with the Sharingan, and that is what Sasuke needed. Sasuke noticed something, a puddle in front of him. Glancing up toward the sky, the sun was hot. Sakura was speaking to Tazuna.
Admire all
The
you
rain
like,
hadn't
but
fallen
even
for some
my
time now,
should evolve
and yet this
what?
puddle was right here.
Rubber, hello?
This was a bit
You don't
concerning.
have an incarnate
Kakashi
weapon
noticed, but he said
equipped.
nothing at all. Let's see how they
Stay
will
sharp.
react in their first time. Up against
Rubber.
a real threat, he said, glancing towards Naruto,
All
hoping
weapons
that all of his big talk
guaranteed
wasn't
void touched.
bravado. The moment they passed by the puddle, Sakura screamed as she watched her sensei got torn apart. However, she kicked into focus despite what she just saw. Kunai at the ready as she jumped in front of a client, holding it. However, if one of the demon brothers got through and got to her, she would die instantly.
Not feeling
Despite the kunai being up, her entire body was trembling in fear.
Take your time.
But she did step in front of the client though. Gozu rushed towards from the left. The chain was connected as they tried to wrap around Sasuke. However, he threw a kunai pin and said chain down to the ground. The two brothers break the chain apart before Gozu came towards Sasuke left. He brought the claw down and Sasuke blocked it with a kunai, causing sparks to fly. It was then that Sasuke noticed a strange
whatever.
liquid dropping
If
off the
you
claw.
die,
He
I
twisted
got
his
dibs on
hand,
your stuff.
jumping back. Before he could do anything though, fire exploded outwards. Miyaizu was thrown right into his brother as the fire
way.
slammed into the
Welcome.
both of them roughly,
we'd ever made it to
blasting
town,
them through several
I was going to
trees.
be in charge of
The two
homestead,
brothers were sent sailing
getting
as they
everyone
crashed
kitted out for
hard.
their new start.
They
You know?
collapsed down in a
Well,
heap, their body badly
You
burned.
remember how that went?
That
Shoot
is
for the
when
moon,
Naruto sank his knees
land
before
in
he
a bucket
jumped
of
off.
death.
Up
So,
in mid-air, he
memory
opened
of
his
the woman
mouth
I was back
as
when I
fire
was
started
alive.
gathering in his
I'm
stomach.
helping folks set
He
up
was
their
about
homes
to release
here
it
now.
until Kakashi grabbed him and pulled him down, flashing back down towards the ground.
It's your dorm
What are you doing? Said
You're
Naruto.
in charge.
I'm afraid I can't allow you to kill them. Kakashi was surprised though, as Naruto was gonna execute them like they were nothing. For someone so young, he never expected him to be so ruthless. Granted, he was a big talker, but this was surprising. Kakashi saw what happened from his spot where he was. The demon brother had tried to slash Naruto, but Naruto had simply slapped his hand away before kicking him in the chest and releasing that ball of flames from his mouth that slammed into the other one. The force that he kicked him with was enough to break some ribs. Seeing that one of the demon brothers that Naruto had kicked was on the ground coughing up
Next
blood
time,
despite
huh?
his burn
No
marks.
need to limit
His
your
insides were a
imagination.
mess
These
as Naruto forced that
selections are
kick
void
in his
wild.
chest. If you were fighting this kid normally without any backup or chakra to reinforce
You
yourself,
take care
well,
now.
any normal ninja would be screwed. As Kakashi wondered if it was
Look,
his fire
before you
that
ask,
gave him
no,
such
we
strength.
can't move the ship.
When he spoke to the Hokage
Something I
about
wasn't sure
Naruto's strange
existed
ability,
just burst through the
Hiruzen said that the
Albert
doctor
memory,
believed that
and
he was a
right now the
bloodline.
Zaraman is
I've never
packing
been
back
seen
home.
before.
Pop her
Bloodline.
out.
A
and we'd see
bloodline
void
that
storms from
allows
here
him to be
Mercury,
immune to fire of
which
certain degrees and also
fascinating,
produce fire
if
at
memory
a
horrible.
more higher rate
Anyway,
than any other
feel free
temperature
to bring
fire
me
that
anything you think
he's
I might
seen
be
throughout his
interested in.
lifetime. And
That's
Hiruzen
all.
was really old, so that begs the question, where did he get it from? Neither Minato or Kushina had this sort of bloodline. With the demon brothers secured, Kakashi started questioning them. He had to put in a threat to kill the one that was already coughing up blood, for the other one to spill his guts. Kakashi came back as Tazuna was sweating. "What's wrong?" said Tazuna. "You seem upset." "You lied," said Kakashi. Time skip. The group was sitting on a boat. Kakashi decided to go along with the mission. Well, Sasuke wanted to do it, as he was also upset about the D ranks. Naruto threatened to burn every single thing in their next upcoming mission, even the potential client if they didn't go along. That was kind of a threat to the village and their civilians. But a part of Kakashi believed that he would really do something that stupid and get himself in a whole lot of trouble. And besides, Kakashi could handle whatever threat that came. So with that, they made their way. Kakashi was sitting there as Sakura voiced her question. She was curious. "Seeing that you can use all these cool fire tricks, does that mean water is your weakness?" she asks, looking towards Naruto as she looked over towards the sea. They were on a boat at the moment. The man that was steering the boat wondered what they were talking about. Fire, water, weakness? Tazuna listening as well as he saw the kid had spit fire from his mouth like it was nothing. "I have no
I
weaknesses,"
suppose you
said
could always
Naruto.
come back when you have something.
"Are you just saying that, or do you know?" she asks. "I'll say this again. I have no weaknesses. Get that through your skull." She turned towards Sasuke. "Is that you, Sasuke-kun?" she asks. "I've never seen anyone douse him in water before, so I'm not sure." "Weaknesses," said Naruto as he laughed.
Whatever damage
"Hey,
time has done,
boatkeeper,
we can undo
how long
it.
is this gonna take?" said Naruto. "We're almost there. Just relax," the man said.
Very well.
As
Keep
Naruto
your
simply
secrets.
turned away, looking over towards the sea. Kakashi ruined his fun earlier. There was one thing about Naruto that was strange. For his age, the thought of death came to him easily. Naruto did not believe that if someone attacked him that they should live. One would say that he was merciless, however. He could feel it in certain people. Some people had a fire in their hearts, fire of nothing but hatred. Some of them had reasons to fight, some of them were just maniacs. And Naruto was a person that would literally burn you alive, without even battering an eye. Death does not concern him. For someone so young, it might seem bad, but that was just the way he is. Death doesn't concern him.
My patience
Death doesn't
is
really concern Sasuke
almost
either.
endless.
He's seen enough death he had to watch. His family being slaughtered by his older brother when Itachi had trapped him in the
goodbye
Tsukiyomi, which was a lot. So Naruto was not the only one. It took them a while, but they finally got back to the shore. Arriving there, the place was filled with fog, as Naruto kept on waving his hand in front of his face. I can't see anything. Usually the fog is not this bad. This early in the morning, said Tazuna. Seems like today's a special day. Yeah, special, said Kakashi.
your exceptional talents wherever I can.
Sasuke was walking
Come and
as
see
he
me
looked
when you're
around.
ready for a bounty assignment.
The fog seemed unnatural. As he glanced behind him to see the fog was not really coming from that
I
area.
couldn't remember much
It
of
was
what
coming
happened,
from over there.
but the time of the
Maybe he was just
accident
new to the place and did not
is
know
clouded for us,
what exactly was what,
like
so he decided to just
cryo-fog.
keep quiet.
it is
Sakura started
as
to
if the
look around
forward-
fearfully.
Let's go forward and
She
mutual
didn't know why,
trust.
but she felt afraid like something was just gonna jump out of the bush and attack her. However, she decided to keep her calm. That is when she heard something. It was like she was in a horror movie as she was about to scream. However, Naruto burned whatever it was alive. Literally burning all the trees in the area as well. Kakashi glanced over towards the burned spot. What was left was the body of a rabbit that was freshly burned. "Look what you did, you idiot," Sakura said. "The poor little rabbit, you killed it." That would be a warning to it and any more other rabbits. "Don't try to sneak up on me," said Naruto. "How was it sneaking up on you? It was just going about its daily business and you burned it alive," she said. "It's just an animal," said Naruto. "Like I..." "Get down!" Kakashi yelled as he tackled Tazuna down to the ground. Sasuke jumping down, so did Sakura. That
Save
is
your
when Naruto
strength
turned
for
as
when
he
it's
saw
needed.
something. It was a weapon coming towards him. Kakashi's eyes
We're all
widened.
trusting in you.
Before he could say anything though, Naruto reached his hand out. He waited till the perfect moment before he grabbed the handle of the blade. However, the blade was thrown with such force that Naruto's body was yanked along with it. Naruto grit his teeth before he raised his leg. With a tremendous stomp, Naruto slammed his foot in the earth so hard that it cracked under the force, causing him to grip the blade and stopped it in his track. The gigantic blade slashed into
Zerman is
the
holding
earth,
steady.
carving a slice right into it. As Naruto held onto it, as he puffed a bit, surprised that the blade was thrown with such force, he then raised it out of the earth, holding it with both hands. This shit was heavy, he said. Someone appeared in front of the group. I'm surprised. A brat like you was able to stop my
Shine
blade like
light
that.
of yours over here for a second.
Seems you're not as worthless as I thought.
Near workers.
Kakashi glanced up.
Guns. What?
Zabuza
Okay.
Mamakai, the
Two
demon
up.
of the myths. I'm honored to be known by the famed Kakashi Hatake, said to have copied over 1,000 jutsus. No wonder why the demon brothers did not return, if you were there. Why don't you hand over the old man there? And brat, give me my blade, before something happens that none of us wants. I do mean your debts. After all. However, Kakashi had to shout Naruto stop! But it was too late as Naruto brought the blade down with tremendous force. Zabuza jumped away as the thing smashed in the ground. Naruto jumped up and swung. Zabuza tilted his body as he grabbed Naruto's wrist before. He brought his leg around and slammed it right across Naruto's face. Naruto was sent sailing as he crashed before he stopped on the shore, right at the edge, almost falling into the water. Kakashi rushed forward as he pulled a kunai and blocked the oversized blade as Zabuza brought it down to cleave Naruto in half. Kakashi twisted his body as he allowed the weight to come down with the blade before he drive the kunai in Zabuza's guts. Unfortunately though, the body burst into water, but at that exact moment, the real Zabuza came from the bush. A brutal kick slam right into the back of Kakashi, throwing him forward towards the ocean. He crashed on top of it as he allowed the chakra on the bottom of his feet to allow him to stand. But at that moment, something grabbed his ankle, two hands. Before two more Zabuza appear, water prison jutsu. They both held their hands out, trapping Kakashi inside. Kakashi's eyes went wide in shock as he couldn't believe it. He let his guard down. Shit, he thought to himself. His Sharingan wasn't even revealed. Damn it, he cursed. Run! Get out of here, he said. Be quiet, Kakashi. You really think these brats can run like me? And besides,
I can wait.
my clones can only hold you in there for a few minutes.
Okay.
So I'll have to kill them quickly.
Later.
Fire style fireball jutsu! Zabuza had to flip away from Sasuke, who launched 3 shurikens towards him as he launched a fireball. And Zabuza blocked all of them with his sword as he rushed in. So you want to toy with me as well, brat? Sasuke clashed his kunai against the blade, however. The force was staggering as Sasuke was thrown back. Sasuke could no Sakura scream. Zabuza appeared over him and brought the blade down until Naruto's fist slammed against the thing as he came from the side. Zabuza was forced to step away as the blade was shot to the left. Naruto brought up a heel, but Zabuza grabbed it and slammed Naruto down into the ground face first. However, Naruto simply jumped back up as he turned and spun. However, Zabuza blocked it with his blade. He felt the vibrations go through the blade and into his hand, shocked by the amount of strength his kid possessed. However, Sasuke came up with a kunai as he tried to stab Zabuza right in the thigh.
Boarding party.
But the man jumped
We're near
before he
clones.
kicked Sasuke
Half
in the
rotten
face,
already.
knocking the
Wipe 'em
Uchiha
out.
back. As Naruto launched a fist, but Zabuza caught and threw him towards his friend as Naruto flipped and landed right in front of Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan activated as Naruto rushed forward without hesitation. Zabuza had to block as Naruto's fist slammed against his blade several times. He used a flash part of the blade. Enough! You're just wasting my time, Zabuza said. He stabbed the blade in the ground before he caught Naruto's right fist. He pulled his fist back and slammed it in Naruto's stomach. The force was staggering. Sasuke pulled out 2 kunais, however, Zabuza created one final clone. He could not create another since he had 2, holding Kakashi, and they would run out in a couple of minutes. After all, the original had to do that jutsu, otherwise the jutsu would eventually pop. Sasuke was forced to disengage as he jumped back, as the clone came swiping at him. As for Naruto, he was picked up by the ear before Zabuza punched him across the face with tremendous strength, launching him backwards before he rushed forward and kneed him right in the face. Zabuza then backhanded him as Naruto crashed right into the lake. Serves you right, Brett. Thinking that you can defeat someone like me. Kakashi's eyes went wide in the dome as he tried his best, releasing chakra. The clones started to strain as they used the remaining power in their body to hold Kakashi inside, trapping him there. As Kakashi tried to get out, but he could not until the moves were up. Damn it, come on, he said, as Naruto was falling down deep. Without the use of the walking technique, he would drown. Sasuke currently dispelled the water clone, which wasn't as strong to begin with. Those eyes, said Zabuza. I know those eyes. You're the last Uchiha in Konoha, aren't you? Little brother of the murderer. Shut up, said Sasuke. I won't allow you to kill him. Oh, your friend over there. It seems like you wet behind the ears, Jennings. Can't even walk on water, that means. He's as good as dead. Sasuke chuckled. Then you don't know Naruto at all then? I don't know him? Well, you should know. He never gives up. Look, Brats, if you think Zabuza was cut off as a tidal wave exploded out of the water. However, it was a tidal wave of flames. Immediately steam filled the air. The entire lake was completely gone. Fire exploded out, causing the clones to burst instantly. The water in their body turning into steam and rising into the air. Zabuza started to sweat as he stepped back in shock. More flames kept on rising higher and higher until the trees around started to turn brittle and break. Tazuna started to feel his body starving for air, as he was the only civilian here. What's going on, he said. Zabuza was shocked as Naruto came walking out of the crater. Because it was a crater now, because all the water was just gone. The lake was big enough to fight on, and not to mention had enough room to even go fishing. Granted, it was not the big lake that they came in on. This was just a miniature lake right in the center of a gigantic clearing. But still, everything was gone. As Naruto came walking out, Kakashi noticed something. There was a dot on his forehead and a circle around it. The both of them were glowing. Orange markings were around Naruto's body. It wrapped around him like a wick. Each and every marking was glowing orange. As Naruto's face had a splitting grin on it. Now this is what I'm talking about. An actual fight, said Naruto, where my actual life is on the line, so I can go all out and actually enjoy myself. Here I come, said Naruto as he shot it off. Zabuza quickly brought his blade in front of him. When Naruto's fist connected, a wave of flames shot behind him, forcing Sasuke to jump away. However, crack. Zabuza's eyes went wide as his blade started to crack. He couldn't believe it. No, that wasn't possible. He yanked his blade away as Naruto smirked before he clapped his hands together. The motion caused a wave of flame to slam right into Zabuza, blowing him back. The bandages on his face were burned, showing his sharp teeth. As Zabuza got back up, shocked, burn marks across his chest. Granted, they were not that bad. As Naruto appeared in front of him, Zabuza dodged before he blacked Naruto out of the air with his blade, like a ball, causing Naruto to crash on the ground. But he did not stay down as he jumped back up, slamming his fist right into the blade again. It started to crack even more. Zabuza pulled the blade back and he slammed his fist right into Naruto's forehead, the symbol on his head trying to knock him down. Naruto's head was blown back by the force. Kakashi rushed in until he saw Naruto was actually green. The fire started to intensify around him. The markings over his body started to go even brighter, causing Zabuza to actually squint at the lights at the sheer power radiating off him. As Naruto's eyes started to become darker and blaze, like burning autumn leaves, it started to become a tainted red. Now this is what I'm talking about, said Naruto, Driving stunt for size. Fire fist. Rapid punches as Nuta thrust his fist forward. Zabuza moved back, however Nuta fists were releasing small bursts of explosive flames that kept Zabuza on his toes. Zabuza was baffled that a mere child could keep up with him so much. As Nuta kept on pounding his hip, causing a burst of flames to fly right towards Zabuza. Zabuza jumped back until Kakashi came in and kicked him. Bruising in the side, the force flying right where the river once was. Kakashi landed in front of Nuta. When he looked back towards him, his handle was activated. Well, it was uncovered. You skate back, I'll handle it. What? Right when it's about to get good? I know you're strong, Nuta, but I can feel his chakra stirring. You hurt him. You actually wounded him. And that is really hard in his pride. He's gonna try and kill you now. So what, said Naruto. I'll just kill him first. I don't know what is going on with you, said Kakashi, speaking about the margins, but I'll handle this. As your superior officer and your sensei, stand down and say, Naruto gave him back a champion there. Protect the client. As Naruto stood there stubbornly, Naruto said, Fine, said Naruto. Only because I need you to go on more missions than these, said Naruto as he started to walk away. You better finish this because last time, he trapped you in one of those bubbles. If he did, I'm leaving you in there, said Naruto as he walked off. Kakashi rushed towards the open area. As Naruto came back over, what the hell is going on, Sasuke said, as he stood in front of Sakura. Bastard took away all my fun, said Naruto. What the hell is going on with you, Sasuke asked. What are you talking about? Why are you looking at me with those eyes, said Naruto. Seeing Sasuke turning activated, Sasuke could see something strange. It was like there was another power inside Naruto. He did not know if this was a fox or what. He wanted to ask, but Sakura was here. And this was a secret, so he did not say anything. But the power seemed orange. And it was coming from those markings on his body. Slowly things started to reset, until nothing was left. As Naruto released a breath, he glanced over as he saw Kakashi putting the hurt down on Zabuza. Fighting full on, both of the men went to hand sign as Zabuza released water from his mouth. Kakashi used earth against it. Zabuza water was much weaker given the fact the ear was still so hot because of Naruto. So Zabuza rushed over towards the other lake. His ear was filled with them, thinking that he now had the advantage. There was an exchange of clone water clones and this and that until Zabuza was able to release a technique that Kakashi copied. And then Zabuza started to go to handstand but Kakashi actually finished his own handstand before him. Can you read the future? Zabuza said shock. Yes. And all I see is your death. Zabuza was violently slammed through a tree and into another. Kunai skinned into that last tree. Kakashi appeared above him to end his life until slam. Senbon hit him right in the neck, causing his head to collapse over. Kakashi watches the hunting appear on the branch. Narrowing his gaze, the group watches Kakashi went over and said something before checking Zabuza's pulse. Kakashi watches the hunter ninja took Zabuza away and went off. The fight had lasted for a good 15 minutes. As Naruto walked over, hands in his pockets. What the hell is going on, he said. Who was that? Why did you allow them to take your kill? That was a hunter ninja assigned to capture Zabuza. Kakashi felt worried about something that he saw a moment ago. However, he could not really focus on that at the moment. He overexerted himself, not to mention him. The dome he was trying to pump out as much chocolate to bring out. And he ended up using a bit too much, which was his problem. And after that 15-minute fight, well, considering his earlier waste of chocolate act, his second waste of fighting Zabuza, the Sharingan was something that was not meant for him, so his body was unable to handle it, and that caused him to collapse face first. Sakura eyes widened. What the hell is going on? Why did Sensei collapse? Sasuke glanced down toward him with Sharingan. He's just exhausted. Exhausted from what? Fighting for a few minutes. I think it has to do with his Sharingan. What do you mean? Not to say. I think it's more stronger than usual because he's not a real Uchiha. Figures. Get your own damn eyes, said Naruto. As he kicked Kakashi in the leg, he mumbled something. Fine. I'm now in charge. I never told you that. Did Sensei say that? Doctor said, just be quiet and listen to me. As I said, I'm in charge right now. Said Naruto as he brought his hands together and shake. 2 normal clones. The clones gave him a look. Is this really what you call a sport? Soccer blinked. Why are you calling clones? It's not like they can touch anything, he said. These are not any ordinary clones, said Naruto. You would know that, but, well, it doesn't matter, just be quiet. Stop telling me to be quiet, he said. I'm a part of this team as you are. And you're just wasting my time by talking, so, as I said, be quiet, said Naruto. Now, as I was saying, you two are gonna tell me that. Hey, old man. Yes, said Kazuya. Lead us to the house. Sasuke, you take the rear. I'll take the front. Sakura, you follow behind the clones. They wanted to argue while Sakura did, but she just signed. Fine, she said. But this doesn't mean that you're in charge. Yeah, sure it doesn't, said Naruto. Now let's move. As they start to move, Kakashi being carried by the clones. Meanwhile that was going on in the woods a few feet away. Zabuza's drawing in breath. He had several burn marks in his body from the fight with Naruto, and they had to get really to the number on him. Did you have to do that, he said. Clearly not to stay there. If I did not, they would have killed you. That child, he's really strong, she said. Yeah, that damn brat took me for a surprise. Never thought that damn Konoha can be that strong. He's under the famous Kakashi Hatake, so I shouldn't be too surprised, but it doesn't matter. Next time we meet, we'll all die, said Zabuza. Now help me get back. Whatever you did to me, I can barely move. It will take some time for you to reach the functions of your movement and abilities. The Death Knight speaks, put a tremendous toll on your body. And once again, that you had to do that. It was indeed to save your life, so yes, I would say I have to. Fine, let's just go. As Zabuza was helped away by his savior, while the others made their way towards Kazuna's house. While that was going on, a far distance away, a realm that was not a part of the elements of Nita. Naruto was no longer. Granted he was the son of Minato and Kushina Uzumaki. However, Naruto was not a normal person. His life did not just start at that moment. Naruto possessed unnatural abilities that, frankly, did not make any sense. There was no one in the elemental nation that ever possessed such unusual abilities. Those things that seemed to be getting hotter and hotter. Not to mention, those strange markings they were not from the box, nor was that other power source that Sasuke saw in that Naruto. Naruto was something else. Something else where his power came from entirely. And it was definitely not from the elemental nation, because he had yet to even reach close to his full potential. But the problem was, if he was not exactly human, how did he tie into Kushina Akademi? Reincarnation was an option, but there was also different theories. But given the fact that it's now known that Naruto is not exactly human, it begged the question, is there other life forms out there? Other things that are not human, just like Naruto. Granted, Naruto was still human, but his life did not just start. Yes. Naruto was what we call a reincarnation. However, even though in these cases, the one that died had died hundreds, thousands of years before, and been reborn, there was many myths and many theories on this earth subject, and Naruto was the living proof of that. Memories of the past would not resurface because of how certain life forms are brought back to this land. But sometimes, some life forms are powerful enough to even remember their past, and the mistakes, and the trouble that come with their past. A few years ago, Naruto muttered some strange words when he was in the office after first realizing that he had the ability to wield fire to a degree that he never understood. Well, it turns out that those words meant something, and they also signify something. And the problem was, With the awakening of this strange new power that Naruto just brought up that could do so many more things, it also allows someone else to open their eyes as they felt it. Whoever this person was, there was just a feeling coming from them. A feeling of raw power. As the person got to their feet, looking around where they were, the dimension seemed unnatural. The person was looking around confused. That's impossible. You're supposed to be dead, he said, not understanding how this power picked up on his radar. No, you're supposed to be dead, he said. There is no way that you're alive. The person marched out of the room the moment he did. There were others. What the hell is going on? He's dead. Why are we sensing this power? The one from before spoke. The voice was male. I don't know what the hell is going on, but we were all here. We were all a part of putting him down. We all saw his demise. Yeah, you're right. A feminine voice spoke up. So he can't be alive, can he? I don't know. But we're gonna find out what the hell is going on, and why this sensation has passed through our realm. Another voice spoke up. It's been hundreds of years. The one who burns all. The one who incinerates with a touch. That can make the heavens itself cry. God of Flames. The feminine voice said. These people were concerned about someone who they call the God of Flames. But why? And who were these people? Well, you guys have to find out in the next episode, guys. And yes, I'm gonna be in this episode right here. What's next part and do? Like, subscribe, comment below, turn on that bell notification, stay posted by more for see you guys soon. Peace.
Listen, before you start pointing fingers, remember, everybody got their own life. I've been going through shit with my...
Hey, what's up guys, and welcome back to I'm Making 3, and today I'm going to be giving you part 4 of What If Naruto Was the Demigod of Fire, guys. Remember to get this one to 100 like as usual, share this to all of your friends on your social media platform, and also guys, don't forget to go ahead and check out the other What Ifs. I post a brand new episode of What If Naruto Was a Half-Breed Uchiha, so go ahead, check out that and enjoy guys. I also posted a brand new episode over on Anime Prince of What If Naruto Was the fastest speedster in the multiverse, so go ahead, check out that and enjoy as well guys. Also, if you're new, don't forget to comment down below and tell me so I can respond and talk back to you personally and welcome you to the channel. And also don't forget to turn on the bell notification so you get my post. So without further ado or wasting more time, what do you say we jump right into this guys again? And now guys. So, the last part we left off, there was a battle commencing between Kakashi and Naruto at the moment. As Kakashi was proving himself to be a competent Jonin, as Naruto was the one testing him. Well, that is what Naruto said. They clashed against one another, as Kakashi found himself surprised. Granted, he was not going all out on Naruto. He was surprised by Naruto's strength and overall power. Not to mention, Naruto did not need to wield hand signs. This was the first in history Kakashi has ever seen someone able to perform techniques like this. The battle commenced as Sasuke was watching everything. Sasuke didn't remember what Kakashi said earlier, as it made him realize something. As for down below, Kakashi decided to put in a bit of work, as he ended up delivering some serious blows to Naruto, knocking him away. However, Naruto picked himself up like it was nothing, as he told Kakashi that he should know one thing about him is that he never gave up as Naruto exploded with power. But Sasuke then jumped in, as Sasuke interrupted the fight, throwing a smoke bomb filling the air with smoke. Naruto was pretty upset that he ruined his fighting moment. However, Sasuke told him that there was something he needed to tell him, and they need to find Sakura as well. So they went and found the pink hair Kunoichi. Kakashi watched as he could feel their chakra converging. However, Naruto did not waste any time as he rushed through. He attacked Kakashi with gusto, As Kakashi found himself being attacked by Naruto on foot, he saw Sasuke appear behind. The blonde. He was shocked. What the hell were they doing? He couldn't make the move. As Sasuke released a fireball that enveloped Naruto, his eyes were wide in shock. Did you really just BAM! Naruto burned over the flames, knocking Kakashi away. Kakashi was sent off guard as Sakura threw explosive tags, making him switch as Naruto ended up slamming headfirst into him once again, hitting Kakashi rather brutally. The Jonin substituted away, but he was still in immense pain as he was shocked. As he saw Naruto got fried by the fireball, yet he just came out like it was nothing. He was surprised though when Naruto raised his hand, as he was holding on to the bells. Kakashi would have tied him up to the post and reprimanded them, but they did it. They worked together without hesitation despite knowing that one of them would fail. Thus, he gave him the pass, as Naruto said that he was confident enough to be sensei. However, he would be taking notes of his work every now and then. As Kakashi wondered who was the student and who was the teacher here, as Naruto ended up leaving. Some weeks passed after that, as Naruto had enough. The fire damaged cat, Tora, would never run away from Konoha, or her master ever again, as Naruto put the fear of Kame into the cat. As Naruto scared the cat so badly he ran into his mother's arms, which he was always trying to get away from, but this time the cat was so scared, it was trembling in fear. The cat never ran away since this day ever again. Many future Genins would be blessed and thank Naruto with everything they got. After all, they didn't even that he mind cat anymore. Naruto wanted higher rank missions as he was not going to stand for these low class missions anymore. Hiruzen spoke to Kakashi as he allowed it. So with that he called in Tazuna, the bridge builder. As they all met up at the gate not too long later. Making their way, Sakura was asking about Land of Wave, when suddenly two ninjas burst from a puddle. They ripped Kakashi apart. Sasuke went after one of them, as Sasuke was able to knock him back and threw a cone at him, but the guy knocked it away and came towards Sasuke with a poison claw. But before he could engage though, Naruto slammed a fist into the first one, sending him right into his brother, launching the both of them into the heart. He then jumped up in the air as he brought his hand down, but Kakashi stopped him, as he would like to find out who they were after. As Naruto shrugged him off as Kakashi came back, talking to Tazuna. However, the team wanted to go ahead. Kakashi obliged them as they believed that they would be strong enough to handle the foe ahead, and even if they were not, he was here. So with that they kept on moving as Naruto ended up incinerating a rabbit that made noises in the bush. Before Sakura could screech at him though, a sword came flying over and Naruto caught it. The sword threw him back, but Naruto showed that he was strong for his age and slammed said sword into the ground. Zabuza appeared as they started a battle. Kakashi was going to take Zabuza on, but Naruto refused as he jumped forward. He started to battle Zabuza, but the man was far out of Naruto's league as he sliced Naruto. He ended up capturing Kakashi because, well, Kakashi was trying to stop him from attacking Naruto. He used water clones to capture Kakashi, but it was going to stop, and they were going to run out of chakra in a few minutes, so he had to end this fast. However, Naruto jumped forward until Zabuza knocked him in the water. Sasuke rushed forward as he attacked Zabuza. As Zabuza told him to give up, his friend was already dead. Sasuke simply smirked, his two totems shining in his eyes. If he believed that Naruto was dead, he was sadly mistaken. Fire erupted all over the place. The lake that Naruto fell into completely incinerated as Naruto came walking out. He had a strange symbol on his forehead, a dot, with a strange orange symbol around it. A lot of orange markings running down his arms and legs. As Naruto attacked Zabuza, his sword started to crack. This time Naruto's were much stronger as Zabuza was still keeping up though. He was not an A-rank missing in for nothing, but Naruto was getting hotter and hotter. The place started to melt. The clones that was holding Kakashi quickly burst into smoke as Naruto's heat was being overwhelming to them. As Naruto was bringing and pulling and burning the air in the sky, Kakashi told him to stop as he would land this. Kakashi then jumped into the battle as he clashed against Zabuza. In the end he won, but he was exhausted. The hunting arrived and took Zabuza away. Kakashi fell over unconscious. The hunter then arrived towards the location and pulled needs out. Zabuza was panting as he was angry about this deadly state, but the hunter had no other choice. While that was going on though, several people, as they were speaking amongst one another, one of them had felt it. They had felt Naruto's power and they were talking about someone else. It seems like Naruto being a reincarnation of someone from the past, was drawing a lot of attention now since he awakened that strange new power with those markings all over his body. These people did not seem to like what they were hearing at all. How was he alive? Something had happened in the past. And it seems that the fiery spirit of that person that died would not rest. And at this moment, well, it was in Naruto. So that was immensely bad for who these people were. Or maybe for Naruto. Only time will tell. So yeah guys, please try this play off you guys again. Switch across the PlayStation of yourself and don't forget to go ahead and check out the other one pictures of it. I do not say anything about that is the time. Everything is you guys to enjoy. So go ahead, destroy the merch, subscribe and become part of the game making family. And thank you for all the watching and supporting me. Without further ado, what do you say we jump right into this begin? Now guys, we begin this episode with a flashback of the past. At an unknown time. A time that was outside of the elemental nature. Time so different and fearful. It is unable to properly tell, but it was before even the fate of Six Path. That was for certain. There was a man. His skin was red, like fire itself, like dying embers. He was shackled. However, these were no normal cuffs or chains that held him down. Glancing up, his body was not fully shown to the populace. He was kept in some sort of grip or some machine that held him, preventing him from stepping into the light source. In front of him there was a few people, as they all looked down towards him. Despite this looking like an execution, the man simply laughed. He laughed so loud, as the whole place seemed to be trembling, just from his mere laughter. There was a reason why they had to secure him like this. They afraid of the prospect of him breaking out. You all will regret this, he shouted out. Death is not the end of me. I refuse to die, he shouted to them. I will return, stronger, more powerful than ever, and I'll erase all of you into dust and fate. Mark my words, I will not die until my goal is complete. Do you hear me? He yelled. Up above, someone spoke, a rough male voice. You seem to think that you can prevail even through death. Well, you're wrong. Just like those other fools. Here is where you will lay forever, the man said. He raised his hand and placed on a strange platform. The platform started to glow an ominous color. The man down below started to scream as the entire place lighted up. As there was a blinding light. Up on the podium, there was a woman. As she hid her face, unable to look down for toward the scene in front of her, you could see that she did not condone of what was going on. It was written all over her face. End of flashback. Said woman was the one that was thinking about what just happened. She had long white hair, green eyes. Her body was covered in a white dress, slender, flowing down towards her feet. She was wearing nothing on the feet. No sandals, nothing at all. Her feet was barren. She was currently in a forest, inside of Konoha. She was watching someone. He was a child back then. It was none other than Naruto. As Naruto rapidly punched a tree in front of him, the more he punched, the more the tree started to break even more before he shattered it, causing the thing to fall. He then braced himself as he caught the gigantic thing that fell. He started to struggle. Naruto looked to be at least 8 years old at the moment. He then raised his hands up high before flames ignited the whole thing and set it ablaze. It wasn't too long before the whole thing turned to ash. Hell yeah, he shouted. The woman watched him with a smile. As she just watched him, it was truly she thought to herself. Naruto picked up something as he turned his head immediately. Her body became translucent, like she wasn't even there. Naruto shrugged as he returned back to training. The woman quickly vanished away. In seconds, she was high up in the sky watching down below. As her hair fluttered in the wind. It really is you, she said. There was a smile on her face. As she turned her head. If they find out that you're alive, especially that you're this weak, this time they won't kill you. They will lock you away. At this level that you're at, you won't be able to break free. And they will lock you away for eternity, she said. She watched him for a while. until he ended up falling asleep. She fluttered down. As Naruto was asleep, just lying there, out in the open. As they were in a rather dangerous forest, it was a forest of death. However, Naruto did not seem to care. He was just there asleep. That is when she noticed there was an animal, a bear to be exact, sneaking up on him. She raised her hand, as the bear was sent flying away, with a gust of wind that shooted towards the other end of the forest. She fluttered down towards the child. As she reached a hand out and cursed his cheek. Just remain as you are, she said. If you stay like this, they won't ever be able to find you. Please, just enjoy your life, she said to him. Naruto's eyes snapped open, but in the fraction of his eyes opening, her body had become translucent once again, as she was gone, like the wind. Naruto picked himself up, scratching his cheek as he flipped to his feet. He then started to walk off, back to the present time. Kakashi slowly opened his eyes, as he wondered where he went. Wondering if they got back safely, he remembered a past note after being carried by Naruto. It did not take him too long to look around his window and realize he was on a futon, in a room. Glancing to the left and right, he noticed the window was open up. He pulled himself up while he tried to. His body felt exhausted. Using his arena in a battle for a long period of time sucked a lot of stuff out of him. Not to mention, unlike normal Ichigo, he could not do what they did. Reactivate the eye and also reactivate it. And that was his big problem. The door opened up as he looked. Kakashi Sensei, said Sakura, he rushed to his side. You're finally awake. How long have I been out, he said. A few hours, she said. Where are the others? Sasuke comes downstairs, but Naruto, he left. Kakashi raised the eyebrow. What do you mean he left? He just went away. He wouldn't tell us where he was going. He said he had things to do. Kakashi tried to pick himself up, Sensei. You're still exhausted, you can't. When did he left, said Kakashi? A few hours ago. Sasuke insists that he would be fine, but he hasn't been that since. Damn it, said Kakashi. He paused as he started to feel an unnatural heat. Sakura turned her gaze towards the window as she moved towards it. He's back, she said. Good timing, I guess. Hey, Naruto, she said, as Naruto glanced up. Sensei's awake. Yeah, and what, said Naruto. I'm disappointed in your skills. He wasn't able to keep up with that missing name. So I don't really care, said Naruto as he walked away. In fact, heading into the house. Kakashi sighed. Given Naruto's attitude, somehow he already knew that something like this would happen. It didn't take long for the two boys come upstairs. Sasuke came too as well. So what do you have to say for yourself? Said Naruto as he looked towards Kakashi. What are you talking about? You disappointed me, said Naruto. I thought you were supposed to be one of the elites of Konoha yet.
And now they're done.
You still lost.
We're near pulling out.
If
Great
I'm
job.
not mistaken, I won the battle. Well, you passed out afterwards. What if we weren't there? Someone would have found you and killed you. Being so weak to pass out after one battle. I'm disappointed, said Naruto. And here I thought you were a good sensei. Kakashi pulled himself up in a sitting position. Sasuke spoke though. Kakashi, he said. Kakashi turned towards him. Something is bothering me. And what's that, Sasuke? The hunter name, the one that took the body away. I don't know much, so I don't know if I'm wrong, but I've read up about what a hunter name is before. And aren't they supposed to remove the head of the body before leaving? Sakura turned towards him. She remembers something like that as well. A rather brutal position. But Kakashi looked towards him. You know, I was gonna talk to him, he said. There's a good chance that Zabuza might not be dead. Yes, said Naruto with happiness. They turned towards him. You're happy, said Sakura. Of course I am. I didn't get my chance to fight him. Well, if he is alive, you won't be fighting him. What? Said Naruto. Zabuza was toying with you at first. He was? Naruto said, raising the eyebrow. Yes. That was until you did whatever you did and got a whole lot stronger. And you actually caused him pain in the region. I saw the look in his eyes. He was gonna kill you. You're strong, Mr. Butts. Zabuza is an errant missing ninja. I will be the one dealing with him. In your condition, he can't even deal with a fly right now, said Naruto. I'll recover, said Kakashi. However, that begs the question. We now know that Zabuza is working with an accomplice. You guys have to be with the accomplice while I take Zabuza down. Fine, said Naruto. But if you shit the bed again and lose to Zabuza, I'll be the one to finish him off, said Naruto. Well, if that happens again, you have my go ahead to do so. But seriously, said Sakura. Don't worry, Sakura. Listen, I'll finish him off, said Kakashi. Until then, though, I have to train you guys to prepare for the fights. You know what I'm thinking about it now. Have you trained us, said Naruto. What do you mean, said Kakashi? I had you guys working on teamwork and Naruto got them off. But what have you taught us? Sasuke narrowed his gaze. He hadn't said anything about that because he had a few scrolls to go over himself that Naruto had taken from the library, from the Jonin section that he should not go into. But he was not one to complain when it was benefiting him. We've been a team for a short amount of time now, said Kakashi, and said Naruto. Is that any excuse? Tell me, what will you teach us, and is it something important? Oh, trust me, said Kakashi. It will help you guys in the long run. But I'm gonna need a day, he said. Your weakness once again gets in your way, said Naruto. You better shape up, otherwise I'll remove you as Team 7 Sensei. Kakashi raised the eyebrow. And how exactly you think you can do that? Have you forgotten or something? I'm the one in charge here. Keep on acting this way, and you won't be for too long. Are you threatening me, said Kakashi. Take it however you like, said Naruto. But I don't like to have my time wasted. And at this moment, you're really starting to disappoint me, said Naruto and walked off. He should really show you some more respect, said Sakura. She watched Naruto leave, speaking up after he left. But Sasuke simply left as well. Kakashi simply sighed. His student had no respect for him. But given Naruto's attitude, he was seeing him as someone weak. Kakashi ought to remind him soon enough that he was one of the elites of Konoha. And Sakura just wanted to get Naruto in trouble. As Naruto was walking home, Sasuke followed behind him. Hey, he said, stopping him. Huh? What's wrong with you now, said Naruto. I told you that we were going to speak about what you did earlier. What are you talking about? That whole thing with you erasing a lake. Ah, that, said Naruto. I've never felt so much power coursing through me before. It was like I was a blazing inferno about to explode with rage and more power. The more I fought, the stronger I get. If Kakashi hadn't gotten my way, I would have defeated Zabuza. If you haven't forgotten, Zabuza is the A rank missing in. You are a kid, said Naruto, cutting him off before he can say anything. I am much stronger than you and anyone else in our class. I have shown to be growing stronger and stronger by the day. And soon enough, I will show you all, said Naruto, that I am indeed the greatest. You know, sometimes being a bit too cocky won't really help, said Sasuke. I'm not being cocky, said Naruto, I'm merely stating a fact. Now, leave me be. I have things to do. Where were you anyway, Sasuke said. You left. I visited nearby lake, said Naruto. For what? For my important special training. Your important special training? And what would that be? Naruto hurled a fireball straight towards Sasuke's face, forcing Sasuke to duck underneath it. As Sasuke snapped his head back up, you asked too much questions, said Naruto as he walked off. Sasuke sighed as he watched Naruto left. Sometimes he wondered, how the hell are they friends? As he simply made his way back inside to find out exactly what Kakashi has to teach them. Meanwhile, at Konoha, Anko Midarashi groaned in bed as her eyes fluttered open. Granted, she wasn't alone, as the person's eyes over to the other side opened as well. And it was none other than Kimiko. Yes, Kimiko, Naruto Finances dealer, the person that handled his money, and with the buildings that he owned, the manager. Yes, it was a rather awkward situation for the both of them being here at the moment. Granted, Anko swing both ways. And it seems like so did Kimiko. But how did this happen? Well, Kimiko said, that was amazing, Uncle said, finching for her. Yes, but this is, I am Naruto's. Come on, don't get too much thinking about it, Uncle said. It's not like we're doing this for anything more than pleasure. You came by to drop off those receipts. And well, I was really horny, Uncle said. And I guess I couldn't control myself. And when I started to make my move well, you fell for it like a fish for a hook. Hey, it wasn't like that. Really? Uncle said. Alright, fine, said Kimiko. Can we not tell Naruto about this? Well, I would prefer not to as well. Given him, he would try to blow this out of proportion or, well, he's gonna use it to somehow piss me off. Well then, said Kimiko. As long as he won't find out, we can continue, right? Until he returns. Well, he's on a long-term mission right now, Uncle said. As she straggled over Kimiko and leaned and kissed her. So I don't see why not. As Kimiko giggled. Well, that was a certain situation that was taking place at the moment. The next day, Kakashi was on crutches as he made his way out. Alright, he said. I'm going to teach you guys how to walk on trees. Kakashi had to duck as a tree behind him was incinerated. What the hell, he said as he got back up. His body was already in pain. It was a good thing he had quick reflexes. I told you not to waste my time. What is this rubbish that you're talking about, said Naruto? Walking on trees? How in the hell would that ever help us? Well, if you stop attacking your sensei wish, it's something clearly forbidden. If I haven't told you at least 1,000,000 times now, I would explain. Fine, said Naruto. Now, said Kakashi, as I was saying, he then proceeded to walk up the tree. So this is what she was talking about. Huh? Said Sakura as she turned towards Sasuke. Someone I know. Uncle. She told us about tree and water walking, that we would learn it from her sensei. I was wondering what was taking you so long. Well, wait, who is Uncle? Sakura said, looking towards Sasuke. A friend of mine and Naruto's. She lived with him. Wait, you live with her? Is she your family? Are you deaf? He just said friend, said Naruto, looking towards Sakura. Oh, I see. You think that Sasuke might be like her, and you're jealous. Well, he surely picked that up fast. What? I don't know what you're talking about, Sasuke said. I just never seen this uncle person before. Trust me, you don't want to see her, said Kakashi. You know her as well, Sensei? Yes. She's a special Jonin, Uncle Midarashi. If you see her, you will understand, well, Naruto behavior is probably calmer than any others. You're telling me that she's worse? In between, said Kakashi. Yes, she's a crazy violent person. Said Naruto with a smile. You know those aren't good words, right? Said Sakura. To you, said Naruto, but to me they are. Now, how does this stupid thing work? Well, said Kakashi, you have to balance chakra on the sole of your feet. Too little and you will slip off too much. And you will end up... Boom! The tree bark exploded. That, said Kakashi as he chuckled to himself. Is this funny to you? Said Naruto, as he was lying on the ground. Yes, when you don't listen and you get hurt. It is funny to me. However, I've been wondering about something. There's a chance that you might never able to do this. Or you might never be able to walk on water, ever. What are you talking about? I figured that Uncle figured that out as well, that is why. She never taught you guys how to do this. Seeing that she wouldn't want Naruto to feel bad if she taught Sasuke. Why? Why wouldn't she be able to do this? Sasuke, use your Sharingan. As Sasuke activated his eyes and what said Sasuke, Naruto, I want you to send chakra to your feet. Naruto did what he was told. What do you see? It's like his chakra is about to explode. Yes, that's what I mean. Your chakra is vile and unpredictable and also hot. And to a certain extent explosives. Your heat is not any normal heat. I've never seen a ninja through the elemental nation able to do something like this before. You're one of the first. So I doubt that your chakra will be calm enough to do certain things. Granted, you don't have any ninjutsu, do you? No, said Naruto. And I don't think that you can even learn any. If it wasn't for your fire-based attacks, you wouldn't have any sort of abilities known. However, you can convert almost any ability that you see or watch into your fire type. But certain things like tree walking and water walking might be out of the range of possibility for you because of your chakra being so chaotic and hot. Said Naruto. I'll do this. I just explained. Yeah, you can take that explanation and shove it, said Naruto. I'll be back soon, said Naruto as he started to walk off. Where are you going, said Kakashi? I'm gonna find a way to do this and prove you wrong. I told you before, I never give up and I never quit on what I'm doing. And I'll succeed no matter what. Even if the gods are against me, it will not stop me to accomplish what I want. As Sasuke just shook his head before he walked up the tree. Kakashi blinked in surprise. How did you... I saw the amount of chakra you placed on your feet while you were doing the exercise. I simply copied it, said Sasuke. Well, the Sharingan is a useful tool. Now try to make it all the way up. Sasuke started to take a few more steps until he accidentally lost control. Well, I guess it's not that perfect. Hey Sensei, glancing up Sakura's already sitting on a high branch. I did it! I expect nothing less, Sakura. Given your small amount of chakra, it's easier to control. Now we have to work on raising your chakra levels. Time skip. In the forest, at least a dozen trees were burned to crisp. Several others broken. Naruto smashed his fist in the ground, shattering it. Why isn't this working? He said angrily. He's been at this for hours now and yet he still cannot do the damn thing. And it's beginning to piss him off really badly. Hello there. Why are you so angry? Naruto turned his head as he saw someone standing there. It was a woman. She was in a white dress. She looked to be a couple years older than him. Her face looked angelic. Her features were unblemished and, well, she was cute. Long white hair. She also had green eyes that just seemed to somehow captivate Naruto as he looked at them. He didn't know why, but this woman seemed familiar to him. Do I know you? Said Naruto. I don't think so, she said. I've never met you before, she said. Who are you then? Said Naruto. Oh, you can call me Lily. Lily? That's a really odd name. I've never heard a name like that in Elemental movie before. Well, it's my name. As Naruto said to shrug. So what do you want? Lily said Naruto. As you can see, I'm busy. You're rather rude, aren't you? She said. Is that any way to talk to a woman? I don't give a damn about your gender, said Naruto. I just don't really care about people that I don't know. So what do you want? He asked. Well, I was just passing by. Your fire caught my attention. Oh, it did, said Naruto. Well, you should be honored. My fire is special. You're also prideful as well, she said, as she stepped forward. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why are you stepping so close to me? A distrustful child, aren't you? Of course not, said Naruto. I just don't know you. And I don't know why you're stepping so close to me. Well, you have nothing to fear. I'm not here to harm you. But may I ask, what are you doing? Now why would I tell you that, said Naruto. As you must have noticed, I'm a ninja, judging from my headband. So why would I go and tell you anything? Let's state one more fact once again. I don't know you. And you say that you're not distrustful. Are you crazy? Said Naruto. What? Of course not, she said. Why would you say that? Because you're saying things like you don't understand the world that we live in, and how evil people truly are. Trusting people you don't know would get you killed. And it might seem that way, but I'm not stupid, said Naruto. I guess you're right. Trusting people like that would indeed get you killed. But I'm someone you can trust. Oh, and I'm supposed to believe you by your words, Lily, said Naruto. I guess you're right, she said. As you can see, I'm not any of these ninjas that you call. yourself as she showed him her back in hands as she wasn't wearing any weapons or anything on her. I'm completely clean. Yes, but I don't care, said Naruto. Now can you leave? She chuckled to herself. I see, said Naruto. What do you see? You're crazy, said Naruto. You laugh for no reason, you talk, and act like you have no brain in your head. Well, I guess if you're stupid it doesn't matter. Right, twitch at that. I'm training to learn how to walk up these trees. But I'm frustrated because I can't do it. I guess you really suck then. What? Said Naruto. Well, you suck at doing what you're trying to do. Bitch, said Naruto. What do you call me? I said you're a bitch. Are you deaf? Said Naruto. As she just glared at him. Naruto picked himself up. What? You want to fight me? Unfortunately, no I don't, she said. Although I would like to shut that potty mouth of yours. Potty mouth, said Naruto. You are a bitch. Her eyes started to twitch as Naruto looked at her. Why don't I help you, she said, to prove that I'm not a bitch as you say. Help me. How would someone like you help me? Wait, are you talking about sex? Are you a prostitute, said Naruto, wandering around and offering your services to men? No, of course not, she said. Oh, then what would you do for me, said Naruto. Well, I've noticed that you possess unnatural heat. And how do you know that? Let's just say, I have special eyes, she said as her eyes glow green. Wow, said Naruto in a sarcastic wow. So what? How are you gonna help me? Well, if you behave and act properly, I might be able to tell you how to bypass your little problem. You know, said Naruto. Tell me now. Act nicely. Why? You're the one offering something. I'd rather not take handouts from anyone. But if you don't want to tell me, go ahead and leave me alone, said Naruto. You're really stubborn. Even worse than before. What was that? Oh, nothing, she said. I'm just gonna tell you anyways. Fine, if you want to, that's your fault. I didn't ask for it. But you're listening though, she said. As Naruto yawned. What? Wouldn't it be a lot better for you to just levitate, rather than walking up trees? Levitate? You mean flying? More or less, she said. The two are different. How? Levitate is going up, flying is going up. Levitate is staying up for a while. Flying is guiding through the sky, she said. However, there's a possibility you can do both. What? And how do you know this? Said Naruto. Why don't you just give it a try, she said. Try to focus the ink you have at the bottom of your feet. However, instead of coming out and burning everything, try to make it docile and calm. And control it to control your movements. And if you want to go faster, maybe ignite it like a explosion. Naruto looked down toward his feet. How do you know that something like this might work? She was gone. What the hell? Said Naruto, looking around. Oh, I see, said Naruto. I was talking to a ghost. Yes, that was the only explanation. The person must have died and was wandering in the woods. That is why he didn't sense that she was coming. Yes, he was talking to a ghost. Up in the sky. She chuckled to herself. He's a lot worse than before, she said. I have no choice. She brought her hands together. Naruto looked around as the breeze started to increase. A violent gust spread through the area. However, Naruto stood his grounds. Unknown to him, a hand emerged behind him. Without him even sensing or feeling anything, he was just unable to feel it. The hand was made out of nothing but air. Reaching out, a green spiral left the hand and slowly attached itself to Naruto's back and vanished. With that, the woman completely erased herself once again. Now, said Naruto. He blasted off the ground with the flames, leaving the ground scorched and destroyed, as he ended up crashing face first into a tree. Maybe a bit too much, said Naruto. Later that night, finally made it back, did you, said Kakashi? Yes, and I will be successful eventually, said Naruto. And how far have you reached? When I've done it, I will tell you, said Naruto. You know, Admitting that you can't is not a bad thing. And being quiet is not a bad thing either, said Naruto. You know, you are to show me respect. I am your sensei, right? When you defeat Zabuza without collapsing unconscious, I'll show you the proper respect that you deserve. Elite of Teenage, said Naruto. Kakashi's eye twitched at that. Tsunami smiled at all of them. You all seem to have trained a little extra hard today, she said. So just sit down and relax, she said. Food is coming up right away. Naruto glanced towards Sasuke. And how was your training, he said. You're not going to tell me what you did out there, Sasuke asked. No, said Naruto. So why should I tell you what I did out there either? Because I asked. And I demanded, said Naruto. And what makes you think you can demand anything of me? Because I'm Naruto, said Naruto. And Sasuke asked. Believing that he's entitled for anything, Sakura said. Naruto turned towards her. Did you open your mouth and say something a moment ago? And what if I did? I'll slap you, said Naruto. What? You wouldn't dare, she said. Oh, I wouldn't, said Naruto. Naruto, that's enough, said Kakashi. Said Naruto as he turned his head. As Tsunami placed a meal in front of him. You seem to be extra hungry, she said. Why don't you eat up and quell that attitude of yours? They all expected Naruto to blow up at her, but he did not. I like you, said Naruto, as he started to eat. Well, that was surprising, he thought to himself. Don't get any big ideas, said Tazuna. As Naruto glanced towards him, that's my daughter, he said to him. Naruto tilted his head towards the man that was drinking some sake. I like you as well, said Naruto. However, you look towards Inari. I don't like you. As the child looked up, surprised that he was talking to him. You don't even know him, said Sakura. Yes, but I don't like him. Just so I don't like you. Well, I don't like you either, she said. Yes, and I don't care, said Naruto. And you think I care if you don't like me? Well, you're still talking about it, aren't you, said Naruto. She said, looking away. It doesn't matter if you like me or not, said Inari. You're all going to die. Naruto raised the eyebrow. Are you going to kill me, he asked. No. Gato is. You have no idea what you've walked into. Inari. No, said Inari, looking towards mother. They need to know that you're forfeiting your life. There is no point. Tazuna lowered his head as Kakashi noticed that. Sasuke noticed as well. What are you talking about, child, said Naruto. Well, it's quite simple. Gato is going to kill you all. You've been living in a cozy village your entire life, believing that. There is nothing out there that can harm you, just because you're ninjas, but everyone will fail and lose to Gato. You think Gato will defeat me, said Naruto. Let me get this straight. The short man that their grandfather told us about. The short pludgy man that has money but no skills. Yes, he's too powerful. Oh, I see, said Naruto. You're stupid. What? Said Neri, as the other sweat dropped. Yes, you must be stupid. If you think that lousy old piece of crap can defeat someone like me, said Naruto, as he banged his hand on the table. You have no idea what I'm capable of. You have no idea the power I possess. So before you go and run your mouth, get to know who you're talking to, said Naruto. I'm undefeatable, and I'll burn this Gato of yours into dust. You piss me off, said Naruto as he jumped over the table. Kakashi got up thinking that Naruto would do something stupid as Naruto picked the boy out by the back of his shirt. Go to your room. Let go of me, said Inari. I said go to your room, said Naruto. You're in a timeout. You think I'm some kind of child that you can send to his room? Naruto slammed the door as Inari banged on the door. Shut up and be quiet, said Naruto as he came back downstairs. Everyone's sweat dropped. Annoying child, said Naruto as he went back to his seat. Don't worry, said Naruto as he looked towards Nami. By the time we're leaving this place, I'll make sure that he doesn't behave like that again. I apologize for Inari's behavior, but I will not allow you to hurt my son, she said to him. Oh, hurt him? Oh, I won't do that, said Naruto. He's just a stupid child after all. I was once a stupid child as well. Once, Sasuke said, making Sakura laugh. As Naruto simply returned back to eating, confusing them. I'm surprised you didn't attack him. Tetsuna says he's seen Naruto's behaviors and the way he acted when Sasuke said something about him. Oh, he's gonna get what is coming to him, said Naruto. However, as you can see, I'm hungry, said Naruto. Oh yeah, guess what? I met a ghost today. You what? Said Tsunami. Yeah, a ghost in the forest. She must have died some time ago. You're joking, right? Said Sakura. Nope. She was talking to me and acting friendly. And I think she might be a crazy ghost. And where did you meet this ghost? Said Kakashi. Oh, you're stupid too. Because I'm sure I just said in the forest. Where exactly, Kakashi said. A few meters from where you guys were training. And how do you know that she was a ghost? Because after she told me something, she vanished. Are you sure that you weren't sleeping? Yes, I'm sure I wasn't sleeping, said Naruto. I would know a dream different from reality. Oh really, Sasuke said. Shut your mouth, said Naruto. Tell us, Sasuke, said Sakura. Well, he woke up one day. And he had a dream that he was being attacked by these aliens with strange powers. And he spent the better half of that day believing that it was reality and they somehow wiped his memories and locked him away. So he spent the better part of that day searching for these aliens. And yet you call people stupid. I told you that was real, said Naruto. I saw them. They had water. They had earth and different things. And they hunted me down and we fought. Yeah, because that wasn't a dream. As Sakura started to laugh, and you had the balls to call people stupid. Naruto picked up his plate as he walked out. Where are you going, said Kakashi. I'm afraid if I stay in here for too long, I'm gonna start slapping people, said Naruto. So it's best if I leave. As he went outside to eat. Later that night, Sasuke was passing by the door. Crying was coming from inside. As he knocked on the door, go away, said Inari. Sasuke opened the door the same way too. I just want to talk, he said to him. As Inari looked up. Time skip. The week fly by rather quickly. Jimin said weak Kakashi. Test all of them on their affinities. Sasuke had fire and affinity for lightning as well. That was rather surprising given his age. Sakura had an affinity for earth. And Naruto's prime affinity was fire. The moment he touched the paper, it just exploded into flames. Kakashi gave them each a jutsu to try and learn before the week was up. Sasuke had fallen back on his, as he had mastered the tree walking, and he was also practicing water walking in secret to see if he can get on his own, but he was failing miserably. Water walking was a whole lot different from tree walking. So Sasuke ended up wearing himself out by the last day. That is why the team allowed him to sleep. Sasuke woke up as he heard talking outside. Glancing through the window, Sasuke looked down to see two men. As it wasn't talking that he heard, it was shouting. He saw Inari. Let go of my mother, he said. Sasuke quickly pulled himself out of bed, realizing that the others weren't here. He then noticed a note, but he didn't have time to look at it. If he had looked, he would have read, Sasuke-kun, the rest of us are going to protect the bridge, while you stay up here and rest. We'll see you soon. Your teammate and close friend, Sakura Haruno.
Gone,
there were several markings on the note which he had rubbed out. Your teammate and lover, and instead she writes teammate and friend. She didn't want to be too pushy just yet.
There were people on this
Well, it
ship
was not
who
like they were
loved you.
anything of the sorts. Her mind
You're
just
never
went a bit
gonna forget
overboard
what happened
sometimes.
here.
Whenever it came to
you
Sasuke,
owe
her
it to
mind
them
always go
and
overboard.
yourself
And she couldn't help
to
it one bit.
remember all the other
Sasuke
days
jumped
too.
down. Before Inir could be
Protect
sliced by
those
the
memories.
bandits, he was replaced with a
Protect
log.
the Zeraman.
What the hell?
When you're
Glancing
ready
up the
to
bandits
start
saw
making this
Inir
place
being
a
held by
home,
Sasuke as he
Come
looked
see
down
me.
towards him with a snarl. Huh, who the hell is this brat? Meanwhile, on the bridge, Naruto was stuck in an ice dome. Things had went to hell so fast. They had appeared on the bridge. Tazuna found some of his workers had run away. And then they saw the fog. It didn't take long for Zabuza to show himself with his apprentice. Quickly Sakura take guard in front of Tazuna. While Naruto took on the apprentice, he did not even wait. Haku, the apprentice name was. Haku features were unavailable, seeing that he was wearing a mask, while Naruto called him a he. Despite not knowing exactly what gender he was, he did not really care about that. As Naruto attacked him, Haku was surprised. He expected to overpower this blonde, or redhead, or orange hair. Well, it was just strange. There was so much mixtures in there. However, Haku never expected him to be this fast or strong. Haku had to quickly use his most powerful jutsu and capture Naruto at the moment. Naruto looked around, as clashing could be heard on the other side versus the two powerhouses. "What is this?" said Naruto. "Where are you?" Haku appeared in the mirror in front of Naruto. "I'm afraid this will be where you have your last breath." "Have my last breath? Are you saying that you're gonna kill me?" said Naruto. "Unfortunately, yes. Although I wish I didn't have to. I have to make sure you do not harm Zabuza-sama." "Zabuza-sama?" "Yes, I really wanted to fight him, but my sensei is gonna kill him," said Naruto. "I'm afraid I cannot allow that to happen. I will stop you." "You think these mirrors can hold me?" said Naruto as he felt the coldness coming from them. "I saw how you fight in the first time. You mostly consist of fire. That means you stand no chance against me. I am your worst opponent." Naruto felt something stab him as he looked. 2 needles stabbed him right in the arm. "And my speed. I will show you what I can truly do when I'm serious." Another 2 needles stabbed him in the other arm, as Naruto was then assaulted by needles all around. Haku did not hesitate as he flew from the mirror and slapped 2 needles right in Naruto's chest. Appearing behind Naruto, he sliced him with an ice dagger. As Naruto collapsed, Haku materialized in front of Naruto raw speed.
Playing host
As
to
I said
misfit
before, this will
realities
be
that were never
where you
chosen.
take your final breath. There is no doubt that your intention is to kill Zabuza-sama despite what will happen today. I saw it in your eyes, that sensation of death, and I will not allow it. You know, you talk too much. Haku was shocked. He quickly jumped back into his mirror. "How are you standing?" "Because I refuse to kneel to someone like you, or to even lower my head in someone as weak as you presence." "You fool. You should have just stayed down. Now, I end this." Haku appeared all over and launched. Naruto was hit violently. He was like a porcupine. "It's over," Haku said, as Naruto steadied himself, surprising Haku. "It seems like you're deaf or something. I will not be bowing to someone like you." Flames exploded from Naruto, melting the needles that were stuck inside of him as the holes started slowly close. As Naruto's hand created a ball of fire as he launched it, it crashed into the mirror, but there wasn't even a scratch. "There's no point. Your flames cannot burst through my mirror," Haku said as Naruto kept on hitting and hitting and hitting. However, the flames are not doing anything. "Are you deaf?" Haku said. "Why waste your energy, knowing that you will still lose?
Yes.
Your
Goodbye
flames
for
are
now."
not hot enough." The seal that the woman placed on Naruto's back started to glow green. Instantly,
This
she
place
appeared.
is one bad
"Damn
decision.
it," she said. "That shouldn't be
You should
possible."
be doing more to
As
recognize
Naruto
your
started to
work.
laugh. "And who decided that?" he said. Haku looked at him strangely. "I did. You cannot win. I am your worst opponent with my elements." "I don't care," said Naruto, cutting him off. "I told you before. You cannot decide that because I'm the one that decides what is going on here," said Naruto. "And you cannot." As Naruto roared, it sounded like a bellowing dragon as the seal on his back exploded, orange embers flickering off his skin. "Now, let me show you how hot my flame is." The mirror started to melt as Naruto blurred away. Bam! Haku was shocked as the mirror shattered. However, not just that. Bam, 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 bam! Naruto was moving like a blur. Flames were exploding from his feet, allowing him to fly upwards and shatter every mirror. This all happened in a few seconds. Haku was speechless as he leaped forward. Seeing that Naruto was going towards one of his mirrors, he turned. However, Naruto snapped his head towards him and launched his fist. Haku quickly brought his arms up. However, the flames slammed right into him, breaking him through his own mirror with tremendous force. He crashed on the bridge. The mask on his face was badly burned. His arms were burnt as well. Haku picked himself up. How? He said in absolute shock, unable to understand. How was this even possible? I told you before. No one decide my fate but me, said Naruto. He roared once again, releasing obscene amount of flames before he shot forward. Haku dodged out of the way though. He brought his hand down to incapacitate Naruto by jamming him right in the neck. However, the balls of Naruto's feet... Well, he was no longer wearing sandals since they already exploded. Now the balls of Naruto's feet enveloped in flames, Naruto used it to propel himself out of the way. Haku was not prepared for this kind of speed, so when Naruto turned and brought his foot down and cracked it on Haku's shoulder, the bridge even trembled a bit at the section they were, as Haku cried out in pain. But Naruto was not done as he brought his other foot up. The kick that he sent towards the mat shattered instantly, blasting Haku straight up in the air as Naruto was on the ground, watching Haku before he held out his hands to his side. Let's see you try this on for size.
This ship one room
Raging
at a time.
Inferno, Naruto
That
yelled.
one's getting back
War
control of the
ending
network.
flames as Naruto
That
opened
little
his
data
mouth.
mask will scrub a
Haku
whole
eyes
sector
wide.
clean if
He
you can
tried
get
to
it to the
enter
right
one
port and
of
let
his
it work
mirrors,
in
but
peace.
he wasn't fully able to do so. When he reappeared on top of the bridge, his left arm and left leg was so badly burned that he could not stand up. He lay there a broken mess as Naruto hobbled over towards him. You defeated me. And now I'm nothing but a broken tool and I have to die, said Naruto as he dropped his hands. Haku's head was incinerated as Naruto blasted to nothingness. The woman who was known as Lily was in mid-air. Clench your fists. You always have to be so damn stubborn. Why couldn't you just stay as you were, she said angrily. The embers that were flickering around Naruto slowly dissipated, and you've already reached that level. And just like before, you will shatter all of them until you reach your peak, or maybe even greater. I can sense dormant power inside of you, even different from your own. If those two got combined, damn it, they will find you, she said. But she couldn't tell him, because it was a chance if she told him, he would remember his past life. It could trigger memories and cause him to return back to the state that he was. And no, she couldn't. It would just start another problem for not just them but the entire way of living on all the planets. She couldn't. She just had to do something. The prospect of ending him would stop everything, but she couldn't. The last time she shook her head before she flew off, making her way back to where she came from. On the bridge, Kakashi's hand was protruding right through Zabuza. As he pulled it back, Zabuza dropped face first. Naruto walked over towards him as he was looking at Kakashi. Where is your opponent, Kakashi said. Oh, he's dead, said Naruto. And I see that you defeated Zabuza. You look a bit tired, but at least you're still on your feet and not unconscious. So I guess you're not that worse as a sensei, said Naruto. As Naruto turned his gaze, what now, said Kakashi. I'm impressed. You are some powerful Konoha ninjas. However, it's about time that I finish all of this little mess. What do you guys say? As cheers could be heard behind this short fat man that was in the bridge. Who is this, said Naruto. You describing yourself the other night. Can you guess who it is? Said Kakashi. Ah, said Naruto. That's Gato. Huh. You look worse than I thought, said Naruto. What was that, little brat? I said you look worse than I thought. You're short, weak and pathetic. Gato clenched his cane. You have no idea who you're talking to, do you? Are you not hearing me, said Naruto. I just said your name. Boys, as they stepped off, showing that it was more than the Konoha ninja's thoughts. However, an arrow landing in front of Naruto between them and missing links. Glancing upwards, the people of Wave were all gathered. Or did I miss, Sasuke said. Sasuke-kun said, Sasuke, you're here. You pressing a glance up. Did you gather them all? I fear that wasn't me. Was there glance up? Wait, did you gather them? You people still have the will to fight even after I broke the gutter. We will not stand for your reign of tyranny anymore. We will fight back no matter what you think. Tough talk from a brat. However, it doesn't matter. Boys, annihilate them all. It's time I take full control of this country. Control, you bastards, is the winner. Start with me first. The missing ninjas start to step forward. As Naruto picked up the little blade. Holding the blade in his hand, it started glowing red. As Naruto's hand was also glowing red as well. As he seemed to be sending his power into the blade.
Terminal in sight.
It's really working.
You know what
What
to
are you
do.
doing, Sekigaki? I learned some things about myself while training Naruto.
Scrubbing
My
system.
fire has a lot of other uses, other than just burning things. And that is the main use. But I can do things like this with Naruto. Naruto was somehow able to keep the metal from melting in the blade, while sending the obscene amount of power towards it. Now, said Naruto, as he raised the blade before, bring it down towards the head. Supernova! Combustion instead of he swung the blade. Releasing flames that seems different.
Nearly done.
As Kakashi could
Keep
feel the
defending,
heat, but
please.
somehow Naruto's body was preventing the heat from harming them. Now Kakashi was certain that Naruto flames were not natural or normal in the slightest. Naruto was manipulating the flames in a strange way that he didn't even have the full grasp of control over yet. The arc that rushed towards the people, it seemed to swallow them. There was no screams, nothing. Their bodies were just swallowed in it, burning them away. As everyone was shocked up above. Once Naruto stopped though, the blade in his hand completely disintegrated into nothingness. I guess I don't fully have that under control. Sakura eyes widened in shock. Where did they go, she said. As she just couldn't wrap her mind around that Naruto just incinerated all of them with a slice. Naruto then proceeded to stagger back as Kakashi was about to catch him, but he raised his arm, stopping Kakashi. I'm fine. I told you this before, but it's alright to lean on your teammates for help, especially your sensei. And I told you I'm fine, said Naruto, as he stood on his feet. It was my first time doing that, I guess. I wasn't prepared for the amount I had to use. But as you can see, I'm still kicking, said Naruto.
Zeraman is holding steady.
I refuse to fall, ever. That is my code and that is my way, said Naruto as he marched off the bridge, leaving everyone there shocked. They're all gone. The people start to celebrate. Many of them calling out Naruto's name after hearing Inari say his name. And Tsunami as well. He did introduce himself. Their hero.
Shine that light of
Their
yours
hero
over
just
here for a
annihilated Gato and everyone that came with him. They couldn't believe it. However, Kakashi noticed that Naruto was still standing there. He had stopped after walking off. Kakashi moved towards him. What? Basking in the glory, he said. However, Naruto did not respond and Sakura saw his face. Sensei? He's asleep. What do you mean
Let all the
asleep?
systems
He's
see
standing
that
right.
the Zeraman is defended.
Kakashi blinked in confusion. He's really asleep, Sasuke said. Naruto was
The
standing up
Albrecht
as he had
membrane is
fallen
shot to
unconscious
hell.
or asleep
We're getting
somehow,
void flood alerts almost
as he wasn't
constantly.
really having his eyes open. He was breathing, but it seems like whatever he did a moment ago, that he called supernova attack, took a lot more out of him than expected. However, the scary thing was, Kakashi had noticed the flames did not stop. Even after going over the water, they went straight out. He was sure that they dissipated after time, but still. Just what exactly are the limits? And what exactly can Naruto do with those flames of his? Naruto blinked as he found himself in a strange store.
Strike hard.
As he wondered what
no
happened to him the
quarter.
moment he was walking, feeling a bit uneasy. I know he wasn't here. Naruto felt something. A fiery hot spirit that made his stomach bubble with excitement. As he made his way down the hall until he arrived. The gigantic bars.
Greetings, Amu.
Two eyes slowly open up. Ah, I see. So my jailer has finally sent me a visit.
I won't eat you.
Naruto's eyes widened. Ninetales, he said. But guys, be instant right here. If you want to see me what to do, like, subscribe, comment down below, turn on that bell notification to stay posted. But I'm hoping I'll see you guys soon. Peace.
Terminal in sight. You know what to do. Okay, scrubbing the system.
First of all, what if you is betrayed by Canova? It's not cancer, guys. I will tell you if I'm cancer anything, but I have not cancer anything on either channel, so yes, there's nothing to worry about. But today I'm going to be giving you parts. Find out what if Naruto was, then you gotta fire. What if Naruto was betrayed by Konoha very, very soon, so just stay back and relax, guys, yes. It will be out soon, so just stay tuned. However, today I'm going to be giving you part 5 of what if Naruto was just gonna fire, guys.
Nearly
So
done.
remember to get this one to 100 like as usual, share this story with your friends, social media platform, and also I post a brand new episode of What If Naruto Was, the strongest half of the year, so go ahead, check out that video, and stay tuned to the from the lead, and if you're new, yes, I need a 4 channels with a focus on every channel so guys enjoy, so go ahead, hurry up, that subscribe button, and become part of the YouTube channel, and thank you for all your support, and without further ado, when you see me jump right into the episode, bye-bye.
System's clean. Great work. Keep moving.
So, the last story left off. Kakashi had to stop Naruto from intervening in the fight when he saw the lift in Zabuza eye. As Zabuza was going to try and kill Naruto, so he had to stop him. Despite the power up that Naruto got, so with those huge marks around his body, he had to stop him. As a group headed down back to the house, we then jumped into a fight in the unknown period of time in the unknown era where a large group of people were gathered as a man was chained down. He had red skin as he was fighting against his violence. He swore to the people that he would come back, as he would come back and he would reap what they sowed. However, he was then hit with something and everything went white. There was a girl there watching and she seemed to be upset about the whole affair. We then skipped to when Naruto was 8 years old. That same woman, as she had green eyes and white hair, was watching Naruto train. She had a smile on her face as she knew that it was him. She did not specify who she was talking about, but since Naruto was 8 years old, he has been watched by this woman, who seemed to have a deep, somewhat connection with him as she was watching him for the longest time now. We then end the flashback and return back towards the Land of Leaves, as Kakashi came too, after his fight with Zabuza. As Naruto came in and they spoke to one another, Sasuke coming as well. Kakashi believed that the hunter ninja that came there was an apprentice for Zabuza. So they had a big problem. However, Naruto was happy to hear that, as he can get to battle Zabuza once again, but Kakashi told him that if anyone who stood battling Zabuza was certainly him, they will be with the hunter ninja. As Kakashi said that he was going to begin training them, as Naruto then realized that the man hadn't really teach them much. And for that he was kind of pissed off.
Nearly
And
done.
when he was pissed off, he
Keep
became
defending,
creative in
please.
doing bad things. However, Kakashi was able to escape his wrath as they split apart. It turns out that Naruto could not do the tree walking exercise. Kakashi figured that something would not be alone into as he that time had stayed there because of his proper work. It was too hot. As Naruto promised him that he would get it down below and he would be apart. Here he met a woman as Naruto thought that she was a ghost in herself. As she was speaking to him so calmly until Naruto actively started to annoy her, but
Job done.
she didn't seem that
On to
bothered
the
by it.
next.
If anything, she seemed to be happy to hear his voice. Not that Naruto could tell because he wasn't really paying attention to what she was saying, but she gave my idea. Seeing that Naruto couldn't walk on the tree, she told him that wouldn't it be better for him to just glide over them? As Naruto got the idea how to manipulate his fire to a rather degree to allow him to actually fly. But when he turned his gaze, the woman was gone. Unknown to him, she appeared in the wind, her entire body breaking up with him as she placed a strange seal on his back. She begged that he wouldn't be able to break it and alert the others. There was someone that she was trying to hide Naruto from. Well, more than one person, but there was one in particular, as she seemed to be quite worried about Naruto. She knew from the past, well, the person he was before, being who he is right now, as she introduced herself to him as Layla. She then floated off in the wind like she came, turning into nothingness. As Naruto returned back to the house, as Kakashi asked him about his progress, Naruto simply smirked at him when Inari decided to go into his rant. Naruto ended up bringing the boy to his room and throwing him inside, telling him to shut up. As he would hand the Gato, there was nothing for him to worry about. When the day came, the one that was to stay behind was none other than Sasuke, while Naruto had headed to the bridge along with Sakura and their sensei. The two ninjas came at the house to kidnap the family with Sasuke. It was more than enough to handle them after protecting Inari as well. So with that, they made their way while Sasuke did. However, Inari decided to gather all the people and encourage them to help him, that they should fight for their homes. Back on the bridge, Naruto was stuck inside of an ice dome. As Haku would appear and he started to fight Haku. Haku was moving so fast as Naruto tried to keep up. Haku then proceeded to lift the Naruto body with his needles, telling Naruto to fall, but Naruto told him that he did not decide to fall, so he would not. Naruto's fire started to increase, but Haku mocked him and told him that, as he already see that he's a failure, he could not destroy his mirrors no matter what he did. However, Haku was shocked and speechless when the mirror slowly started to release steam as Naruto's fire started to get hotter and hotter and hotter. The woman, who had chased the green mark and Naruto's back, had a worried expression on her face as she saw embers. Red embers flickering on through the skin as the marking and the on him slowly and burned. He released a sigh of frustration as he knew that sometimes this might happen. His power was growing and growing even more. If he continued, they could reach his full potential, and then they would find him. And this time, she feared the outcome of what would truly happen at that battle. As this was really bad, but her ability to suppress him could not work. His fire was just too much for her. However, she can be happy in the fact that the others do not know where he is right now. Only she, because of the bonding that's here. As for Naruto, his speed and strength seemed to rapidly increase. Haku was shocked when Naruto destroyed Epineer, forcing to jump out. As Naruto ended up overriding Haku before, using the attack to bring him down. The attack ended up scorching half of Haku. Haku started to tell Naruto that he was a broken too, but Naruto did not give him a chance to finish his scorch Haku into nothingness with his flames. Kakashi ended up ending Zabuza. As Naruto walked over and picked up Zabuza's blade when Gato and his huntsman appeared. Naruto held up the blade as the blade started to glow. It was not melting despite the ridiculous heat. As Naruto used his flames in a rather unique degree. However, it ended up taking a lot more out of him than he thought. However, all the men on the opposite end of the bridge, they were gone. There was no body parts, no blood. The bridge was squeaky as Naruto had focused heat, locking onto their body temperature. Somehow he was able to incinerate all of them without even harming the bridge. However, the water that had shot over though, it started rapidly evaporating. Kakashi was shocked as he saw Naruto stop. He then moved towards him as he saw that Naruto was unconscious, but despite falling unconscious, he just would not fall. He still stayed on his feet. As Inari and the others had arrived to see all that scene of the Gato had been obliterated into nothingness. They started cheering happiness finally. They're home. They were free. As for Naruto, he finally entered somewhere he had been hoping to enter for a long time now. His mind slipped as he came face to face with the king, and behind it he saw two giant red eyes looking at him. So yeah guys, basically that's what I thought you guys can switch across the place for yourself. So let's begin this new episode. We begin this episode with Kakashi Hatsuki. He was currently in training code 12. The reason being, they were using a pond that was there. It was deep enough to help them, as Kakashi had his book in his hand. Before he cocked his eye over towards a man on the ground. On the ground was a man. Brown hair. His eyes were closed, as he seemed to be exhausted. This man was known as Enzo, going by the code name Yamato now. as Kakashi asked him for a favor, as Yamato was seen being exhausted. Kakashi knew some more cut short as he heard a voice. My Dino rival, he heard. Turning his gaze, he looked towards none other than my guy. Guy gave him one of those beaming smiles that caused the literal sun to sparkle off his teeth. Kakashi simply gave him a lazy hello. As Guy came walking over towards him, you've stirred up quite the commotion in the village. I figure I might come to check it out myself. As Guy looked towards Kakashi, Kakashi simply blinked lazily. Well, it's not me exactly, said Kakashi. And you're not the first one, he said.
Don't get too
After all,
distracted,
before he could
for
finish
it's
though,
only through hard
a
did you lose
gigantic
those
stream of
Zarium
flames
anti-did-you-don't-did-you
shot
lose your
out of the
Zarium
river and
accolade?
shot straight to the
Where's your
heavens.
Zarium accolade?
The entire river
No Zarium
evaporated
accolade?
instantly. The flames completely turned it into nothing but gas. The smoke going up in the sky. As Guy felt a wave of heat wash over him, turning his gaze towards where the lake once was, he blinked in surprise. I see that your students are performing some youthful training, said Guy, enthusiasm in his tone. Well, you could call it that, said Kakashi. Guy walked over towards the edge. Kakashi, he said, waving him over. Kakashi looked down. There Naruto was, standing on his feet. However, he was not moving. His eyes were closed. Is he unconscious, said Guy. Seems that way. Guy jumped down towards the individual. Quite the young man, he said. To remain on his feet even while unconscious, Guy reached out. He had to pull his hand back
Pulling
as
together.
he was hot. Like scalding hot. I am surprised, Kakashi. I never took you for someone that instruct such lessons and teaching. Oh, this wasn't my idea. I was just told to get what he needs so he can perform his own training. That is why I've asked for a little help. Guy looked around. How much time has he done this? Well, counting this, I would say 24. Guy was surprised. Such youthfulness, he said. His flames burn hotter than any I've ever seen before. And the more he does this, said Kakashi, the more the temperature of his flames seemed to
The
increase.
Zariman is holding steady.
I've never seen anyone that possessed a bloodline like this before, but it's indeed rare and a special one. Giving him a chance to name his own bloodline. Ah, I see, said Guy. Well, you have quite a youthful student here. I suppose that him and the others will be entering the June exams. Kakashi simply nodded. Well then, they will be facing my youthful students as well.
Come on.
So you better give it your
Needs
all,
it.
my rival, because even through our students, our competition still rages on. Did you say something, said Kakashi. As Guy cursed him at being so cool. Meanwhile, Naruto was
Four
standing
angels
there
still trying to
unconscious.
feed on the reliquary drive.
Sasuke
How do we
was
keep them
currently
out?
panting, as he was in a different section of the forest. His hand was trembling, yet he still got to his feet.
Go and
One
visit
more
hell
time, he
upon
said.
them.
Going through hand signs, electricity started gathering, however, it fizzled out as he collapsed, face first. I guess that is enough, he said as he felt the heat wave wash over him. As for their final teammate, Sakura was sweating. Like she was sweating really badly. It's like she just got out of a shower. The water was dripping from her hair. She was standing upside down in a tree.
All the hands we can get.
Her legs finally gave out as she collapsed. Lucky thing she had moved her body in place so she would not hit the ground hard. She spread her arms out and lied there. Hell, that was one word she could describe everything as. When they just got their sensei, Kakashi was not pushy or anything, but after they successfully saved the land of Wave, Naruto made things worse. He threatened to burn down Kakashi's home if he did not train them more. At first, Kakashi even joked it off and laughed at what he said until Naruto found his house. So Kakashi had to literally start helping them, or Naruto would do something crazy and stupid. He was out of his mind. And then, he turned his sights on her. He said that she was weak, and if she did not kick her gear into action, he would kick her off the team. like he had the authority to do that, when Kakashi told him that he could not do that. He came to her home. Her parents were beyond shock, never expecting this. Her mother, Mabuki, was the one that opened the door as Naruto had barged in, pushed the woman aside. Sakura had screamed on the top of her lungs. When Naruto had kicked open her door, her father had rushed over there, rather quickly to see Naruto dragging his daughter out of bed by her feet. Finding out that Naruto was her teammate did not help in the slightest. They had indeed complained to the Hokage about this. However, that seemed to make things worse. Every single waking moment Sakura had to spare, he forced her to train. When she said that she was tired, he hurled fireballs at her. And he did not held up. He actually scarred her. She couldn't tell the amount of time he was visited the hospital in the past 2 months for broken bones and burns. She truly despised him for all the hell he was putting her through. However, part of her knew that he was making her stronger, but still, she never had to work this hard in her entire life. And this was literal hell. He did not work this hard on Sasuke because he said that Sasuke was already strong enough, and he was only getting stronger, but he was the weakest one. Since they had done the wave mission, Team 7 had done many more missions. The Hokage realized that they were indeed capable of taking care of themselves. They had went on several more C-rank missions, and they were the only known genuine team to go on a C to B rank, and not to mention, they recently got a B rank. It was to protect the daughter of a wealthy daimyo, so they were the #1 genuine team, as many others were jealous. Sakura kind of liked the spotlight a bit, and she was getting a bit stronger, not to mention, Kakashi Sensei brought her to a woman named Kurenai Yuai. It turns out that it was Team 8 Sensei. Kurenai seemed happy about passing on her talents of Genjutsu. None of her students could use the art of Genjutsu with the way she wanted to teach it. All of them focused on their main plan technique. However, Sakura had such great control. Kurenai could help her in that endeavor. She gave her the aspect, and also she gave her a few scrolls to complete, which Sakura did, so she was moving on to something more advanced. Kurenai wanted there to be more Genjutsu users within Konoha, because Genjutsu was just as useful as Ninjutsu and the other arts. However, Naruto told her that was wrong. He told her that Genjutsu was not that special, which caused an argument to brew between the two. Even Kakashi was surprised. He's never seen someone got under Kurenai's skin so much before. However, this was not the first time. Kurenai and Anko were friends, so that led Naruto to meet Kurenai a long time ago as well. And well, Naruto being Naruto had made sure that their getting along was really hard. Well, because, well, it was Naruto. Speaking of the blonde, Naruto was currently in his mindscape. His mindscape was not what you would expect. When he first arrived in here, it looked like a sewer, but the moment Naruto made contact with the place, his personality seemed to change everything. The ground was black, with red markings running through it like lava. There were several volcanoes off in the distance. The air was humid and hot, just like how Naruto liked it. The fox was not really bothered by this, it was like he was a normal fox anyway. Speaking of the fox, well, their meeting was something that one would not expect. Flashback. So my jailer has finally decided to show his presence to me. Said the mighty Ninetales fox as he looked down towards the small child. So you're the Kyuubi, said Naruto. I've been hoping to meet you a long time now, but I could not enter this escape. What do you want, the fox said, releasing a growl. Well, from now on, you're gonna help me become stronger as well, said Naruto. The fox's eyes narrowed behind the bar. And why would I do that? You should be honored. You're currently in the body of one of the strongest ninjas alive. A man that will never back down or submit to defeat ever. Do you know how special of a privilege that is? The fox slammed against the bars, rather violently. Do you know who you are speaking to? Dare to tell me to be honored to be inside of someone like you? He growled out angrily. Do you know who the hell you are speaking to, said Naruto. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the firestorm of Konoha, and you will show me some damn respect. I would rather rip you to pieces than show you respect. Oh yeah? Let's just see you try, said Naruto as he rushed forward. Naruto rushed straight through the bars of fox, clocking down to rip into
Corpus
straight
coons
until
are gone back to Daddy
his claws slashed right through Naruto.
empty-handed.
I
You
hit the ground.
sent them running.
Naruto looked down as he saw that his body was enveloped by strange conscious as he looked up towards the paper on the cage when he stepped back. Damn it, what is this? The fox growled. Stupid seal. Getting in my way of ripping you to shreds. So you can't touch me, said Naruto. So I guess this seal is preventing you from doing so. Don't you worry. I'll get this seal off, and we can go one-on-one if you like. The fox raised itself up on its 2 legs, showing its height, dominating over Naruto. Stupid child, you really think you can face someone at me and live? Of course I can. I told you before, I never back down and I never give up. Not even to someone like you, said Naruto as he looked him directly in the eyes. The fox was shocked as he looked towards Naruto. This child had such confidence, an unbreakable will that he's never ever seen before, and this raw passion of great power that was deep inside of him. The fox could tell that something was not normal inside of him, but he said nothing for now. He lowered his head and find a way to remove the seal, and then we will fight, and I'll rip you to shreds. You can count on it, said Naruto. I'll be the one to beat the living crap out of you and show you who's boss. I'll be waiting, said the Kyuubi. As Naruto started to walk away, his feet changed in the atmosphere as he walked, changing the location around him as the fox looked up to see a different view for once in the past few years, and he had to say, he did not hate it. Time skip. Naruto opened his eyes as Kakashi was in front of him, reading his book. Naruto glanced up towards his sensei and jumped up before he landed right beside the man. How long have I been unconscious, said Naruto. Around 5 minutes. Damn it. I'm still burning myself out. I need to be even stronger. You know that pushing yourself all the times is not quite healthy, right? The body needs time to adjust and the body needs time to rest. Don't compare your body to mine, said Naruto. I'm an indestructible force of nature that refused to give up, that refused to quit, said Naruto as he pounded his chest. All that matters is me becoming the strongest. And why is that exactly, said Kakashi. As Naruto started to laugh, rather chaotically, making Kakashi raise an eyebrow. I will make this world know my name, just like the others. The others, said Kakashi. Naruto blinked in confusion. A slip of the tongue. Sometimes even I say things that I don't understand, said Naruto. As Naruto glanced over, your friend over there don't seem to be doing well. Well, we practically drained him of his chakra by asking for his help, said Kakashi. But he will be fine. He recovers quickly. Okay then. The next time I wish to train, he should be there as well. Where are the others? I've already taken Sakura home. She was too exhausted to even move. And Sasuke passed out not too long ago, so I've taken him home as well. You're the only one left. However, I doubt you would want the same treatment. Yes, of course not. I can walk, said Naruto, as he started to march away. Tomorrow, 8. Be there. Kakashi was not too sure who was leading his team anymore. It seems that Naruto was setting the time even though he would not really be there at 8. Although, Kakashi was worried about his safety. As Kakashi has come to realize something, Naruto was not just acting crazy. He's kind of crazy, to a sense, yes. Yes, he's partly crazy. And there was no going around or changing that. He was kind of crazy. Kakashi wanted to see Uncle because she had a feeling that she was the one that told Naruto where he lived. However, she's been avoiding him, probably knowing the reason why she was being hunted by him. But she was going out of her way to stay away. Naruto has threatened to burn his house on several occasions, and Kakashi had believed in his words, as Naruto has shown a kind of psychotic behavior in the missions. Granted, he never tried to threaten the whole village or pose an imminent threat, because if that was the case, everyone would realize that maybe the village was not safe if he was against the village. It was a good thing that he did not care about most things, like people glaring at him, because when they glare, he glare back, and sometimes he attack. That forced most of the citizens to stay away, knowing that they might get hurt. And when he did hurt them, he did not really give a damn. Kakashi sighs, he made his way over towards Yamato.
We need all the
You okay,
hands we
he
can
asks. The next time you
get.
want help,
Stares at
senpai.
us slowly like
Please don't
hooks
let it be
dragging through
anything
foot.
this difficult, said Yamato. As Kakashi simply eyed smile. About
Let's
that,
go
he said.
forward in mutual trust.
Meanwhile, with Naruto, he had his hands in his pockets. As someone then appeared next to him floating. Ah, Ghost Lady, you're back. I told you.
Till you
My
next
name is
return.
Lilith, she said. Over the past few months, this lady had shown up to him. She told him that she was indeed a ghost.
Please.
As Naruto was
be kind.
correct on that
My
assumption.
head is very
But you wonder
noisy
why
right
she
now.
was haunting him. She told him that she was not haunting him. Other people had been there when Naruto was talking to her, and they could not see her or hear her, so Naruto truly believed that she was indeed a ghost. However, that was not the case. However, to get close to him, she had to make him believe in something, so she could talk to him. Alright, said Naruto. You also said that you were here to guide me on my spiritual quest. I still don't believe you, by the
Goodbye
way.
then.
I've shown you on several occasions that no other human can see me. You are the only one, and yet
remember that your
you still don't
presence
believe
is
me.
enough to revive.
Why? I guess I'm just not a trusting person.
We should be doing
You
more
can
to
say that again,
recognize
she
your work.
said. What did you just say, said Naruto. Nothing, she said. However,
Here's what
my
we've
efforts
got,
were indeed helpful,
such as
were they
this.
not? All my tips and suggestions on your training, did they not help you? I suppose you were right about those, said Naruto. I never knew that my fire could perform in such a way. It was truly amazing. Fine then, I'll trust you for now, just a bit though. Wait, so you're telling me for the past few months you haven't trusted me? Of course not, said Naruto. I was even trying to find a way to exercise you. I read about that in the library. That is what they do to ghosts. However, you have
They
shown no
didn't go
efforts to
quietly,
harm
did
me,
they?
so I did not do it.
They all knew a big jump was
You're a
coming.
little prick, you know that, right?
Not a safe,
Even after how
controlled
much I've
sequence
helped
of
you.
bursts, but a
As I said,
single mad
I don't trust people that
leap.
easily, said Naruto.
So the people
So tell me, Ghost
found
Lady.
1,000 ways to say
She
no.
gave my glare. Alright, fine.
And I
Lily said
denounced
Naruto.
them as filthy
I'm gonna say it
traitors.
again. That's a rather stupid name.
You had
Your
no
name is
choice.
stupid as well, she said. As she folded her arms.
Paternalism dictates that
You know,
we
for someone who's
always
grown up,
have choices.
you act like a child, said Naruto.
They believed me.
I'm acting
and
like a child?
Now they're
Yes,
dead.
said Naruto. She took a breath. You know what? Let's just forget it. What do you want to ask? Do you know who my parents are? Said Naruto. Seeing that you're a ghost and all, can you contact them? I'm afraid I don't know who they are, she said. How can you be a ghost and don't know other ghosts? Said Naruto. Are you lying to me? I'm not, she said. Why should I trust you? Have I told you anything wrong since I've been here? She said. I guess you're not lying there, said Naruto, but still. How can you not contact other ghosts? I told you, I'm a spiritual manifestation of your future will. I am a guide to help you in this lifetime. So while you call me a ghost, I'm technically not, and I am at the same
This
time.
place is one
As
bad
Naruto
decision.
started to close his ears,
We should be
all
doing
of that
more
is
to
just so
recognize your work.
frustrating, he said. You know what? Never mind. I'm sorry I couldn't help you, she said.
We're all trusting you.
I know how much it would mean for you to... Oh, don't worry about it, said Naruto. It's not like I'm gonna cry or anything about it. I just wanted to see them to find out if they could use awesome fire abilities as well. And if they had any signature moves. But it doesn't matter, I'll just create my own. So you're really not feeling emotional, he asked him. Why would I, said
Corpus have
Naruto.
triggered the deployment
I'm not
of
some
Christ-possessed
crybaby.
exolizers.
You know,
Deployed all together,
it's
they
okay
will
to cry
cause an
sometimes.
instant void cascade.
Maybe for
I
you,
can stagger
but
their
not for
deployment.
me, said Naruto.
Give me time
Stop.
to purge them,
His hands
so they
in his
can
pockets
cleanse
and
the
walk.
ship instead of corrupting
She
it.
watched him walk. As there was one thought in her mind,
Oh,
just like before
that
she
got their
thought
attention.
herself.
Enemy
Time
forces
skip.
moving to your
At the
location.
unknown realm, a woman, skipped down, colored
Exolizers
all
online.
color of the rainbow. It went down her eyes. She seemed to have this elegance and grace that was just amazing. She arrived as she knocked on the door. She knocked, at least several times. However, there was no answer. She finally gave up as she just opened the door and went inside. When she did, she saw none other than Lily, the woman that is talking to Naruto on the ground.
Exolizers succumbing
Her
to
legs
void
folded,
possession.
her eyes closed. As she was just sitting there. Lily? The colorful-haired woman asks, as her green eyes look toward Lily. Their eyes were similar in that regard. Lily? She said once again. However, Lily said nothing.
Just
She
lost
stood
an
on in front of her.
Exilizer to possession.
Before she reached
Get
out
it
to touch her
back.
forehead and kill her, Lily's eyes snapped open.
Cascade is
What-
approaching
what-
critical
what
levels.
are you doing here?
Your
She said.
time is running out.
Where are the whole thing? What are you doing? Are you astro protecting yourself somewhere else? None of your business, said Lily. Touch your face.
Now the Exilizer's purge.
What's up with
Any
you?
casualties
Why are you being so
inflicted
mean?
in
The
its
girl
field will
asked.
bring the contamination
Look,
of them.
it's nothing important. Oh, I see. You were spying on someone. Was it a guy? Get out of my room. Fine, fine. Is this something I want to talk to you about? No need to be so mean.
Those void nightmares
What is
are
it?
hell-bent on
Said
one
Lily.
thing.
As she was
Manifesting
half
more
panicking,
nightmares.
she couldn't let anyone know that she knew where he was. Otherwise, it would not be
Exilizer
pleasant.
suppressed. Purge it
All
before it
she
makes
could
the
do now was
contamination worse.
keep him on the down low. Or at least, make him post enough to
Just
defend
lost
himself,
an
and maybe this
Exilizer to
time,
possession.
there will be
Get it
some kind of
back.
changes.
Cascade is
Because
approaching
if there's
critical
not,
levels.
the same like
Your
the past
time
it
is
happened
running
before.
out.
Although, he was growing at such an exponential rate, it was almost like he was becoming stronger than before. But that's not possible. Before he was a god, now he was just a former piece of himself that has been brought back. Because his will was so powerful, he refused
Contamination levels
to
going in the
burn
wrong
away
direction.
by the sense of time. But before he was a god,
Any nearby attackers
an
can
unstoppable
degrade the
force of
Exilizer's
nature
performance.
that
Clear
burned
them out to
everything
get
that
the
he
system
touched.
working full
Well,
steam.
he supposed that he wasn't exactly unstoppable. See that he did.
We're down
In
an
the dead,
Exilizer.
she thought
Working
herself.
on backups.
However, she quickly talked to this woman with the colorful hair. Meanwhile, as Nuka struck his hands on the moon, sometime the ghost lady just vanished. However, he paid that no mind as he made his way to his home. He was hungry. Kindly. Where have you been? Said softly as he looked towards the Nuka that approached them. I slept in, said Nuka. Really? On an important day
Marking a
like
possessed
this?
Exilizer.
Important?
Hey,
You
kid.
think I care about that stupid
Can't give
title,
up
said
on me
Nuka.
now.
I
Kid.
once did before, but then I realized that it's rather meaningless.
Yo, what the
Even
fuck?
as a genin, I can still be the strongest in the entire world. And that will make people fear me even more. Because I'll be the lowest rank, and there will be none that will be able to defeat me. Sasuke continues to snap some senses to him. Sakura asks, "Oh, trust me, I've tried," Sasuke said. "There is no helping it at all." You two are slow, let's go. What, said Sakura? We were the ones, you're wasting time, said Naruto. Sakura clenched her fist tight, but she just fight everything back as she went inside. Today was a very special day as they were entering Chunin exams. They arrived towards the second floor, as Naruto saw a bunch of people gathering. But he could sworn that Kakashi said that they were supposed to be on the third floor. Sasuke narrowed his gaze. "It's an illusion," he said. "Oh yeah," said Sakura. "I noticed that." "What should we do?" "Let's just walk along. I mean, there must be a reason why this is here, after all. Maybe these people aren't strong enough to..." Sasuke's eyes widened as he moved forward and covered Naruto's mouth. As Naruto mumbled something. "Ow!" Sasuke says as he pulled away his hand. "You bit me!" "You covered my mouth." "You bit me!" "And you covered my mouth," said Naruto.
So glad you're here.
"I was trying to stop you from
A little
causing
task I
attention
need
to
your
us."
assistance with.
"Guys," said Sakura. As they look ahead, everyone is looking at them. "Turn your gazes away from me, you weak peasants. None of you deserve to even look at me. With how worthless you all are," said Naruto. "What was that?" A few of them stepped forward. "You heard me," said Naruto. "What, you want to fight? I'll roast all of you alive," he said, as he held out both of his hands. Sasuke tugged Naruto in the back of his shirt. "Let's just go," he said. "Stop drawing attention to us." "You're lucky you
Purpose of
saved your
triggering the
life," said
deployment of
Naruto.
Thrax-possessed
"I would have
Exilizers.
roasted all of you."
Deployed all together,
Trying
they
not to
will
look
cause
too
an instant
suspicious,
void
Sasuke
cascade.
brought his
I can
hand up in
stagger
a
their
sunshine.
deployment. Give you time to
As he
purge
took all
so
three
they
of them
can
away,
cleanse the ship
they
instead of
sunshine towards
corrupting
the next area, well, the hologramic wall. A
That
rather
possessed
raised
Exilizer
booty rope could
spitting
be
out
seen.
contamination.
Time
Use
skip.
your void power
As
to
he
purge
walked
it.
through the gymnasium. Next time you drag me like that, Vegeta,
Oh,
I'll
that
break
got
your
their
nose.
attention. Enemy
Just be
forces
quiet,
moving to your
spoke
location.
Sasuke. Sometimes you're too crazy for your own good. said Rita and stuffed his hands in his pockets.
Void
Hey,
contamination dropping.
you there. With the red and golden hair. And the arms as well. Huh? You talking to me?
Possessed
The
Exilizer
person
located.
jumped down and landed
Urge
right
you to
in front
make
of
it work
Nuto.
for us.
I am Rock Lee, and I wish to turn you to a spawn. My sensei really was cut off and even dashed the weapons. He was of a fast individual boss. He was not expecting this. Yet despite that he ducked as the fist passed over his head, but to his surprise a bone crushing hit made contact with his back.
That
If this was
Exilizer is
any other
working for us
person,
now.
he would be suffering in agonizing pain at the moment. Even worse than what he was going through as he cried out
Keep
in
those
pain.
manifestations away
He
from the
slammed
Exilizers.
viciously into the wall. Not prepared for anything like that. Lee was currently looking down toward the ground as he coughed up blood.
Purge it before it makes the
Looking up,
contamination
he
worse.
dived out of the way and made a fist. Creaked a large dent in the wall and punched it right in. He stood there with a smirk on his face.
Marking the possessed
Why you running
Exilizer.
away from me? Said
Deal
Yuto.
with it while you
I
still
thought
can.
you wanted to fight.
Keep any roaming threats away from that Exilizer.
You're
until
not
it
going to
discharges.
waste time, are you? Said Lee.
It's cascading the blood.
But neither am I. He watched forward and the both of them clapped in the center. Something was wrong though.
Exilizer
As
spent.
Luca stepped away from Lee and brought his foot around him. It didn't happen as Lee told himself face first into the ground. Somehow Luca escaped getting behind the moves. The fraction of a second it took for him to turn his body.
Fury has triggered the release of a possessed
For
Exilizer.
the ones who know
Purge it before it
safety
pumps
isn't a
out even more
catchphrase,
void
it's a
contamination.
culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe.
We just lost an
For the
Exilizer to
safety-minded
possession.
who watch
Get it back.
everyone's backs, Granger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones
This
who
cascade is
get it
growing
done.
out of control. Spent Exilizer has been
Lee was
retired.
crushed into the ground with tremendous force. He wasn't picked up before he was kicked, slamming into the railing.
Now the
Luca
Exilizer
held
is
out his
purged.
hands
Any
and screamed.
casualties you inflict within its
Orbs
field
started to
bring
form
the
around it.
contamination level down.
5 orbs. They had circles for eyes. Their most were lines that were jagged up and down. I call these little inventions by boom booms, said Nika. Let me show you why they're called boom booms.
and it will.
As he sent
better
them
know what
forward,
to do.
they chatter as they move. Their bodies were surrounded by orange flames. Lee had to jump as he cried out. The entire place behind him exploded when I looked at him. The explosion went off in his ear. Lee crashed as he first knocked him down to the ground. Picking himself up, Lee was surprised about this individual. That's enough, said Sasuke.
Follow it and
As
stop.
both of them looked towards him, you two are just gonna end up damaging each other.
You can't hurt it while
And
those
look what you're doing to the
dimensional
place,
orbs are
Sasuke
out.
said, turning towards
Use your
Naruto.
void body to absorb it.
Remember, we're supposed to be
Bring
taking the
down an
exam.
Exilizer.
Sasuke
Working
got
on
his
backups.
You shouldn't be going so hard on your fellow Konoha Ninja Naruto.
Our enemy
And
has
you
abandoned
think,
valuable
looking
supplies.
towards Lee.
This is yours now.
You should not challenge him. He's crazy.
Yes, it won't be
And you
struck in
shouldn't be working
battle.
yourself out either. You have an exam to do, damn it. What's with all the fighting? Lee was stunned.
The void
May I have your
cascade
name?
just hit a new level of
Sakura
intensity.
is Iron.
Be careful. We have no
I'm
idea what it
Sakura
can
Haruna.
manifest.
Please, Sakura-san. Would you be my girlfriend? Sakura was drunk. Yeah, no, he said,
Cascade
but a
intensified.
beautiful maiden as you would be treated like a queen
Exilizer suppressed.
by
Purge
me,
it
and that
before
is
it
what I
makes the
swear
contamination
on my
worse.
dignity as a youthful man, he said, as he pounded his chest.
Body
Luca
and
started
soul.
to bark out a laugh. It
Cascade
seems
is
this
approaching
person has
critical
no
levels.
case.
Your time
If he's
is running
interested in
out.
someone like you, Sakura, a faint pulse in your forehead and kill a tuna and chuck it after him. But Luca simply caught it.
Any
And
nearby
chuck it
attackers
back
will
after
degrade
her.
the
He
Exilizer's
ducked.
performance.
It slammed into the
Clear them
wall.
out to get the system working
As
full
he
steam.
laughed, as he kept on walking.
Spent
Let's
Exilizer has
just go,
been
said
retired.
Sasuke. Forgetting even about the tuna, Sakura simply made her way. Luca really pissed off and separated her anger by eating. Throwing
Void
things at him.
cascade has surpassed the
But he
tipping
did throw
point.
them back.
It's
So
lethal
that
now.
was a problem.
Leave the area while
Lee
you
was
still
left here
can.
stunned. She must be his girlfriend. She will be his girlfriend. She's so perfect, he thought to himself.
Kid,
That luscious
Tell-
pink hair.
say something.
That beautiful
Can you
forehead.
hear me?
That matched her perfectly. Her voice, her sweet angelic voice. It brought a smile to his face. He will have her. They arrived towards the door for the proper room. Kakashi looked down towards the group. Ah, you're all here, he said. Sensei, what are you doing here? Oh, I just want to wish my 3 little kitties luck. Not to mention, if one of you had decided not to come, well, you guys wouldn't be paid the exams. But you said it was optional, said Sasuke. Enough of the talking, said Naruto. Let me see my future opponents. As he pushed past Kakashi and opened the door, Kakashi looked towards Sakura and Sasuke. You two be careful. And make sure that Naruto doesn't do anything crazy. Come on, Sensei, you should know by now that we can't stop him when he's doing his crazy things. Yes, I suppose you're right. So just watch out for each other and be careful, said Kakashi. Good luck. With that, he poofed away. Once they stepped in, they heard laughter, as everyone was glaring at Naruto, but he simply laughed. You all are pathetic, he said. This mere worthless killer intent. You think this would be enough to scare me? You worthless pieces of garbage. Sasuke sighed as he lowered his head. Maybe if he stay away from him, people would think that they were associated in the same team. Sakura was thinking the same thing, as Naruto was purposely pissing everyone off. Sasuke had to walk over and told him to cut it, as Naruto pushed Sasuke away and kept on mocking the people. The killer intent seemed to increase, but Naruto was enjoying their frustration and their anger. However, one person in particular caught Naruto's attention. It was a guy with red hair. There was a kanji on his forehead for love. His eyes were different from the others. His killer intent so potent, so violent. As Naruto stepped forward, "Where are you going?" said Sakura. He checked out the opponent, said Naruto as he stepped forward. He stopped a few feet away from Gaara. "Who are you?" said Naruto. Gaara narrowed his gaze towards this individual. "Hey, get lost," said Kankuro, speaking up before Gaara could. As Naruto turned towards him, he looked over Kankuro. "You seem weak," he said. "What was that?" "I said you seem weak. Now be silent, cat." "I'm not a cat," said Kankuro. "You could have fooled me with the makeup and also those things on your head." Kankuro glared at him. "Now you, who are you?" "My name is Gaara. Gaara of the desert." "Who are you?" "I am Naruto Uzumaki. Your eyes have such fire, such intensity, such anger.
Deployed all together, they will cause
You will be
instant
one of my
forecast.
opponents for this exam.
I can stagger their deployment.
So,
Give you time to
I hope you're
purge,
strong,
so they
just
can
like your
freeze the
eyes
ship
show,
instead of
because if
corrupting
you're not, I'll kill you, said Naruto. Bull
That
claim
got their attention.
to threaten someone
Enemy
and not
forces
even
moving
knowing
to your
what
location.
your people are. Take some more. Naruto turned towards her, finally noticing her.
Purged.
He looked her up and down. What are you? I must say, we're one pretty special. Prettier than other girls I've seen in movies so far. Are you strong woman? I need to ask.
Contamination subsiding.
My name is Tamari, she said. And I guess we have to find an opening again. Tamari. A nice name. I like it. Tamari, he said to himself. Why are you saying my name over and over again? Because I like
Marking
it.
a possessed
I hope
Exalizer.
you're not as worthless
Deal
as some
with
of the
it
other
while you
funny
still
weaknesses I've
can.
seen so far. Oh, trust me, she said. I'm not as pathetic as the other funny looking witches. Well, I hope you're not. He was surprised that he would disrespect his village that easily, and he didn't seem to care. Luke then turned his back. I will be meeting you all soon, he says he walked away. Arriving back toward the team, Luke saw that they had been surrounded by several others.
Possessed
Who are you people?
Exalizer
Said
located.
Naruto.
Purge it and
Kiba
make it
turned his
work
gaze
for us.
towards him. What? You don't know who we are? He said. No, said Naruto. You don't remember. I tend to forget people that are not important. If you're not strong, I wouldn't remember you, said Naruto. We went to the academy for years,
Working
Kiba
on
said.
backups.
Ha, the academy.
Contamination spreading.
I did not went to such a thing, said Naruto. That was such a waste of my time. So I would not remember anything. He then turned his head towards one of them that was
void
hiding.
nightmares are hell-bent on
Why
one
do you
thing,
hide from me? He said.
manifesting more
Leave her alone,
nightmares.
said Kiba. She not at her side. She's died. Then why is she
Exilizer
here?
spent.
Shy people always be the person to die. Does she know that? Said Nita. Jeez, Lucy, you seem to alone. Keep talking. You speak like I'm not talking the truth, said Nita. Fine. Live in your delusion. Ruth then turned. I know you, Lucy, said, looking towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru sighed out of everyone. You have to remember me. Yes, you're the lazy one. Shikamaru sighed and shook his head. And you're the fat one, said Nuda. What did you call me? Said Jojo. The fat one. Are you blind, perhaps? No, your eyes seem to be working. Do you not know that you're fat? Said Nudo. Choji started steam as he clenched his fist. Easy, Choji, said Ino, remember. We're in an exam. As Naruto looked over Ino.
Exilizer succumbing
Before
to
you
void
walked away.
possession.
Hey, don't you remember me? She said. No. As Naruto walked away, turning his back.
Contamination levels
Leaving them
going in
to
the
their
wrong direction.
whatever they were doing, ignoring them as he looked towards his future opponents. Most of them seemed really weak. Most of them were disappointed to him.
Exilizer has been retired.
He noticed the other white-eyed person looking at him as well. With the one that he fought earlier, and the girl with the two bun in her hair. As Naruto sat down until he glanced over and he saw there was a white-haired youth speaking to his team, but he paid no mind. It was then that they came in. Alright everyone, be quiet and sit down. It's time for the first phase of tuning exams. Time skip. Ibiki could only laugh as he looked towards Naruto's paper. As Naruto did not write a single thing, except for a stupid text. Right across the thing from left to right. To think that he passed someone like this. That kid was truly something. He heard about him from Uncle. It seems like he was kind of exaggerating. The kid might be even worse than her. As Ibiki laughed once more. Out in the
We
field,
just lost an
Uncle was
Exilizer to
just
possession.
explaining
Get it back.
about what the second test was going to be. Naruto heard me quietly splash as Naruto realized that she was going to be the one to be the
Cascade
proctor of his exam.
intensified.
She did tell him that she
Now
would
the
be seeing me
Exilizer's
today.
purged.
He
Any
thought it was
casualties
just
you
when he
inflict
returned,
within
but
its field will
I guess
bring
he
the
was wrong.
contamination level down.
As Naruto wondered where the ghost lady
Our
was,
enemy
he
has
expected her
abandoned valuable
to
supplies.
show by
This
now.
is yours now.
Usually, she was always here by these times, but he guessed he was wrong. As he kept on listening,
Void contamination critical.
he was getting bored.
Do these invaders
All he
have
wanted
any
to do was
idea what
sit 30
demons
parts
they
of
have
death
invoked upon us all?
and have some fun. This exam was really about having fun
Exilizer
to him.
suppressed.
And
Purge it
testing
before
his
it makes the
strength and his limits to
contamination
see
worse.
how far he has come. Once they were given go ahead, Team 7 entered into the forest of death. Around 15 minutes later, so 6 sockets in the street. We really need to come
We
up with a
down an
plan.
Exilizer.
I
Working
already
on
have one,
backups.
said Naruto. The both of them blinked in shock. You do? They said surprised. You have a plan, Sasuke said. Yes, I do. What of it, Uchiha? Well, I think what Sasuke is trying to say is, you never really have a plan. Are you saying I'm stupid? No, said Sasuke. It's just
Exilizer spent.
your usual type to just think into things and fight first. You don't ask a question or thinking about it. So what's your plan? We go find Mir's opponent and beat them up and take their scroll. Yeah, that's what I mean, said Sasuke. We need a different plan. At the moment, the forest of death has just begun so. I doubt that anyone is gathering
This
in other
cascade
school
is
yet.
growing out of control.
However, we've proven to work well as a team together. So I believe that attacking a team gathering a school might be one for our greatest and best options right now. You agree? Soccer said looking towards him. Yes. And I have an actual plan on how to get our through it. Now listen up. Naruto, focus. We're not just gonna dive into this head first. Tell me your stupid plan, Ichigo. If I don't like it, I will change it, said Naruto. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure that you're gonna like it, Sasuke said. Thanks, Vic. A team that came from the Hidden Ring was making their way.
Spent Exilizer has been retired.
As the leader of said team was known as a boy named Abu.
Exilizer
As he walked with his
suppressed.
2 male
Purge it
teammates
before
behind
it
him.
makes the contamination worse.
He looked around, scanning the area. As they were making their way, let's head towards the tower. There we will set up our trap. None of them used to beat Jenny to be able to get through. Our clone technique. While they're confused, we will sneak up and take their stones. We can do this. Ending the process
Is
of the
approaching
said.
critical levels.
Ah.
Their time is running
Look
out.
at what I found here. They turned their head as they saw one individual. Hey, I know you, one of them said. Yeah,
Any
it's a
nearby
big mode from
attackers
the
will degrade
exams.
the Exolyzer's performance.
He talked a lot of
Clear
big
them
game,
out
let's
to get
see
the system working
if he
full
can back it
steam.
up. All of us together, boys. They rushed forward as they tried to hit him, but their attacks passed right through him. Wait, said Abdul.
He just
It's an
lost
illusion.
an Exolyzer to possession.
As he brought his
Get it
hand
back.
up, release. The moment he did that, Nuka simply vanished. Damn it, said Abdul. As he looked around, feeling
The void has
unsafe at the
manifested
moment.
something other than a nightmare.
Boom, boom, he heard about
Exolyzer
him.
spent.
Looking up, he saw Nuka in the tree. As he smirked, when suddenly 5 strange objects
Just
floated
lost an
towards them.
Exolyzer to possession.
Boom, boom,
Get
said
it back.
Nuka. They did not have the
Contamination
scream as
just
a
spiked.
massive
Keep your
explosion.
wits about you.
Combined into one went off. Nuka jumped down and Stalker came out of hiding, as she was the one that cast Genjutsu. Sasuke was the first one to layer their path with Genjutsu, so he made them keep the related power, and also, he made their senses more dull, to make them believe in Stalker's Genjutsu, rather easily without wasting their time. Although Stalker didn't need the extra push, but Sasuke made them think that everything around them was just as it was.
Exolyzer suppressed. Purge
And
it
with
before
that,
it
they
makes
were
the
taken out rather
contamination
easily.
worse.
Aha!
Cascade
Said Nuka as he
intensified.
pulled out the scroll. Sokka blinked in shock. As her eyes started blinking. You know that's not the right scroll, right? Of course I do, said Nuka. So why did you say haha?
We're down an
said Sasuke.
Exolyzer. Working on backups.
You said it wrong, said Nuka. But I said haha, because we get to fight again. After all, Nuka could not think that sentence as there was a
Keep any
gigantic
roaming threats
gust
away from that
that
Exolyzer until it
swept through
discharges.
the air with such
That'll make this
force.
cascade.
All 3 of them were blasting away and crashed somewhere different. Around 5 minutes later, Naruto pulled his head over the tree trunk. What the hell, he says, he got to his feet. What hit me, he wondered to himself. Confused, as he did not see anything as he started to walk. That was when he heard a hissing sound. Looking up, Naruto saw a gigantic snake. The thing came down and devoured him. As he kept on moving,
Exolyzer suppressed.
until it suddenly
Purge it
stopped.
before it makes the
The thing started
contamination
to float
worse.
and impacted its
Contamination
smoke started to come
spreading.
from its mouth. That was when, boom! As the thing body imploded from the inside. Blood and blood filling the place. As it was only to reverse coming back to its realm. Disgusting vermin, said Naruto. As he kept on walking,
Cascade is approaching critical levels.
as he wondered where the
Their time is
others
running
ended
out.
up. Naruto kept on walking until he heard a scream. So good to see him. Sure has some lungs on him, said Naruto as he arrived.
Spent
That's when he
Exolyzer
saw
has been retired.
Naruto looked up his face. Saw her eyes wide. Naruto, she said. As Naruto looked towards her. What happened? He smiled.
Keep any roaming threats away from that Exolyzer
Naruto
until it
turned his
discharges.
face.
That'll
I
make
don't
this
know who
cascade
you are,
work.
but I'm
Void
gonna kill
Cascade
you,
has
said
surpassed the
Naruto.
tipping point.
The
It's
man
lethal
laughed
now.
at that.
Leave the area while you still
Taking
can.
my threat as a joke.
Spent Exolyzer
You
has
will
been
regret
retired.
that. Take
Enemy
Uchi and
bounty
get out of here.
secured.
Naruto, you don't understand this guy. I don't care, said Naruto. Go ahead. It seems that Uchiha is in a bad state. I'll find you later. Go hide somewhere. Go. The place is about to get legally hot, said Naruto. Fine, but be
Be down
careful.
an Exolyzer.
That
Working
is
on
Earth's
backups.
market son.
Contamination
Naruto
levels
is
going in the
idle.
wrong direction.
That's it.
The Void Cascade has surpassed the tipping
As
point.
Stalker jumped
It's
off,
lethal now. Leave
Looking
the
back
area while you
towards Naruto
still
to make
can.
sure. However, she lost sight of him. So she tried to be off. Knowing that Naruto was right, he should have been about to get hot. You're Orochimaru, said Naruto. Ah. Must be afraid to fight me now, Orochimaru said. On the contrary, it's a pleasure to meet you. Orochimaru is adult. Yes, he said, not expecting this reaction. Yes, out of all the other bodies,
Just lost an
you're the
Exolyzer
one
to
I respect the
possession.
most.
Get it back.
Orochimaru is
The
adult
Void
and that's.
Cascade has surpassed the tipping point.
I read
It's
about
lethal
you
now.
guys.
Leave the
I
area
want
while you
to know
still
who was the
can.
strongest. And enraged, the female woman is just a drunkard somewhere out there in the world.
We just lost
And
an
then there's
Exalizer to
the
possession.
other
Get
one
it
who's a
back.
pervert. However, you have gotten so many superior names because you're a cult of force of nature, who bring death and despair everywhere he goes. While I don't really care much about death and despair, the fear is what I need. For me to understand that I'm above it.
Exalizer suppressed.
Ah.
Purge it before it makes the
So you want
contamination
to strike
worse.
fear in the hearts of your opponents,
This
or my
cascade is growing out of control.
Well, before you go
talk
on
to
into
me.
anything else in Newton, you should know I'm still gonna kill you. Although I respect you. I am a Leaf Shinobi, and it's my obligation to burn you to nothingness in Newton. So you shall die here. I must say I'm disappointed by this outcome, Newton. How do you know my name? Well, you're a bit famous. After all, you're special, aren't you? Yes. I guess I am special, said Naruto. However, prepare yourself. Naruto found the upper branch with such speed that Orochimaru was baffled. As Naruto was using his fire at the bottom of his feet, that was what he did against Lee. So Lee was unable to keep up with him. The fire increased his speed to such a degree that it was shocking for a genin. So much so that Orochimaru actually got kicked and blasted through 2 trees. The sheer excitement on the Sanin's face, surprise for someone being so young to be so strong, however. He knew that Konoha always birthed talented genius, forces of nature as the kid said, man that could change atmosphere itself and change landmarks and create entire valleys. However, Orochimaru had to make sure that nothing stand in his way of bringing Konoha to its knees, and this child was indeed special. Let's see how much Orochimaru thought. As Naruto leaped forward, Orochimaru evaded and dodged every one of Naruto's attacks. Trees were turned to dust, earth were rooted up by Naruto flames that seemed to just wipe everything out of the space that he hit at. There was no exception. Ground turned to ashes, Naruto attacks were deadly. His fire, his heat was chaotic. Naruto slammed his hand together as several tentacles of flames jetted out from his body and started to whip the entire place. Orochimaru twists and dodged as he dodged every one of them. As Naruto held his hand out, flame bullets. Just as he said, bullets of flame shot forward, wreaking havoc and tearing through everything. Orochimaru sped towards Naruto's fist caught back. However, Naruto opened his mouth as black smoke burst right in the Sanin's face. Orochimaru felt something rip through his gut, startling him as he went through the black smoke. When he arrived towards the other side, he looked down to see a strange blade inside his gut that wasn't there before. Orochimaru wrapped his hand around the hilt, but it turned to ashes. As Naruto reached and absorbed the black smoke back into his hand, before turning into a small ball as he launched it towards Sanin, who quickly avoided it. However, it exploded like a large cloud and swallowed the area. The entire place became foggy. The Sanin hopped and leaped up to a tree. It was a good thing that he did so though, as the entire thing ignited, wiping out the base of the tree that he was on at the moment. However, he never expected there to be small, black needles that shot right into him. The Sanin flipped away as he landed as Naruto appeared behind him. Fire fist, said Naruto as he brought his hand down. Orochimaru turned and twisted his body as Naruto fist passed his face. Orochimaru's fist slammed into Naruto's gut, causing blood to escape his lips. However, the Sanin was not done as he grabbed Naruto by the leg and bashed him in the ground. He then picked Naruto up and kicked him. Naruto broke through several trees as Orochimaru slickered after him. He reappeared and grabbed Naruto by the throat before sending him through a gigantic boulder. Raising his hand, flashing through a single hand sign, he released a gust of wind that blasted Naruto through another and another. As Orochimaru looked towards the destruction that he caused, it seems those flame of his grants him several different abilities that are quite unique. Let's see how strong you are though. What? You think that would kill me? Naruto came walking back towards Snake Sanin, as his coat was torn off completely. His pants was torn in several places. You just made this more enjoyable, said Naruto as flames exploded all around him. He shot forward, but Orochimaru dodged. Naruto tried to attack the man, but Orochimaru kept on moving and sweeping out of his path. That is when he pulled out the blade. As Naruto released black smoke from his mouth and created a blade of his own, the two of them clashed. Orochimaru was shocked how durable it was, considering that a moment ago he touched it and it just vanished into dust. This ability can be quite useful, Orochimaru thought. However, he then realized something. This flame, it would be drawing attention as he had to leave. That is when he started to stagger on his feet. What's wrong, said Naruto, as he had several cuts over his arms and shoulders. Feeling a bit woozy, said Naruto. Orochimaru felt his body going dizzy. The ground started to tremble. What did you do to me, he said, looking up towards the child. Oh, that's a side effect of my flame, said Naruto. Granted, it take me a while to release it in such a quantity. However, you thought that I was weak and underestimated me, did not realize I was causing a trap, did you? Over towards the four corners of where they stood, a clone of Naruto was slowly emitting straight heat that were messing with Orochimaru's senses. As Naruto moved forward and drive the blade forward, Orochimaru turned just in time, but his side was gouged by Naruto's blade. Now, inhale! The black smoke rushed into the Sanin's body. Orochimaru started to cough black smoke. He underestimated this kid and now he was paying for it. However, as Naruto watched Orochimaru open his mouth and slip through, before the Sanin drive a blade right through Naruto. It's over, he said. Naruto was shocked. Orochimaru ripped the blade out as he started to walk away until he had to duck as Naruto's fist almost slammed into his face. Naruto landed on his feet. Orochimaru raised the eyebrow. How are you still standing, he said. You think a stupid stab would make me fall? Naruto launched himself towards the man as Orochimaru clashed. Orochimaru felt the Kusanagi trembling in his hand. That is when he heard it, as Naruto's fist made contact once again with the flat side. Crack. A tiny crack appeared in the Kusanagi. Furious and shocked by this development, Orochimaru lashed out, bringing his blade straight up. It sliced right through Naruto's chin. However, Naruto pulled his head back, as the blade literally burst right through his mouth. However, at the close proximity and him pulling his head back, it went straight through his mouth instead of going through his head. It also sliced his tongue clean off. Orochimaru yanked it out as he slashed Naruto across the chest, tearing right into him. This child would prove to be something dangerous in the future that he could not outlive. He's been doing research on, well, not him exactly. Kabuto has been watching out for the Uchiha, and he's heard about this child. Its fire affinity was indeed impressive, but Orochimaru was after the Sharingan. Orochimaru then slashed again, this time carving another large gash in Naruto from left shoulder straight down. As Naruto staggered back, as he then looked up with a grin, shocking the snake Sanin. As Naruto spoke, his mouth was filled with blood as he spat. You think this, he said, his words not forming properly, would end me? Well, you're wrong, he says. He rushed forward. Orochimaru scoffed as he quickly dodged Naruto. A part of him was shamed, as he was actually using more of his strength than he even thought that he would have to use. Because his kid could keep up with him when he was holding back, so he had to push his strength. However, he had to leave. But not before a slice. He cleaved right through Naruto's left arm. Blood splattered as Naruto's arm collapsed down to the ground. Orochimaru then slammed his fist across the child's face, knocking him down to the ground. As he started to walk away, he would not survive. Hey! Orochimaru froze. As Naruto slowly got up, holding on to his stump. You think it's over? Did I tell you it was over? He said, speaking. His words barely, well, His tongue was basically cut off, so it was hard for him to speak properly. I would never give up against an opponent like you. And I will never fall, said Naruto. And I told you, I am going to kill you. As Naruto's fire starts to increase, I'm gonna roast you alive. I'm gonna burn you into nothingness. I'm going to kill Asani, said Naruto. The fire increased to a point where Orochimaru started to feel a wave that was affecting him. The very air itself had been burned. The trees were turned into dust. Orochimaru watched with fascination as behind the child there was a warp in space, and time itself is flames, burning through space and time. No, it can't be, Orochimaru thought. In a different dimension, as eyes slowly cracked open, before a dark voice spoke up. Master. Orochimaru watched there with shock as he stepped back, not expecting this. He expected the child to die right here and now, but somehow he was ripping through space and time. Could it really be, Orochimaru thought, as he slowly watched as the rift got wider until, boom! Something hit the ground. It was a feet. Step out of the rift, its paw coming down, slamming into the earth. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. But guys, be interested right here. If you want to make support and do, like, subscribe, comment down below, and turn on that bell notifications get posted. Bye, I'm off and I'll see you guys soon. Peace. Hey, what's up guys, and welcome back to Anime King 3, and today I'm going to be giving you what if Naruto was the demigod of fire, guys. Remember to get this one to 100 likes as usual, share this to all of your friends in your social media platform, and also guys, I posted a brand new series, well, a movie, over on Anime Prince, so go ahead, check that out and enjoy, guys. And yeah, if you're new, I indeed have 4 channels, guys. 4 channels that I post what if on every single day for you guys to enjoy. So go ahead and click that red subscribe button and become a part of the Anime King family. And thank you for all of your help and support. Don't forget to comment down below and tell me if you're new. I'll be planning talking back to all of you. So yeah, without further ado, what is to begin this new episode? Let's jump right into it, guys.
Straddling the wheel. All possibilities are real.
So the last time we left off, Kakashi was out in the middle of a field as he was reading his perverted book as usual. Over to the side was Yamato, unmasked as he was seemingly unconscious, as he looked rather exhausted as he was unconscious, sleeping away. As Guy arrived on the scene to greet his eternal rival, seeing the commotion all the way over here, as in the middle of the water, flames exploded out of it, causing a chasm to shoot all the way up into the sky. The water eviscerated into smoke, showing why Yamato was so exhausted, because Kakashi had called in a favor for him to refill the pond every time it had go out. It was Naruto doing training inside. Every time Naruto overpowered the water, his flames seemed to get hotter and hotter and hotter. It almost seemed like there was no end to the degree that they could go. As Naruto was unconscious though in the middle of this, because they've done this for, well, they've been at it for a long time now. Meanwhile that was going on, Kakashi was having Sasuke working on something else. Sasuke was working on the Chidori, trying to master his lightning element, while Sakura was trying to extend their reserves. The girl was immensely exhausted. By the end of the day, Naruto was making his way back when she appeared. The woman that he met at the Land of Wave that introduced herself as Lily, as Naruto believed that she was a ghost, and she told him that she was a ghost. However, she was of course lying to him. However, she has helped him in several ways, helping him with things that Naruto never thought was possible, as she had guided him with things that he never thought his power could do, and she was making him a lot stronger, and for that, he wasn't going to dismiss her that easily, as he wanted to get as strong as possible though. So she has been sticking around, as she's been here for a while now. On the other hand, Lily was lying to him. The real reason why she was here was because she knew Naruto from the past. Well, she knew the man that he was, as she was watching over him. She was able to avert the others. She was waking up from where she was. As she was in a meditative state, there was a woman that came to her in a room. As her ghostly form disappeared from where Naruto was the only one that could see her. She couldn't do much in the human world, seeing that she was not really there. She was just projecting her consciousness. She told the woman that she wasn't doing anything before dismissing her as she left the room, as Naruto had not seen her since that day. However, it did not really matter because the Chunin exams was coming around, as Kakashi signed them all up for it. The Chunin exams arriving there, Sasuke and Sakura had to pull Naruto away, as he was making it clear to the others that they were all pathetic and weak. Seeing that the Genjutsu was not really affecting Naruto that much, the heat wave around him seemed to be distorting the air whenever he released it, as no one could really step to him in that form whenever he wanted them to step away. So the Genjutsu was not much to harm him in any way possible. Rock Lee took note of that because Guy has spoken about him before. Rock Lee challenged Naruto, which was a mistake because the moment he said that, Naruto pounced on him, as Naruto slammed Rock Lee into the wall before kicking him away. Lee picked himself up, wiping his bleeding lip, surprised by Naruto's strength and speed as well. A grin came on Lee's face though as he felt the fiery spirit inside of him exploded outwards. With that he shot forward, however their battle was interrupted, as Naruto ended up walking off. Arriving towards the room, Kakashi told them to be careful. Well, he told Moses, Sakura and Sasuke to watch out there, and don't let Naruto get into any trouble. Well, that was an understatement by now because trouble just seemed to find him wherever he goes. Naruto ended up telling everyone in the room that he was gonna kick their ass, causing all attention to fall on him. As Naruto saw two pair of eyes, he walked straight over. As he approached Gaara, he told him that he saw the fiery spirit in his eyes, and he hoped that he's strong enough to fight him, because he could see it right here. He hoped that he's not a disappointment. Temari and Conqueror tried to say something, but Naruto dismissed them like they weren't even there. So with that, the proctor came in, not before Naruto make short work of the other Genins, telling them that they were not, well, on his mind because they were not important. So with that, he quickly made his way off. Anko was the one that was here for the second exam, as Naruto now understand why she was acting that way. She told him this morning that she would be seeing him again today, and good luck. So with that, they were given a scroll to enter the Forest of Death. Upon arriving in there, they made their way. The group was easily able to take their scroll from another. As they got the scroll, as they were making their way though, Naruto sent something as he turned. They were hit by a colossal wind that blew them away. Naruto was attacked by a gigantic snake, as Naruto rose the snake insides. He then went to look for his team. Arriving towards the location, he saw Sasuke on the ground in pain. He told Sakura to take him and go. Sakura was hesitant, saying that this guy was really dangerous, but Naruto did not care, as he told her to go. Once she was gone, Naruto turned his sights on Orochimaru as they started to fight. As Naruto respected him, that is what he told him, because out of the other Sanins, people feared Orochimaru, as Naruto wanted to fear him because of his power as well. If it wasn't that Naruto wasn't, well, still loyal to Konoha, Orochimaru would have considered prospect of allowing his child to join him, but Naruto just wanted to fight. Naruto ended up pissing off Orochimaru so bad that Orochimaru started to go lethal on him. He burst his blade right through Naruto's lower jaw, bursting through his mouth. He slashed him across the chest. He took Naruto's right arm off completely. As Orochimaru sliced and diced tearing his blade through Naruto like he was some kind of bag of meat or something. By the time he was done, Naruto was nothing but a bloody mess. However, to the Snake Son in shock, expecting the child to just keel over and die, Naruto got back up to his feet. Orochimaru was baffled, shocked as he never expected this in the slightest. He attacked Naruto once again, even once Naruto still fought. Fought and fought and fought until Orochimaru cut him down. Naruto was bleeding so badly Orochimaru was shocked that he was still somehow on his feet. However, Naruto kept on increasing his heat. Orochimaru would have fled knowing that the kid was drawing unwanted attention, but something strange started to happen. The era of Naruto started to be rippled. Naruto was literally burning through space and time itself. In another dimension, a strange beast opened its eyes and called out Master. The ear behind Naruto twisted and ripped until something came out. The Snake Son was baffled to what he saw. So yeah guys, basically let's play a tough guess game. Switch across the play, check it for yourself, and what do you say we jump right into this brand new episode, don't wasting more time. Begin now guys. Orochimaru of the Sanin was how would you say? A strange man. No, strange is not the quite correct word, is it? A confused? No. Complex? No. A man who does not see the world as others saw it. Yes, that was the best way of describing him. Or maybe he's just a complete psychopath. Who knows? Well, Orochimaru has seen many things these days. Yes, he's been alive for quite some time now, but age is not the driving factor behind this. Like I said earlier, he did some things that would make him seem as a sick, twisted man, so yeah, you could understand why. The problem was, Orochimaru has never in his entire life seen something like this. Orochimaru had fought many levels of ninjas. Genins, Chunins, Jonins, Kage level ninjas. But never in his entire life has he seen someone so unwilling to back down. Never has he seen someone rise up, despite their injuries breaking their body down to nothingness. Orochimaru had stabbed, cut, and tore this child at least dozens of times. He literally tore his right arm off. He literally sent this blade right through his chin, bursting through his mouth. If the child had not tilted his head upwards, it would have been done. So how was he still standing? Now the best question was, how in the world did he tear space and time? Something like that should not be possible, Orochimaru thought. But what came out was what truly shocked the Sanin. A beast. An abomination like he's never seen before. Its skin was dark brown. Strange marking all over it that seemed to be dripping lava. The thing head was humongous. It towered over the Sanin. Its body was hulking mass. It was like a abomination dog. It had a tail that was dripping. A strange type of lava that seemed to burn through the ground. Almost like acid, but caught on the trees seemed to start to burn. The end of the tail was like a spear. It whipped out and tore through several trees. The monster was about the size of a house. A one-story house that is. Its body hulking with muscles all around it. Orochimaru watched as the thing opened its mouth. Every single one of those teeth were like solid lava, the color of lava, as they seemed to be holding back some kind of inferno, because out of the side of the monster's mouth, smoke bellowed out. The child turned his head and looked up towards the monster, equally surprised, but a grin then formed on his face. He then muttered a word, "Hellhound." The beast looked down. Get him. Orochimaru saw the thing bounce. Quickly grabbing his Kusanagi, Orochimaru lashed out, trying to tear through the thing's eye. However, the moment his blade came in contact with the thing, its body felt like iron. As Orochimaru grinded against it, Orochimaru tried to outweigh the thing in strength, which was a bad idea. He had to leap as a tail almost tear right through him. Jumping up in mid-air, the thing opened up its mouth. The entire section of the forest that once stood behind Orochimaru was gone. A flame that Orochimaru has never yet seen before wiped it away. Trees turned into ash, the ground blackened. Even the sky itself seemed to be burning. The Sannin was shocked by this monster as he landed a far distance away. The thing seemed to have smelled him as the thing pounced on him. Orochimaru clashed against the beast. He tried to at least, as he jumped back. The thing lashed out with such speed that he was caught off guard. The thing's tail slammed into the ground, and the ground seemed to split as hot, molten lava shot out of it. Orochimaru was not prepared for that. He was shocked. He was hit face first. Orochimaru felt his skin burning. He opened his mouth and quickly slipped out of it, once again shedding his body. Shocked that he had to do this twice. Quickly biting his finger and running blood down his arm, Orochimaru summoned a snake. Sending the snake forward, the gigantic reptilian lashed out. However, the beast slammed its paw right into the snake's face and crushed it into the ground. It then bit the snake in half, literally ripping it apart. However, Orochimaru used the time to escape as he got the hell out of there. The thing sniffed around. Meanwhile, Naruto stood where he was. As Naruto's entire body was bleeding, his arm was missing. His mouth was filling up with blood. 3 gaping holes were through his torso. His other arm had several deep lacerations on it. He was still standing despite blood leaking down his legs. Naruto was a mess. He did not know why that name popped in his head, Hellhound, but it just seemed right. Naruto watched the ground tremble, his eyes fighting to stay open as he would not close them. Looking up, he saw the gigantic beast above him. Naruto tilted his head as the beast looked down towards him. The thing opened its mouth as Naruto's eyes widened as it swallowed him completely, devouring him. Once it did that, the thing walked over and then sat. Its body started to melt and melt and melt until it solidified into a black cocoon, and it just remained there in the forest. A large black cocoon was just there now, the beast completely gone. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Lily looked around as she was now back in her quarters. Sitting down, she closed her eyes. Upon closing her eyes, her consciousness quickly raced to the elemental nation. As it arrived to the location of, she looked around. Where am I? She thought to herself. Her eyes went wide when she saw what was on the ground. No, 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 she said as she moved forward. However, her hand simply faded right through the cocoon. Damn it, she cursed. I wasn't even gone for that long. What the hell happened, she said. However, there was nothing that she could do about it now. As she looked towards the cocoon on the ground, she released a sigh as she looked around at all the destruction. Moving towards one of the trees floating over there, the heat had literally turned it into nothing but dust. As she could see the markings on the ground had been split open, releasing hot lava. That beast, she said to herself, looking back towards the cocoon, as she wondered who was he fighting in here that pushed him that far. She never thought that anyone in this at the exam of his that he was going to take part in would push him that far. Of course he told her. He told her a lot of things. She was also helping him a lot, so he trusted her as well. But she never thought that any of the other kids in the same league as him, being Genins as they were, would ever be a challenge for him. So what was it that pushed him this far? She cursed herself for not being here to do something. Not that she could with the state that she was in, she thought to herself, as she was basically a hologram being here. She sighed once again as she sat right beside him. You know, the harder I try to prevent them from finding you, the harder you seem to try to give yourself away. Your power is returning too quickly, and it won't be long enough before they sense exactly where you are. And in the state that you will be at that time, you still won't stand a chance. And this time, she lowered her head in sadness, knowing what will come. And it didn't seem like there was anything that she could do about it. Or else, she told him more, and she made him become even stronger than before. Maybe that will allow him to recover more of his power a lot faster. However, if the memories of his past life came back, if he remembered who he is, it wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be good at all, she thought to herself. It was a sticky situation that she was in, and she didn't know what to do. For now, she just had to make sure that no one knew about him yet. Closing her eyes, she vanished. Opening her eyes, she was in a white room. Gold and tile and marbles all over. To show that the place was elegant, she was dressed in a beautiful white, flowing gown. As her hair seemed to flutter behind her, her body literally moving like she was gliding. The location that she stood on was a balcony. As she glanced out, she was in some strange heavens because all that there could be seen in front of her was nothing but clouds. Clouds upon clouds upon clouds. There was nothing else. Glancing out in the far distance, you could see that there were other dimensions just like these. Pockets of their own home. They seemed so close yet. That was a trick, because each of them had their own section. This was hers. As you would have noticed by now, Lily was no ghost, nor was she anything normal. Lily was a demigod. Not just any demigod though, the demigod of Wing, one of the 5 elemental gods. It wasn't 5 of them to be exact. Well now, it was said that there was 4 of them since the death of the fire demigod, the one that was said to be the most strongest, the most wickedest, the most fearsome amongst them all, Sukuna, the god of fire. However, it seems that death was only an illusion. After all, she knew where he is, and she knew that he was alive. He had promised them on that day that he would return, and if the others were to find him now, she dreaded the thought of what would happen. There was so much that happened back then. Over a century ago, so much death, so much chaos. It made them look worse than mankind ever could, with the way they fought.
Spent
So
Exalizer has
much
been
gods died back
retired.
then. That is why she feared the prospect of Naruto being found out. Because, unlike the others, she was not against him. She could not do much back then, but now
We're down an
she would do
Exalizer,
something.
working on backups.
And she will help him. If only. She glanced her head towards the left,
Cascade
looking towards
intensified.
one of the other domains. This one was different from her. It was right in the center of a gigantic leap. As she looked down towards the tower, she felt something in her throat that swallowed quickly. Looking down towards the water domain, he was the worst of the night, she thought to herself. Meanwhile, back to the elemental nation, Sakura Haruna. She was
The enemy has
currently
triggered
looking
the
down
release
towards the
of a
unconscious
possessed
form of
Exalizer.
Sasuke. She had placed her right on his
Pumps
head.
out even
She
more
tried
joint
to heal him as
contamination.
best as she could, checking out his injuries, but there wasn't much that she could do. All the problems seemed to be coming from his mark on his neck. She felt at least several heat waves now. Several of them spread through the forest. She knew whatever Naruto was doing, his heat was only getting hotter and hotter. Through being in a
Cascade is
team with
approaching
him, she
critical
realized there was
levels.
something
Your time
that
is running out.
Naruto seemed to lack that others have, and that was giving up. Even he has given up several times. Even Sasuke body has gave out on him, but Naruto,
Exalizer
he was
online.
just different. So despite knowing that he was fighting someone like Orochimaru, he was not worried, and he knew that he would come back. However, it was her time to be strong. It was her time to show them that she can pull her weight on his team, to prove that all of her training was for something, she thought. As she quickly started to set up traps, once she was done, she returned back to Sasuke's life. And some people showed up not too long after, checking out the position that he was at. Meanwhile, with Team 10, Ino was sweating and "What's up with this storm?" she said. "It's like the heat waves are getting worse and worse every time." As she wiped her brow, as Choji was sweating really badly as well. He used his hand to
A
wipe
void
his face.
manifestation is
She
possessing an
glanced towards
Exalizer.
Kamaru as she saw
Stop
that
it
he was
before it feeds the
seemingly
cascade.
deep in thought. "Hey, what's on your mind?" she said. "I don't think that this is natural," she said. "You heard the prophet about this. told us that this forest has a lot of weird things inside.
I was in the
How could
area,
people
heard
not
the
be natural?
screams and thought,
I think that
just
Newt is
bet
doing this.
that's my little darling.
Newt, innocent.
And here
Her tone
you
becoming a
are.
bit more creepy at that.
Children!
However, she quickly corrected.
Away, you brat!
Why would you think that
Away!
idiot is doing this? Yeah. Why something? Good ask. Have you all not been through the room even the day? I'm surprised in you. Seeing that you're the queen of gossip.
Our enemy has
What
abandoned
rumor,
valuable
she said?
supplies.
Well,
This is yours now.
I suppose when it comes to actual
Clear to
major things,
self-extract when
you
you're
don't
ready.
really know nothing, huh? Hey, what did she yell
Exoalizer
at him?
spent.
He shook his head. I know about major things, she said.
Readings
Then
are
what
off
am
the
I
charts.
talking about, he asked.
I don't know what sort
Well,
of nightmares you
I
might
don't
encounter.
happen to know this one subject. See, she said. What's going on, Choji asked. Well, it is said that Nuta possesses an
We just lost an
extraordinary
Exalizer to
fire
possession.
into that
Get it
has
back.
never been seen before. Many people have been calling it a new bloodline that has never been seen
We're
before.
down an Exalizer. Working
I
on
overheard
backups.
my father talking with another planet. That being your father, he said it was him. It turns out that the council was finally
Nearby attackers
to
will
replicate
degrade the
this.
Exalizer's
To
performance.
try and make Konoha
Clear them
stronger
out to get the
because
system working
none
full
of them
steam.
have seen this before. I heard that many people are taking good hits on Team
Spit
Kakashi.
Exalizer has been retired.
They say out of all the
Contamination
Genin
levels
here,
going in the
that
wrong
team is
direction.
strongest. Really? Said Ino. Yeah. I heard there's another team that has been Genins for about a year now. And they say that Team Kakashi is probably stronger than them. I know that Sasuke is a Uchi and all. The last one, and that's... I'm not so sure about Sakura, because I don't really know anything about her, but... Most people say that it's because of Sasuke, but... Others are saying it's because of
Cascade is
Naruto.
approaching critical levels. Your
Some
time
claim
is
you to be
running
the
out.
strongest Genin of this year. Not to mention rivaling with some tunings,
Marking a possessed
or even
Exalizer.
low-level Jonings.
Deal with it while you
You're
still
joking,
can.
right? Said Ino. I mean, I know you were strong, but
Those
this is
middle
just crazy.
queens were quite
What if
angry
we
with
were
me
to fight him in the
running
exam?
off with you
Going
like
forward.
this. But it's worth it.
If that is the case, I'm not sure that we can win. Really? What about a plan or something? Said Choji. I guess I'll just have to see him fight for myself first, before I think about anything else. The group continued to walk until they arrived toward the location where they saw. What's that? Said Choji. Wait, Shikamaru said. Remember, this place is filled with some strange plants. Whoa. The heat is definitely hotter here, said Ino. As the others start to show that by sweating as well. As Choji stepped on something as it broke away. Was that a branch? He said. Looking around. What happened here? Choji could see a sign of fighting. Someone was here, he said, glancing from left to right. Yeah, you're definitely right about that, Shikamaru said. As he noticed the destruction.
Shine that light of yours over
Whatever
here.
happened
Please
here?
remember that your presence
I
is
think it
enough
has to do with
revive
this.
us. We
What
won't
is it,
ever
Ino
leave you
asked.
drained.
I'm not sure. Shikamaru
Let's
says he
go
looked
forward
over
in
it.
mutual trust.
As he walked away, he came back with a piece of stick. As he poked the thing. It is solid, he said, but it doesn't look like any plant I've ever seen before. Granted, this place has some strange plants, but it looks like a boulder, but given the location, it doesn't make sense, he said, making sure that he was correct as he checked out the location and everything,
Who the Zeraman belongs
nodding to
to.
himself. Whatever this is, it's some strange phenomenon. I think we should get out of here. Wait, it's cracking. Move, Choji, Shikamaru said. It was a good thing that Choji listened without hesitation, because the moment he said that, lava exploded out of where he was once. As lava swamped the ground, where he was once standing, the cracking had led to a hole that spewed lava out of it.
Ready to deploy
Ino and Shikamaru
wherever you
quickly
can do
jumped
the
back to the
most
trees.
good.
As the whole thing exploded,
Strike hard, no quarter.
given that the trees were a distance away because the others were broken. They were now a distance away. What the hell is that thing? Ino said. Shh, said Shikamaru. She wasn't going to say don't judge me because she realized that something was definitely coming out of it. As Choji watched, that is when they saw a silhouette. Someone was stepping out of it. The person stepped forward as the lava seemed to fall off his body. A few seconds earlier, inside of the cocoon, Ruta eyes snapped open. Thrusting his hand out, A hole exploded out as lava came out. He then thrust his two hands to the side. As the thing exploded as he walked, staggering his feet a bit, Naruto was a bit freaking out when that thing eaten, but it seemed to help him because
Nearly done.
his arm
Keep
regrew.
defending, please.
Yes, it regrew. And he felt stronger. Stronger and faster. He felt so much more better. However, his description also changed a bit. His hair got more red. His skin tone changed from its normal color to a more reddish hue, as it was clearly noticeable. However, that was not the only thing. Black marking tattoos were all over his body. His upper torso, his arms, it wrapped around him in a strange pattern that was seemingly random, or maybe it had a meaning he did not know. Looking down, he was wearing a different set of pants, as the pants seemed to have somehow appear on his body. They were gold. They were baggy as well. Looking down toward his feet, he was wearing strange black and gold trimming boots that seemed to fit someone of royalty. They felt comfortable on his feet, and his chest was bare as usual. However, it fit perfectly. He also had golden bracers around his arms. Strange golden bracers that had strange markings inscribed into it, as Naruto wasn't sure what happened to him. However, looking into his palm, the black markings converged. Feeling something odd, Naruto outstretched his hand. Lava shot out of his palm, as Naruto watched it as it converged and twisted into something.
Pulling together.
It turned into the beast from before.
Red Angel still trying to feed on the
Naruto
Roller
tilted his
Drive.
head. However, the thing turned his head to the side and sniffed. It then started to growl. "Who's there?" said Naruto. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji got freaked out by what they just saw. "You better come out now before I sick my hellhound on you," said Naruto. It didn't take long as Shikamaru gave them a nod as he jumped down. "Who are you?" said Naruto. Ino, I twitch. "It's us. We talked before at the first round, remember?" As Naruto tilted his head. "Ah, yes, I do remember you," said Naruto. "You're part of my class. Was that right?" "Yeah," Ino said. "What happened to you?" she said, looking at him. "I do not know," said Naruto as he walked over. He reached and placed his hand on the thing's head. The thing seemed to cuddle up in his touch. "Master," it said. "You can talk," said Naruto. However, it only said the one word, "Master." "What are you?" Naruto said, as he looked over the beast. As Naruto noticed it, you were much bigger before. Did you shrink? As Naruto realized he touched on the head. That is when he felt a swirl in his hand as a thing.
Terminal
Body
in
burst
sight.
into lava and
You
got
know
sucked
what
right
to
in his
do.
palm. Naruto looked in his hand. Whoa. He then started to walk away. Wait. Naruto turned. "What do you people want to say?" "What is that thing?" Shikamaru said. "I do not know," said Naruto. "Now leave me alone and visit."
Okay.
He then walked away.
Scrubbing the system.
The nerve on him said, "I wonder if they get over it. What is all of that?" "Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing," Shikamaru said, confused by all the thoughts, cracking out of egg and creating a beast. Then, Shikamaru was never taken anything in her life. Meanwhile, that was going on. Sakura Haruno was not having a good day at all. Well, she was blasted away with killing the sport. The name to that
Nearly
blast
done.
away,
Keep
curse,
defending, please.
as he pulled the kunai out of his arm that had literally pierced right through. He bit and out of the grave in his home. His name was Zaku. He was one of the same members. The other members too. He was up against the wall unconscious. After on the rest of the meeting, Sakura Haruno, who had just cut her hair, Sakura allowed herself to be caught the girl becoming close. Sakura did end up cutting off her hair though. It was something that has been a hindrance in battle for her more than once now, and she
System's
used it to
clean.
get back at the girl,
Great work.
knocking her out
Keep
in the
moving.
process. However, Zaku was much stronger. She was able to use Genjutsu on him to trick him off her placement, and she stabbed him right in the arm and slashed him right across the other. As he was bleeding him rather badly. The hole in his arm was pissing him off. That is why he was so violent and hurt. Wasting no time, Zaku attacked. Sakura tried to fight in hand-to-hand combat, but she was not that efficient as she was blown away again.
You found
This
a terminal.
time he ended up
Pop
kicking her in the
Dynamax in
guts.
there and
He
defend it.
punched her across the face. As he stretched out his hand to grab her by the throat, she ducked underneath it though, and slammed her head right into his chin, forcing him to stagger back. The last member of the squad, those who just stood there watching everything unfold.
Prepare for incoming
Zaku
support.
staggered back, frustration in his tone. He brought his leg up, however, as it slammed right into her
Okay,
face.
scrubbing the
She
system.
held onto it. Despite her face bleeding, she gripped it, and she yanked him, that caused him to trip over with her. She didn't reach as he picked up the finger that was on the ground, raising it. However, before she could, Zaku turned his hand and blasted right in her face. Blood came from her ears as he was blown away. She cracked and he was rolling to the ground. Zaku picked himself up as he gripped the kunai that he was once holding on to and stabbed him down.
Nearly done.
Pull me
Keep
out.
defending,
I'm
please.
gonna carve you up into the pieces. A reminder of you screwing me the one person he said. He wasn't able to kill her, but he was convinced for her that she suffered for the rest of her life. As he smirked. However, before he could do it, those who snapped his head to the right and heard something. Evil, wicked, corrupted. Walking over the sea was none other than Sasuke himself. Those who stepped back in shock and how? The Master Earthmark's fingers were to kill him, but why did he possess the first mark?
This system's back online.
So,
Find us another.
Sasuke said, Sasuke. As Sasuke found his face, looking toward the two Akuma that stood there. Huh? I mean, before Zaku could finish that sentence, Sasuke said he put the head, gripping the wrist with a kunai and knocked it out. Sasuke black-handed him. Zaku staggered backward before he regained his senses. Sasuke raised his hand, a fist shot through his nose, slamming into his guts. Sasuke kicked him away as he slammed into a tree. Flashing through handstand, Sasuke blew out a gigantic ball of fire. Those who jumped up and grabbed Zaku, jumping away in the process.
Okay, scrubbing the
Zaku
system.
was battered, just from a few hits. His nose bleeding, his body in pain, but with the help of those he was able to stand. What the hell is going on? Is this real little Chi, as Zaku said? Those marks. This makes no sense. Why would Lord Orochimaru send us here if he intended to brand the Uchiha with the cursed mark? Something is not right. It doesn't matter if it's right or not. He is going to die. Zaku pushed away those as he held his hand out. Decapitated
Nearly
earwing!
done.
No!
Keep
don't you
defending,
say.
please.
However, it was too late as the area was completely destroyed. Zaku smirked. That would teach you. To mess with someone like me, he said. Now, let's see what remains of. He was surprised as nothing was standing there. Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. It all happened in a few seconds. Dotsu was slammed
That's a
through a
void
tree.
angel in the making.
Zaku, on the other hand,
Best be
got
ready.
the shit kicked out of him. His left eye was swollen shut. His back was currently being pressed into by
Systems are
Sasuke.
waking up.
Sasuke
across
was
the
breaking
whole
his
sector.
arms with a wicked smile
I'll
on
send
his
some
face.
cleaning drones in and get it ready
Sakura
for
rushed
use.
over as she wrapped her arms around the Uchiha. Stop it, Sasuke, man, she said. She was afraid of the mark. What he was doing to him. She saw the smile on his
Angel's
face.
trying to retreat into the
Sasuke
void,
looked
so
back at
we
her,
can
confused.
follow it and stop.
As he looked at her crying, the mark slowly
Can't
started to
hurt it
recede.
while those dimensional orbs are out.
Sakura?
Use your void body
He said,
to
looking at
absorb.
her. Enough, Dotsu said, as he pulled himself out of the tree. We'll give you our scroll just like a blade straight. As he placed the scroll down, Sasuke looked at him strangely. Fine, he said.
That's
With
the
that, Dotsu picked up Zaku. He picked up King and flashed out of there quickly. As Sasuke turned towards Sakura, who was beating up Dragon. Were you okay? He asked him. Yeah, he said to him. Despite her being in pain. He looked around. He went to meet her. He stayed back. It's like the one that attacked us. The one that placed him on the roof. He watched, Sasuke said. That is when Sasuke had to duck, as a grass ninja was thrown rather violently. He smashed right through one of the thick trees as it collapsed, right on top of him.
It won't be
Did you
strong in
really think that you
battle.
could stop me, Big Bang? They turned as they heard that voice. As someone jumped out of the bushes, landing right in front of Sasuke not even noticed. He pulled the kunai as he launched him. However, the kunai ricocheted off the person's bracers as Naruto stepped into the foliage. He exploded off the ground, grabbing the guy by the face and lifting him before, slamming his body roughly into the ground. As he laughed, a rather maniac laugh. Naruto? Naruto glanced up. Ah, it's you two, he said. I knew if I just continued fighting these teams, I would eventually run into you. What happened to you, Sasuke said. I do not know, said Naruto. You look different, Sakura said. You do as well, said Naruto. I see you cut your hair. And you're also really beaten up. Who did this to you, Naruto asked. I'll hunt them down. Well, that's flattering, she said. They're already long gone. Where have you been, Sasuke said. I was fighting against a snake man. Until this gigantic dog appeared. At least I thought it was a dog. Let me show you, said Naruto as he held his hand out. The two of their eyes went wide in shock. What is that? Its name is Hellhound. Don't ask me how I know. I just know, said Naruto. I can bring him out now whenever I please. He's my pet, said Naruto as he patted him on his head. The two looked at him strangely. It devoured me. And then I'm like this, said Naruto. The both of them had a hard time wrapping their brain around that. But do not fear, because I have these, said Naruto as he pulled out several scrolls. How many teams did you fight, Sasuke said. A lot. A lot tried to get in my way. But I had to remind them who was the strongest here. Now, let us get a move on, said Naruto. Hellhound. As the thing started growing in size. Come, let's go. On that, hell no, said Sakura. Naruto picked her up by her waist and literally threw her up. Sakura screamed as she landed right on the thing. She clutched on for dear life. She thought it would burn, but it did not burn her. Sasuke looked towards Naruto. Don't you dare, he said, as Naruto smirked. A few minutes later, Hellhound crashed right towards the tower's side. The moment he did, Sakura fell off the thing and rushed off before a sound of puking could be heard. Sasuke looked really green, as Naruto was simply laughing at the both of them. What a ride, he said, as he patted Hellhound on the head. You can go rest now, he said, as he absorbed him back into his hand. I'm never, ever doing that again, Sasuke said. That is when Naruto noticed the mark on his neck finally. What is that? Sasuke reached up. As he tried to cover it, nothing. But Naruto slapped his hand away as he looked at the strange mark. Ah, I see. That is why he bit you in the neck. So he places on you. Why, said Naruto. Ah, sick-looking Sakura came. Orochimaru. He was the one that placed on Sasuke-kun. It affected him back there. Affect, said Naruto. Yes. He was acting strange until
Ready to
the mark
deploy
finally receded.
wherever you could do the most good.
What is going on, Uchiha? I'm not sure, said Sasuke. I'm not even sure what this thing is.
We should be
What
doing
I do
more
know,
to
though,
recognize your work.
it gives me power. A lot of it. As Naruto punched him right in the face, causing Uchiha to fall down towards the ground. Why did you do that, Sakura yelled. Naruto looked down towards Sasuke. You said that you wanted to gain strength, so that you could take on your brother. And I told you I would help you reach that level of strength. Because the power is inside of you. Will you really accept power from this traitor? This snake who I'm going to kill, said Naruto.
To play with any of them.
Sasuke rubbed his cheek as he glared up at the blonde butts. Well, he didn't know if he could call him a blonde anymore. But Sasuke remembered what he promised a long time ago. As he got up and spat to the side. You're right, he said.
My patience is
I will get stronger
endless.
with my own power, not some borrowed power from anyone else. That's the way, Uchiha, said Naruto. So, what do we do from here on? As Sakura looked towards the plaque, They figured out that they had to open the scrolls, which they did. And their old academy sensei arrived, Aruka. It wasn't long before they were inside the tower. The days were not up yet, so they had time to rest. Time skip. As Naruto found himself at the eating lounge, as he was stuffing his face, he noticed someone watching him. As he tilted his head to the side, there was a girl standing there. Blonde hair, 4 pigtails. "Why are you looking at me?" said Naruto. "Tuh, you eat like an animal," she said. "And you talk like a bitch," said Naruto. "What did you say to me?" she said. "You heard me. Now leave," said Naruto. "You can't tell me to leave. You do not own this place," she said. As Naruto turned and ignored her. However, she was still looking at him. "What?" he said. "You should know. No one has ever spoken to Gaara the way you did, and lived to tell the tale. He's after you. Just a fair bit of warning because I realize you didn't do it because you were brave. You're just stupid," she said. She then proceeded to walk away as Naruto wondered, who the hell was Gaara? Time skip. Naruto was sleeping on his bed until someone whacked him on the head as his eyes fluttered open. As he looked to see Anko standing there. "What are you doing here?" "You fought Orochimaru," she said. "What? Did you fight Orochimaru?" she said to him. "Oh yes, I did," said Naruto. "What of it to you? What happened? What did he do?" she said. "What did he want?" "Well, he put this strange mark on the Uchiha." Anko eyes widened at that. "Mark? You mean?" As Naruto saw her hand go towards her neck. "Ah yes, I remember now. That is where I've seen it before. Looks a bit different, but it's it. The one that he placed on you," said Naruto. Anko clenched her fists. "So he marked the Uchiha as well. Damn it. Where is he?" "How should I know? Did you not come in here to see me sleeping?" said Naruto as he started to close his eyes back. "Wake up, you idiot," she said. "Is the remainder of your team okay?" "Yes," said Naruto. "Wait, you fought him alone, didn't you?" "Yes, I did. And you're... Wait, why do you look so different?" she said. "I do not know," said Naruto. "What happened in the fight?" "Well, he was strong. Stronger than I am for now. He cut off my arm. He sliced me up." "Wait, what?" "Would you stop interrupting me?" said Naruto. "How could I not when you're lying to me?" "Lying? I do not lie," said Naruto. "Your arm is fine," she said. "Oh, it grew back when I was in the mouth of the beast." "When you're what?" Naruto told Anko everything. "Well, that's something alright," Anko said, blinking in confusion and surprise and shock. "And you say that Sasuke is behaving the same way?" "Yes. I punched him in the face and told him to not use it. After all, if he's gonna kill his brother, he's gonna kill him with his own strength. So I doubt he would use it again. Despite that, it will have to be sealed away. But if it is sealed away now, he won't be able to participate in the exam." "You better not say that to him," said Naruto. "Sasuke Uchiha will participate in this exam. So don't bring this issue up anymore. I'm afraid that this is not something that you can push," Anko said. "You don't understand the severity." And I said, "Sasuke will be participating. Now, leave my room. I'm still sleepy," said Naruto. She felt like punching him. "You know the exam final begins in a few hours, right?" "Yes." "Now leave my room," said Naruto as he rolled over. "Little brat," she said, as she left his room. As Naruto returned back to sleeping, she did not encounter Orochimaru in the forest because he was nowhere to be seen, even after she had searched. When she got here, Aruka told her what Sakura had said, and she rushed straight here to find out what the hell happened. To think that he went up against Orochimaru and he was completely fine. Well, there was that whole incident. They were just gonna have to wait until Hokage arrived. That is when she bumped right into Kakashi. "Kakashi, we need to talk," she said. Time skip. Still feeling a bit tired, Naruto yawned, as he was still decked out in his golden pants, as Naruto had come to realize that he could will them onto himself. Yes, literally. It was his flame. They merged into the substance that turned into his pants. So far, he could only do it with the pants and the boots. Well, he didn't really like wearing anything on the top, so he didn't mind it, as his chest was barren, the markings still around his body. As he saw Sasuke walking over towards Uchiha. "Did Uncle come to you?" he asked. "Uncle? No, why?" She asked me about you a lot. About the mark, you know. She has one as well. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. They wanted to do something to it, but if they did, it would take you out of commission. So I told him that it wasn't going to happen. After all, I know how much you want to participate in this exam. Well, you're right about that. I would be participating in this exam no matter what, Sasuke said. Exactly what I told them, said Naruto. You know, your skin doesn't look red anymore. It is becoming red, Sasuke said. As Naruto looked at his hands. Yes, I've noticed. I don't know why though. And it's not concerning to you at all, Sasuke said. Why would it be, said Naruto. Besides, I like the color red. I like it a lot. If you say so, said Sasuke. A few minutes later they were all gathered. As Hiruzen's eyes focused towards Naruto, he gave him a look that said that we need to talk. After this though. As all the Jonin senseis were gathered, once that was said and done, Hiruzen started to mumble about something that Naruto did not care for much. As the proctor came for the match, it was Hayate. They were told the rules and what they will be doing here. Surprisingly, the sound team had made it here. There wasn't much of sound in the sand. The rest of them mostly Konoha. Well, Naruto was a big reason why that was because he eliminated a lot of teams from other nations. After all, he ended this exam with 12 scrolls. Yes, so he eliminated 12 teams. Well, 10 because one was from the sound, and the other was from the first team that Team 7 faced off against. Alright, all of you turn your attention towards the board, Hayate said. The first fighters will be called up there. The names flipped through. As Naruto saw a name that he's never seen before, then he saw Sasuke's name. Looks like I'm going first. As Naruto looked around as he saw the guy that stepped forward. As he then turned his attention towards Sasuke. If you lose to that worthless man, I'll kill you, he said. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Sasuke said. As Naruto walked off. Good luck, Sasuke, Sakura said. He simply gave her a tilt of the head. As they made their way up, Kakashi's eyes smiled towards them. Haven't seen you in a while, Cyclops, said Naruto. I could say the same for you. You look different, said Kakashi. Yes, I do, said Naruto. He then turned his head. Ah, you're finally here. I thought that you abandoned me. They looked towards him strangely. Naruto, who are you talking to, said Sakura. Her, said Naruto. You blind? Oh, I forgot. You can't see her. She's a ghost. So you're talking to a ghost, said Kakashi. As he looked to where Naruto was pointing. As Naruto simply nodded, the two of them gave him a strange look. I don't think it's a good idea that you tell people that you're talking to a ghost. Most people here would think that you're crazy. Lily said as she stood beside Naruto. Let them believe what they want, said Naruto. Their opinion really does not matter to me much. As he turned his gaze downwards. Hurry up and end this, would you, Sasuke? Sasuke sent Naruto a glare. As he returned back task of hand. Your teammate had quite the confidence in you. Little does he know, I will be winning this match. As Sasuke scoffed as he looked towards a member on Kabuto's team that Naruto did not even notice that Kabuto had went away because, well, he just did not care that much. The battle began and Sasuke was on defensive until he decided to go on the offensive. But while fighting offensive-wise, it turns out that the curse mark was trying to take over his body. As Naruto watched him carefully, Sasuke closed his eyes. He refused to let this mark control him. He could do this with his own power. Anko was surprised as she saw the Uchiha force the mark away and end his opponent rather quickly. Kakashi patted both Naruto and Sakura on the shoulder. Good luck, you two, he said as he flashed away. He appeared behind Sasuke and spoke a few words before he took Sasuke once he was announced the winner and vanished. What's going on, Sakura said. I'm guessing they're going to steal away that mark, said Naruto. So you think Sasuke-kun's gonna be okay now, she said. He's gonna be fine, said Naruto. He has a stronger will than you think. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know why, but Naruto's words really reassured her that Sasuke was gonna be fine. Naruto did not really pay attention to the other matches as they were just a waste of time. Sakura's name was called, as she was called to fight off against Ino. This should be an easy win for you, said Naruto. Do not disappoint the team. She clenched her fists as she made her way down there. The match did not last too long. Somehow Sakura was able to overpower Ino. Mind transfer jutsu with her own alter ego inside of her head. And Sakura, being a bit more skilled because of her training, utilized genjutsu as well. Before she knew it, Ino got a kunai placed to her throats. Sakura did have a few injuries though, as the medics took her off to look at them. Ino as well. As Naruto started to pick his ears with his pinky finger, that is when Kakashi arrived. What did I miss? Well, Sakura did not disappoint. She won against Ino. She was taken to the infirmary. She seemed like she would be fine, said Naruto. Well, that's wonderful, said Kakashi. 2 of my students already making it through. You're the only one left. As if I'm gonna lose, said Naruto. Everyone here is weak. As he drew a lot of attention to himself. You know, someone your age and your level should not be this cocky, Kurenai said. And someone like you should shut your mouth, said Naruto. Kurenai sent Naruto the most harshest glare possible, as Naruto simply turned his head away. Kakashi sighed as he rubbed the back of his head, looking at the 2 of them. The 2 of them did not get along in the slightest. Kurenai was one of Anko's close friends, and well, let's just say an incident happened and Naruto and her had never get along since. As Anko glanced over, shaking her head, these 2 would never get along. Naruto saw that his name was finally called, as he looked at the second name, who's Rock Lee. He then heard shouting as he turned his head. As Naruto saw the guy in the green. Well, Naruto, you surely got your match cut out for you. Rock Lee is a taijutsu fighter only, one known for his strength and speed, something you're well known for as well. Taijutsu only, said Naruto. Well then, maybe this won't be so boring, as he jumped off, landing on the ground, cracking it a bit, making his way towards Rock Lee. Ah, I fought you before, said Naruto. I hope you're not a disappointment like you were back then. That was a misunderstanding where you caught me off guard, said Rock Lee. I never knew that you'll be so enthusiastic to fight, but now that I know, I am ready, he said. I hope you are, said Naruto. I heard that you're a taijutsu fighter only. I'll do you a favor. I'll use nothing but taijutsu as well. Oh please, do not limit yourself for my sake, said Rock Lee. You misunderstand me, said Naruto. I'm going to beat you with taijutsu only to show you that you are not the greatest in anything. Well then, challenge accepted, Rock Lee said. I will show you that I am the greatest taijutsu user in our generation, he said. Tah. In your head, said Naruto. Let me show you that you're not. Well, Kakashi, it seems like 2 of our youthful students are about to clash against one another. My student, no of yours. Let us see which one of them will come supreme. Did you say something, Guy? Curse you, Kakashi, and your hip ways, said Guy. Down below. Alright, begin. The moment that was said, whoa, they're fast. Even Kiba had to say that out loud, as the 2 boys moved in and clashed. Everyone kept their eyes glued on the battle, as they were increasing their speed as they moved. Please don't tell me this is all you can do, said Naruto as he caught Lee's fist. Naruto pulled Lee towards him before slamming a fist into his gut. He then proceeded to slam one under his chin. Lee was picked up, but Naruto pulled the hand that he was holding on to down. Several hard punches. Lee was blown away as Naruto released him. No way. I never knew anyone in our generation could do Lee like that easily, said Tenten as she glanced towards Neji. Not even Neji could put Lee that down easily. As Neji said nothing as he narrowed his gaze looking down towards Naruto, Lee pulled himself out of the wall. I see I cannot combat with you at this level, he said. He glanced up. Take them off, Lee, said my guy. Take what off? I see, said Kakashi. Training weights. Huh. I looked old-fashioned, Shikamaru said. Lee jumped up and removed them. Well, if he started getting his ass kicked, I doubt a bunch of